guaranteed weeks of NC farming. And we're going to have 2 raids going in. We're going to skin NC and Onyxia. We're going to skin Onyxia, and that's how we make the cloaks, in order to go to BWL. Would anyone like to tell me the differences between Alliance and Horde? Not Sardocco. Lakari. Lakari.
Difference between Alliance and Horde?
Yes, in raid.
I'm a noob. Well, okay, one thing I remember is actually that...
Okay, you seem very lively about this. You can come up here and answer.
Okay, so...
Listen, it's a small room. You ain't gotta yell.
Oh, okay.
No, it's okay.
His voice projects. Come on.
All right.
You want to write it down?
Yeah.
You should write a list. Let's go. All right.
Wait, where's the...
You may use this marker.
Okay, so...
Take your time, Card.
All right. So one key difference I know between Alliance and Horde. Oh, you can leave that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so... Alliance and then Horde, right?
Yes.
Okay, so... First key difference.
They can't see the whiteboard. Just speak to me, class.
Okay. That's true, yes, but Alliance have Paladins and Horde has Shamans.
Okay.
That's a key difference. And the reason why this is a key difference is that Paladins have something called Fear Ward.
No.
Well, no, it's like a fear buff.
Salvation.
Well, it's okay. There's something that they have.
No. Just let him speak. Go.
There's something that they have that auto deletes fear.
Okay.
The Shamans don't have that. They have an RNG totem fear deletion.
Okay, go on.
Okay. Wait, there's more differences? Go ahead.
Go ahead and answer.
Almost there.
Just one.
What do Shamans have?
He's just right there.
And what do Paladins have that make distinct differences?
God King.
Shamans have totems.
That make distinct differences.
God King.
Shamans have totems.
What do those totems do?
Wind Fury.
Yes.
And
Let's go,
mana regen.
Sure. You've covered the totems. Now, what about Paladins? What do they provide?
They have like this crazy buff, like king buff with stats.
Yes, and? Shut up.
Ooh, bubble.
And?
Lay on hands.
Yes. True. There's one buff in particular from Paladins that are very important. I need you to understand.
Don't say it on here.
Where's S-Fan?
He's not here. He died at 40 something.
Wait, am I getting punished if I mess this up?
No, I'm just laughing at you.
Oh, you think you're so smart? No, Mister, played the game for 20 years, so you know everything, huh?
Okay.
How about I ask you this? How plus is Asuka's can?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tekken, boy. Huh? How about we go to my game?
Sit down. Sit down. All right.
Good job, Mari.
Good job.
I know.
Go ahead, Russell.
Paladins have salve, and it's what salve does. It'll take threat off of the DPS.
What is the percentage reduction?
25%. 30.
It's 30% reduced threat.
You.
So, Alliance are by far and away better at raiding than Horde.
Yo, Chance, did you see that?
What?
Dude, he doesn't care.
I don't care.
That's battery. That wasn't.
So, Alliance is better because of Paladins and a handful of other things. Dwarf priests have Fear Ward. All priests will learn their own individual spell based on their race. Dwarves get Fear Ward. Fear Ward is insane. And it's extremely insane on Onyxia. It allows you to completely negate the one mechanic that might wipe us. It's very scary. Also, Blessing of Salve reduces everyone's threat. We all know threat is a big deal, and you just don't put Salve on the tank. That way the tank is pretty much guaranteed the threat. And Horde makes it worse because we get Wind Fury. So there could be a time where the tank gets no Wind Fury procs, and everyone else does. And they don't have Salve. Now the tank loses threat. Horde is more difficult. It is. Yes, Miz.
Question. So, just to be clear, our guild leader / our main tank, or one of our main tanks, he still doesn't have threat meters, right?
At the end of the day, he doesn't necessarily need it. He should have it, but at the end of the day, the DPS are the ones who need it. Yes, Tyler, no matter what, should be doing as much as he's supposed to do the best he can be doing. Everyone else needs to watch their threat. Now, to know he's just supposed to do the best he can be doing. Everyone else needs to watch their threat. Now, he should still have it regardless. He should. But I think he does he?
No.
Right. Okay.
No, I mean, Jackass still clicks.
This is are entering the zone where playing deep protection is a problem. These bosses are not tauntable. You can't, most of them, some of them are, especially Onyxia. You have to climb threat, you have to be number 1, and this boss can wipe all 40 of us instantly. It's very scary. Hold on.
I volunteered to teach him.
To teach him Fury Prod?
Yes.
I don't think he wants you to.
I think he does. I think that deep down, Tyler has a soft heart for me.
He told me to kill myself when I mentioned the spec, and that was it.
So it's gonna take a little working up to it.
Okay.
It's gonna be tough. But I think he'd love that.
Ideally, he's gonna have to do. He doesn't understand because he's done dungeons, but the raids are different. These bosses are not tauntable, and we'll get into Onyxia in just a moment on the PowerPoint as to why it's important.
Has he unmuted you yet?
I don't know. I'm gonna need you to see if you can do that with your Discord firms.
Okay, we'll work on that. All right, materials for this MC. Everyone's going to be provided the materials they need: the mats, the potions, the food, the elixirs, the flat, everything. But however, next time, everyone who's going to be going to raid, which even if you're benched in our first raid, you're going to be probably going to the next one because there's 2. It's 80 slots. You're going to have to bring your own stuff. Okay. That means you should probably start figuring out who can make what for you so you can get it every single week. This is guild found. Typically, you just go to the auction shelves. Oh, I need 5 mongoose. Buy it. Oh, I need 5 giants. Buy it. Oh, a titan. You can't do that. You're going to have to get your connections. You're going to have to find out who your dealer is going to be and have that prepped out for when you actually start raiding. That is important. Attunement. Yeah, you have to get attuned. You cannot just walk into the raid. There is a very long and tedious quest chain. Russell, have you done it yet? You're not even 60.
No, sir.
What level are you? Storm, have you done it?
Yeah.
Are you attuned?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to walk me through what attunement involves?
So actually Gunnar put together like a huge group like a couple days ago. We all ran it together. You have to go do a quest chain, run an Ubers, talk to Rexar, get like 20 eyeballs, go turn it in, find Rexar. That takes like an hour in itself.
Yep.
Then you have to go kill 3 dragons.
Does not take an hour. Like, just fly to Fairless, start running up. You'll like it. Takes me like 20-30 minutes each time I've had to go get Rexar myself.
And then you have to
Technically
go kill
4.
I was gonna get to that.
Go
You
on.
have to go kill another dragon, and then you have to go run an Ubers again, and then you're attuned.
Yes. So if y'all didn't hear that, 2 Ubers, run around, find an NPC that wanders through the entirety of Desolus. It's miserable. You have to find him multiple times.
It is not that bad. I don't know. I've done Oni fucking tune on Horde plenty of times. Just, people make it out way worse than it actually is. I don't know. That's just the lazy fuckers that are like in chat. They're like, anyone's seen Rexar? Me, I'm like Giga Chat over here. I'll just go fucking find him myself. Like, I don't know. It's not that bad.
Times as well, and you have to run to weird dragons in asinine areas.
That's not just any NPC. That's Rexar.
It is. You're right.
Champion of the Horde. Get it right.
Did you speak up a little bit? What did you say? Did
No, I played Warcraft 3.
You played the custom campaign?
Yeah.
Okay, who's he with?
Misha.
Woo! Who's he with as well, though? You end up doing the campaign with another hero.
Well, it's been a minute. Okay, I played him in Dota 1. All right, he's Beastmaster.
Okay. Anyways, so the attunement is not hard. It just takes forever, and you do need to fight for it. So try to do that sooner than later. I'm sure there's going to be a procrastination group that does it the day before, but you must get attuned to Anni. MC attunement's very easy. Just run BRD. At the very end, just click the rock. But both of these, you need to be attuned. I haven't done mine yet, but you got time, clearly. Raid comps and comp. Does anyone want to answer me how many warlocks you want in MC?
At least 3.
Yo, sweat boy.
3 at minimal for each of the curses.
How many warlocks do you want in raid?
You need 2, but you want 3? Something like that.
That's a good answer.
What the fuck's that pirate software ass voice? What the fuck is that?
Listen, I've been gambling for the last 4 days, okay? I've been gambling. My voice is gone.
Now, Miz, why do you want 2 warlocks and 3 works?
Because you chew.
2 warlocks, 1 cup. I have no idea. Why am I in the guild? Let's be honest.
Chris,
Why am I doing it?
why do you want or need 2 warlocks and maybe you could use more in MC? This is very important.
Curse of Recklessness and like Curse of some other thing. Banish as well. Yeah.
that we'll go over, but in MC there are rocks, these little rock. You have to banish them. Did anyone watch the Fangsley raid?
Yeah.
No.
Up there.
Yeah. There were some pulls, and they had about 7 deaths. They had to cancel raid that day because they kept f***ing up the banishes. All right, and these are this isn't a boss. This is just random trash packs. Yes, Russell.
The sweats, like during the raid, the sweats aren't gonna like be guiding the raid at all, right?
No.
It's gonna be like you and Tyler.
Thank God.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yes, it's mainly going to be me. Tyler is going to be taking notes, pay attention, because Tyler's going to raid lead the next week entirely. And where I don't want to hard mute people because sometimes you guys say something funny, but
Russell, let's go. Are you doing that for me? Are you doing that for me?
I don't want to hard mute people, but I also don't want help. Everyone wants to be the one who's like, oh my God, let me tell him because I'm so smart and I know. What are you looking at me for? Because you're doing it right now when I'm asking questions.
I'm not talking. I'm muted. I'm raising my hand.
All right. Which goes into basically raid decorum. Typically, last raid, everyone talked, everyone was loud, everyone was kind of annoying. We did get through it, it was fine, but we're also overgeared and alliance, so it's much easier.
It was just you and me talking.
No.
I was gonna say, I feel like
I watched there's actually a clip in here, actually, of C-Dank doing his pull. It's miserable.
We got someone over 5.
It's bad. So, raid decorum, you typically don't speak. If it's not important, you don't say it. You shut up. Yes.
okay. Well, you said some people like to slip in some funny things. What if what you say you genuinely, truly believe it's gonna be funny? Like, should you say it? Like, you feel like you have to say it?
Play it in your head.
Yeah,
If you find that funny, imagine if all 39 other people in the raid felt the same way.
Okay.
Play out in your head what that sounds like.
Exactly. So I'm thinking if there were 39 of me sitting in the same room, I'd be like, damn, that's
Oh
pretty
my
funny.
God.
40 of you in a room, I
Genocide.
hope 40 beats enough. All right. So raid decorum just. Oh, I thought there was a bug on your foot, Mary. Jesus.
What?
It was the shadow was moving. No debuff limit. All right. Let's do. Who is clueless as?
Oh, I am.
Okay, Pink Ward. Can you give me some examples of what changes because Blizzard has removed the debuff limit?
You get more curses from warlocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do rogues change?
They can use poisons.
What do rogues change?
I actually don't know.
You can't bleed elementals.
Right, I don't even know if deadly poison right. You're right. Got him. Truth be told, the debuff limit barely does jack. Just wrote that down because I wanted to write more things down to go over. World buffs and boons. Mary, you walk me through the world buffs.
Well, there's this flower, and
Yep.
it's the Song of Flower, and
That works. She's cooking.
yeah, okay, and you go to it's in Feralis, and
Fellwood.
Next.
Fellwood.
It's
Next,
Fellwood.
what's
Oh, okay, you
It's
have
close,
to
it's
you have to purify it.
Okay, that's great.
Mary,
What's the next
you
one?
already got that one. You're good. What's the next one?
Oh.
Alright, I gotta use the washroom before I start
What's
forming the
other
group.
one?
The other world
Where you jump and then
You know what it is.
Oh, the other world buff. Dire Maul.
Yeah, let's go. That's my girl right there. That's the main tank. She's coming for Tyler's
Now,
spot.
are we allowed dire maul buffs in raid?
Yes, because we technically beat it, right?
No.
What? What?
We have decided dire maul buffs are not allowed in raid. So not yet.
Why?
Because we have dire maul, they released it, but MC is released. We haven't cleared MC.
Oh, is it like a?
Technically, it's time gated content. We're just really f***ing behind.
Oh,
We're slow
okay.
as shit.
Already
So
I'm
yeah,
already
we
60.
suck,
Let's just
Bakari.
do it.
No.
I'm already 60. Let's just do it.
No.
Chance, I have a serious question.
What?
Do you think I should get a haircut?
No, dude, I don't care. See, Russell, example. Example. I don't want to hear this in raid.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but Russell always hits.
All right, give me another world buff. Anybody. Raise your hand if you're clueless.
Onyxia.
Ren.
Raise your hand.
That's banned. We're not allowed to use it until we clear Onyxia, but we will have it for MC because we're doing Anni first. Big text, go ahead.
Rend.
War Chief's Red Blackhand. You should all know about that. Yes. Now, how can you maintain these world buffs and take them to raid? James.
Chrono Boon Displacer.
A Chrono Boon.
Oh,
Yes.
what?
Let's go, James. Chrono Boon. It is in terms of WoW, it is a recent thing that was added to the game. That even through the hashtag #NoChanges movement of Classic, everyone wanted. Basically, you can lock world buff. So if you have every world buff in the game, if you log out, the timer stops.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
People hated doing that. So Blizzard added the Chrono Boon, where it will take all the world buffs and snatch them up, lock them in place, and you can keep playing the character without the timers going down. However, they deactivate the buffs during. So they don't just have them forever now. It locks them, and then you can unboon when you feel like it.
But
So
what is it, like a trinket? Like,
no, it's an item from a vendor.
It used to be 10 gold? Now it's
It's 1 gold at the vendor. They reduced it.
Oh.
So there's really not much to spend gold on. So when you guys get Ren, you can buy a Chrono Boon from a vendor in Org, and you can boon it. The timer stops ticking. You can run all the way to UBRS, unboon it, and you have a full 60-minute rend buff. Same for Songflower. Same for Dire Maul. When we have Onyxia, same thing. If we ever get ZG buffs, Dire Maul buffs, all of these you can Chrono Boon. So in Raid, we will get in. We're gonna go through all the trash. We're not gonna unboon. When we get to the first boss, we're unbooning. Okay?
Speaking of all the trash, why is Julianne in the front? Like, why am I not sitting there?
Julianne.
Is that your name?
You're not cute
You're
enough
not level
to sit next to
60.
me.
So I don't even think you're going to raid.
Take his seat. Let's go. You might lose your seat, Miz.
So all this being said, boons and these world buffs are very good. They kind of make you on all of these bosses, which is why we've kind of banned some of them. But they are part of the game. We are going to use them. Unlike Petri, we banned that. The pacing of MC, we do want to move somewhat quickly. I'm not going to sit there for 10 minutes.
Free Sequisha.
Sequisha is in washed up now. They are raiding with a different guild. They are gone.
Free pirate.
I just miss him, bro.
I don't give a what you think. Next.
Get the best mustache.
So the pacing of MC is going to be a little iffy. I don't want to sit there every fight. What do I do again? Shut up! I don't want to sit there. What do I do? Why do I dispel this? Why do I do that? You're going to have to study because we're going to get to the boss. We'll do a brief summary. Brief. You will have a Google Doc that will be made for you. You will see your name and you will see what your job is on every boss, and we will pull it, we will kill it, and we will move on.
Crossbow.
At some point, we're going to reboon together, and then we'll dish out the loot because we're all rebooned. The timer isn't ticking down. We're not rushed anymore. We want to keep these boons. We'll dish out some loot, and then we'll unboon and keep going. Grayson, yes?
How many people do you think, if you had to guess right now, are going to die first raid?
I predict no one will die in my raid.
Oh, it's confident. Your raid.
I will do it. Just like last time, a lot of people were upset that last time no one died because I'm petty, and content-wise, it's better if one of us dies.
How about T1's raid?
T1's raid, I think people will die in an
Wait, so there's 2 different raids?
There will be.
Oh, it's
Not this first
one
raid. Okay, we are going, this is what I don't want mid-raid, all right? So we're going to clear MC. The content group, I guess, if you want to call it, once we clear MC as a guild the first time, the following week, it's unlocked. We're going to have 2 raids. I don't give a fuck about sweat to non-sweat ratio. We're farming. There will be 2 raids. I will not raid lead either. Every raid will be raid led by someone new that doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Tyler will raid lead 1 week. If E-Rob, for some godforsaken reason, gets 60, he will raid lead. He will have to study. I will give him who wants to be a millionaire questions like you may phone a friend, but they have to study. If they don't study, they're Mary might raid lead. Everyone's gonna die.
What? You think I'm that bad?
Russell, you can raid lead. You could torture everyone with your words.
You know, he's got a guild on retail. He's been raided on retail.
And so every single week, it will be someone new in each raid.
Ignored everything you said. He talked through it.
I have a couple more things before we get to the PowerPoint, and I just show you all what this raid's about, or these raids rather.
Isn't it better if we don't watch the PowerPoint and we just go to the raid?
That is not how that works. This game is not intended.
It's all on the raid leader. It's better content, and we shouldn't watch the PowerPoint. We should just go, and everyone has to just listen to you.
Why are you dressed like a 15-year-old EU kid? What is
Excuse me.
Yes, Pop.
Did you die?
Yes.
No, I mean, did you die in real life?
No.
Then why are you trying to be the guild leader? He's still alive.
Tyler said I could step up and say,
Tyler muted you.
Tyler didn't
stand in your corner. Sadako, I love you, but go stand in the corner.
Good boy. Moving on. This game is not meant to be played in hardcore. It's just such a simple game that people do play it in hardcore. You're meant to die, release spirit, run back to your corpse, and go again. Oh, I learned this. Oh, we got to do that. In this case, you can't do that. There's no learning the hard way in hardcore bars.
Oh my god.
Respect. So, yes, you have to study. You have to know what is coming around the corner, and you have to prepare for it. Or we can actually just kill ourselves, because I can't tell you in the moment.
Yeah, you should.
I can't.
Probably.
Yes, Miss.
But shouldn't you have studied, prepared, and focused when you were versing Tyler 1 and lost the guild?
You're right. And so we can learn from my mistakes.
He hates you so
In this
much.
sense, I did. Reality, we go in raid and we die, none of you are level. It's not happening. That's the end. And we're gonna have to wait for years to go again. Your characters are gone, and you're all gonna go back to the WoW section, and the section's gonna die. Everyone else,
I'll still be there, guys.
That's what happens.
Every night.
Great Minecraft server. All right.
How's back, Grayson?
So, to the PowerPoint. First, let's go over Onyxia. This is going to be the first boss we kill. This is a solo boss raid. I would say she's definitely the one I'm scared of the most. However, we're going to do her first because once we kill her, we get the Onyxia world buff, and that's very good. We want that. So, Onyxia, she's a bitch. A couple things to go over. I got to press these arrow keys. This is the location. Assuming you do your attunement, you will see this. There she is, the worm bog. It's a big cave. Yes, Jimmy.
Who's getting head from Onyxia?
That will be decided. That's all I think will be decided.
Why you word it like
That's a
that?
good question.
Fair question. Fair question.
It's either Tyler or myself. Depends on which one of us is going to tank Rag. If Tyler wants to tank Ragnaros his first time or in his own raid, he can take it.
He can do it. He can do it. What's the chance? Shouldn't the guild leader be showing up to the guild meetings? Isn't this a little crazy? Like, I feel like this makes no sense. Where's Tyler?
I agree. Tyler is. I'm confused.
What a piece of shit.
Moving on. All right, this is the Onyxia layer. You enter from the top left. You go through. There are trash mobs in Onyxia, and they do kill people. I will have clips shown to you of people dying to the trash. It happens, and it sucks. It's not hard, but you can still know
It
about
almost
trash.
happened to us last OnlyThings.
Here we go. This is pretty much all there is. Stay the fuck away from them. Reality, melee, just don't do anything.
True.
You actually don't do anything. There's no point. They're not hard. They will die. Tanks tank them. Ranged, just range them down. Pierce armor, they have a cleave, they have a fire nova. There's just too many situations where you get cleave and fire nova at the same time and die. That happens all the time, so that's how we're gonna handle that trash. And then the whelps. These will only spawn during the fight. And we'll go over all the mechanics of this bullshit. They're non-elites. Pink Ward knows about these guys. They're non-elites, they're not scary, but they can still kill you if they get grouped up too much.
1 second, he's gonna make the presentation bigger and then you'll be able to.
Okay, I'll wait. Go ahead, Jacob.
Just make it a little bit bigger.
Are these similar?
Huh?
Are these the similar?
The whelps are, yes. I don't think the other trash elites are similar.
Click back on the presentation and you'll be able to.
They're much scarier.
Oh wait, Chad, is that good or a little bit smaller?
All right.
No, a little smaller, Jacob. You're saying top left.
Top left, top left.
And then, Victor, can you just
We have a team
camera
of two
Fandy while we're waiting?
working today, and they are doing their utmost. It's a struggle out here.
What's up, chat?
Trivia question.
No, you're right.
Let's do trivia.
Trivia?
Who does Onyxia
Copy.
portray in World of Warcraft?
Who does Onyxia portray?
The variant.
Onyxia.
You trying to say the
in the
human
guild?
version? The human
The
version?
human version.
Wait, that's a spoiler.
That is a spoiler.
What the heck?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, that's so
Wait,
weird.
what is this spoiler?
It's only a spoiler for the Alliance
At least
side.
if you're muted, man. You raise
Wait,
your
Are we
hand.
ready? All right. Let's do the trivia. I don't care. Moving on. Onyxia has 3 phases. Again, this is probably a lot of y'all's first experience with actual mechanics besides maybe Ren. What's his name in the UBRS? Is it Ren?
General Drac.
General Drac. Drac, that's right, not Ren. General Drac has mechanics, but they're like whatever. There are actually mechanics to Onyxia that you have to basically deal with. Phase 1 is by far and away the easiest. It's pretty tank and spank. However, Onyxia is not tauntable. If you pull threat on Onyxia, the only way you will lose threat is if you use something like Feign Death or Vanish, Ice Block, etc. The only way that boss stops hitting you is one of those, or the tank gets threat back through raw damage that they deal. That's it. So, this is why you need a threat meter. You do not want to pull threat. Because when Onyxia is facing the wrong way, her tail is going to be swiping around hitting people, knocking them back, doing damage. She has a melee cleave, and she has a flame breath that does 4,000 damage. I want you all to think about how much health your characters have. And do 4,000. It one-shots you. You're dead. That is a breath that can wipe the entire raid in one hit, if she's faced the wrong way. This is the easiest phase. Phase 2. You got it for me? Phase 2. Onyxia will walk to the center of the room, and she will fly in the air. It's not a big deal. Melee won't really be able to hit her. However, a lot of you are going to climb up on the threat meter because the tanks can't hit her during this, and she'll be throwing fireballs all around the room, and every fireball that hits you resets your threat. If this hits one of the tanks, all of their threat is gone. Another warrior is going to have to tank this, or the tanks can try and reclimb, but it's a pain. You're going to want to use GFPPs. This is why they're so important. They absorb up to 3,000 fire damage. While that's happening, there's going to be little mini whelps that are going to fly in. They're not hard to deal with. Mages can easily AoE them down.
What if they're out of mana?
And that's pretty much it. Aside from that, try and watch your threat and pay very close attention to who Onyxia is going to charge and attack in Phase 3. Because everything I mentioned from Phase 1 is in Phase 3. The tail swipe, the breath, and the cleave, plus more. What is that?
Yo, he opened the fridge.
There's a fridge open. What's got the fridge open right now?
It's hot here.
He opened the fridge to make it colder?
That's not how fridge is.
That's the weirdest use, or whatever. Moving on. Alright.
Take off the cape.
Okay. Anyways, so eventually Onyxia is going to fly down and she's going to target someone. I would hope that it is one of the tanks or a warrior. I hope so. If it's not, you can lip to be immune to physical damage. That lip eventually runs out. We don't have Petri. She's gonna run around and she's people and she's no matter who she is on, you have to face Onyxia the right way. You will move your character to the front and you will probably die. You're going to do that so the breath does not go on the raid and take more people out. That is Onyxia. What?
Couldn't I just then go bare form and taunt it and bring it to the...
There's no taunt. She's immune.
Possibly in aggro.
Yeah, try and climb threat. But she's going to be flying in the air.
We wouldn't stop DPS.
A Druid's not climbing threat.
Would we stop?
Druid would climb threat.
You wouldn't stop DPS.
If you're top threat, stop damage. Yeah, watch your threat. Think about it. Yes, this is not, there's no timer on it. We're in no rush.
Yeah.
Yes, the tank, you want the tank to be top threat. However, also, tank can't really get threat on Phase 2 because she's flying. And then she lands, and then you can't, hold on, Onyxia, let me climb threat. No, she's going. Breath, tail swipe, claw, cleave, everything, it's happening. Plus more. This is where Fear Ward comes in. Onyxia in Phase 3, hit the slide, please. Oh, never mind, let's go through this. We won't get to Phase 3 yet. During Phase 2, while she's flying, she will do a breath, okay? And this breath can one-shot you. She will sweep from one end to the other. If you have DBM, Deadly Boss Mods, it will alert you when a breath is happening. They are all telegraphed the exact same. If she is on the far south end, where should you stand, Miz?
North?
Literally not.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing if there's mic issues, bro. I'm trying to make sure they can hear you.
Russell, if she is on
If
the
she's
south...
saying south, then you want to stand east or west.
Yes, correct. Lakari, if she is in the north right, where should you stand?
That's northeast.
Well, you should stand probably. Wait, so
If she's in the north right, where can you stand?
north, right? You can stand north, left. Wait, what do you mean?
You don't have are more options than this. But actually, no. There's the X. Yeah, that's
You
it.
can do that. You can actually walk. If you stay in one of the four, like in between cardinal directions, you can just walk a few feet.
Yes. There are locations on
Why not
here
say that?
where you only have to move a few feet to be safe. That's it. So yeah, this is very important. This picture, I'm honestly horrified of this breath.
Yeah, but can't I just like follow you? Because you're like the best player.
I did this and I'm not good at this.
No, you're one of the best players in the guild.
One of. Tyler's better.
Tyler is better. I wiped and sawed on this repeatedly. I've raid-led pugs and died to this repeatedly. I suck at this. I usually have someone else be the one to follow for breath because I'm stupid. However, I've recently studied it and now I kind of actually understand. I never understood it. But this picture helped me. I didn't know it was that simple.
Is there one she does before the other? Like, does she do north, south first, or is it random?
It's random.
Holy.
We may not even get a breath. It's random.
Okay. Are we not gonna
So again, you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
When you see breath mechanic or you hear me in comm say breath, you need to look at where she is. You're gonna see her. If she's in the top left, it's a straight down diagonal corner. Where is safe? You have to think your head
They're
where's safe.
saying you did 4 hours of Onyxia and Sod.
Yeah.
And how?
Because we kept wiped one, it was sod, so it was a little bit different. But yeah, we sucked and we didn't have a full raid and it was hard.
I have a genuine question. What is our damage percentage less? Because we don't have like the really good gear and shit. Like, what would you say?
I would say we're gonna do about 30% less. 40% less damage.
We don't got every world buff either. We don't got
40% less damage. What will we do? We may not phase 1 Ragnar, and I'll get into Ragnar as we get it. Yes, Julie.
Yeah.
How long does this usually all?
So.
How long is this process?
She's got to play RP
Right. So
with Penta.
It depends on what guild you're in. Our guild, this fight's not going to take that. It's like 5 minutes total. Phase 1, 2, and 3. It's not long. Even though we suck, we will not be optimized like other guilds. Despite all of that, because we'll have some world buffs, because we have pre-raid bits and we understand how gearing works. Remember, back when this was made, people thought hit rating was bad. Like they didn't know. So remember, Blizzard is balancing these raids for those times. These fights won't take long, but that doesn't mean we can't wipe. All it takes is 1 breath and we lose 10 people. Yes, Russell.
I didn't say anything.
You're just loudly smacking your lips.
Sarah's enjoying a brewski, bro.
That's phase 2. Phase 2 is the breath, and watch your threat because you have to prepare for phase 3.
Smacking your lips.
All right, phase 3, when she reached 40% health. This was an old, what is it? The old thingamajig where we had Petri, the same PowerPoint. Phase 3 is everything in phase 1. Tail swipe, cleave, etc. The same, threatens with threat, thrown in with an AoE fear, and the ground will erupt. If you look at the picture in the bottom middle, all those cracks in the floor will erupt lava. I want to say those do about 1,000 damage every time they hit you. I'm not going to one-shot you. You're fine. But when you combo that with other potential things, it can be scary with the whelps, etc. Yes, miss?
What's the thing on the top right that we're supposed to have?
Like I said, this is classic.
Free Sequisha! Free Sequisha! Free Sequisha!
This is last year's PowerPoint. We are reusing it. We will not have Petri. Lips, however, we do have. You can use those for 6 seconds. As Alliance, what you would do, let me explain how this can be bad. So she does an AoE fear. Everyone in the raid is going to get feared. We all know how fear works. You run around, you don't control your character. That's scary with the ground erupting like that. That's not very fun. But what's more scary is I want you to play a scenario in your head where the tank gets feared. And the tank runs through Onyxia and turns her around. And then she breaths. And then we all die. That can and does happen consistently. Alliance would put fear ward on the tank, allowing the tank to be immune. We don't have that.
Okay, actual serious question. Should we wear PvP trinkets for this if they can break fear?
Some classes can trinket the fear. Some can. Another situation. The tank is immune to fear. They death wish it or they blacksmith trinket, whatever. There's ways to immune it as a tank. As a DPS, you get feared to the front of the boss and you die. There's not a lot I can do for you there.
Tremor totems.
That just happened. Tremor totems exist, but tremor totems pulse every 5 seconds, and they pulse immediately when pressing them down. So you can't put it down while feared. You can only place it down and hope the 5 seconds lines up when you want it to.
One of our premier shamans in the group actually has a little comment here.
Yes, B.
Tremors pulse every 3 seconds.
Okay. Everything's- that's
No.
done. The stars
Nope.
can align. Yes,
Nope. It ticks every 5 seconds. Nice try, Bean.
Undead racials.
Undeads have racials. Okay, there are things. The point is, do you see the gap that can happen where you die? An orc rogue can be feared, and Tremor doesn't pulse for the 3 seconds, and they go to the front of the boss and die. That can happen, and it probably will at least once in the span of how much we have to farm this cunt. Do we get it?
Yes.
Okay. Phase 3, the fear is scary. There are ways the tanks can become immune. We'll utilize that. And also, let's hope the tanks have threat. If the tank doesn't have threat, whoever does, you are running to the front, you're positioning her where she needs to be positioned, and you're gonna die there.
Yes, Chance, I will.
Everyone will run there, and you will die. That is it. Unless you have your own buttons, a feign death, etc., an ice block, you can press. What, Russell?
I love you so much, I'd die for
Bean.
you right now.
What?
There's actually a spot where you can go where you don't get fear anywhere.
Where?
It's like in the corner.
So you want everyone to stand in the corner? Dude, they just don't melee?
I'm not a sweat. I don't know exactly.
Are you just trying to sound like a smartass because you can't utilize that very well?
No, I mean, it's there. It's a real thing.
Sarako?
There's a spot.
Okay, explain it to me.
I don't know where it's at. I don't need to chase this boss to kill it. I like it. I like a fair fight.
Who would have guessed? A bunch of guys not knowing where this right spot is.
Dude, I am not experienced at raid leading. I'm not, especially hardcore one.
You led us to Ragnos. Yes, you are.
I did one raid. I raid-led pugs where they jack off on my free.
So what are you good for, dog?
Shut up, Lucari. That's the whole point of this, Lucari. I can get Ombi up here, and we can just go kill it.
Yeah, get Ombi.
Like Ombi's doing
No, Tyler. Where's Tyler at?
Oh, Chance is the best.
Chance, we need you. Shut up. Moving on.
Chance is the
She
best.
has the fear mechanic, and then the eruptions. That's pretty much it. And then Onyxia dies. It's not a long fight. I just want you all to understand the, what's the word? The glitch, the stars aligning and the potential of where you can die, despite it being an easy fight.
Wait, when do the whelps come in?
The whelps come in on, I want to say phase 2.
When she's in the air.
Phase 2, or if you get tail lashed into the eggs?
You can also get, you do not stand behind her because the tail will hit you. You don't want to stand in front of her because you'll get cleaved. The side is where you want to be. There are, if you can go to the map here, let me go back to Onyxia's map. Hold on. Bitch. Here we go.
There you go.
All right. It's glitching out, but you see the whelp eggs in the Onyxia boss room? There are eggs there. We should all know.
Man, my dad's getting lucky at bingo. Dude's won each time he's played. I don't know how much he won this round here, but just walked out to hear him say, "I got a bingo."
They're not elites. Mages are just gonna AoE them down.
Doesn't that mean if someone wants to just kill all of us, they can just kill us here?
Yes.
And there's nothing we can do about it?
Yeah.
And we just all die?
Yeah.
That would be so fucked up.
Chance, did you make people sign a waiver to not do that?
No, I haven't.
I didn't sign anything.
All right. And important note: when you do your UBR or your Onyxia attunement, you need to have this necklace. You won't be able to enter the raid without it. This is your attunement. You will rewarded this. So make sure it's in your bags, not your bank when you go. You'll obviously be reminded the day of. It's not a big deal for you, a lot of you, because you won't be in the first raid. Anyways, here's some clips of people fucking up. How do we play this?
Wait, do we have the Billy Welch clip?
I just hit the play button.
Oh,
You can go back inside.
Couple of examples. Ignore their shitty UI.
These are kind of spoilers.
I don't care.
Holy shit, it's a controller.
Oh, control. Phase 2.
Chance.
Is that Annie?
Controller.
There's gonna be more latency on this camera feed than that.
She's landed. Phase 3. Their threat is completely. They have no control over Onyxia right now.
I think you should close your eyes. This is spoilers.
This looks like a
Fear incoming.
You are looking at Onyxia.
They're a warlock. They have shadows.
Here we go. Alright. So someone died.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if y'all saw it. The mage died.
I couldn't see behind all the UI.
And the thing is, you better get used to
I'm pointing at the whole crowd, Miz. She's standing in the. Shut up! What do you want me to do? Move her?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Are we good now? Alright, cool.
So that's Onyxia landing on after phase 2, and they didn't have control, and someone died. And then the tank got control.
That's actually
and no one
perfect.
died from there. Play this clip. All right.
Any whelps?
They are. You can see the Onyxia eggs there. Phase 3. There's the fear.
There's the fear, there's the eruption.
Dead. I think more die here.
I'm gonna be so honest. I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Where's the rest of you?
What the fuck am I looking at?
Damn, everyone's spamming F.
Yeah, they're just like.
Dude, are you talking about people that previously saw someone die?
Yes. Alright, it seems like they get the rate of control. It's on the tank. No one dies. As you can see, as soon as the tank has control, the boss dies. Next clip.
Dead. I don't care. YOLO. ELDEN thing is dead. Okay, I mean. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He doesn't
And the
even
back
show
door.
rate.
I vanished.
Every time I look at this guy, he's popping eggs.
That's a
All right.
swipe.
Nice, okay. Good. Then I
He's not coming. He's not coming.
I got two. I don't care. YOLO.
Next.
And then he's laughing.
This isn't even hardcore, man. I don't care. It's a good example. Next. Bean, I don't care.
They always pray for.
What, Bean?
Do you line your own beard?
Yeah. Will you hide your freaking cloak? It's not even good looking, dude.
Turn it, you whore. Turn it, you whore. Turn it, you whore. One auto attack, bro. Harry on that. I swear to God, bro. Put me in a room with the cunt who made Perry. Put me in a room.
See that? They're in the guild fight.
Darky's gotta just take it to the wall, take it to the wall.
We got whelps, we got whelps.
This is phase 3. Seen this?
Oh no.
Yo, someone's getting hit by that. Someone's doing this shit. Someone is going to use 1,000.
Darky's talking.
Wait, so if the whelps happen, is that like?
It's not a raid fight, but we're gonna have to all coordinate. Mages, all gonna have to go AoE that down.
Ooh, that's what I'm good at.
Tantrum stop, everything. Move to the front. Watch that tail, watch that
Alright,
tail.
that could be your hero moment.
Yeah, I'll save the entire raid.
Landing soon. She's landing.
Stop DBS. Be ready to move to tank position.
Here we go. Phase 3. This is a good one. I would watch this. Probably our best clip of everyone. This is our core.
Move to tank position.
Did he not have tremor down?
Alright, stable threat.
Use a new fire bolt is needed. Heal everyone. We need a tank on aggro.
This is not where Onyxia should be standing. You should face her against the wall. That's one death.
That rogue needs to vanish. What is he doing? He's top threat. Look at the threat meter. Hunters need to fade. This raid sucks ass. Where's the raid leader?
Didn't we have last aggro and then they
Vanish?
did they vanish? Yeah.
They should, it's fine. Like, rogues have vanished, hunters have feigned out.
Quickly,
Mages have life swap. Warlocks, watch your threat. You got nothing.
Conker's painting here? It's Conker and yourself? Bro, it's canceling every yield to those who can't die aggro? What?
Follow run. Keep him alive.
I will AoE taunt
They don't have
that.
Trevor. Oh, yeah, they do. You're right.
He's a shaman. He's a shaman.
I'll be honest, I don't think those heals save anyone. It doesn't matter.
Are they all dead?
Yo, you guys are dumb.
Look at the
This is
raid
the
rank.
greatest guild of all time.
Oh my
They know what they're doing.
You know what?
Such a shit show because they don't have. They're doing the no world buff challenge. They have no world buff. Their damage is ass.
Use the fire bolt if you can.
Maybe next time.
Can we get tanks on the whelps, please?
It is much harder though.
Boys, we have to like. This is not working, boys. You have to leave the raid.
Alright, now watch
Yeah,
out.
otherwise run the fuck out. We can't.
You left funny. Wait, they're leaving raid?
They're petulant.
What is he doing?
Guys, we're not allowed to do this. No. We will all. Jacob. We have 2 raids. If everyone in the raid I'm in dies and Tyler's is still alive, yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. Just
no problem.
Respectfully, Chance, I think that if War Chief Tyler Tonka T tells us to level up again.
Okay, you go ahead. I'm here. I have 2 characters. Are you even 60 yet?
Yes.
No, he's not. He actually not. Yeah.
Why are we insulting me right now?
He's 360.
I'm just explaining the reality.
Russell, that was fucked up. I wasn't gonna say. I was thinking it, but I wasn't gonna say it.
Alright, let's move on. Next. Okay, so this is Onyxia. Yeah, that's the end of Onyxia. Credits. Go to the other PowerPoint, please, Jacob.
Yay!
Next, we have Molten Core. Onyxia is one boss, but I'm terrified of her. MC, I'm also scared of, but not as scared.
Why are we doing Onyxia first?
Because we get Onyxia buff. Huh?
Chance.
I don't fucking know.
Volps did the research.
I can send it to you.
Thank you, Volps. Thank you.
I love Volps.
Volps worked on these, absolutely.
Yeah, Volps is good.
3 people worked on them actually.
I'm sure.
On the count of 6, I'll say who we think's gonna kill the raid. 3, 1, 2, 3.
Miskip! Volps.
I saved the raid last time. What on about? C-Day.
It actually is C-Day.
C-Day is going to kill all of us.
They almost killed us like 3 different times.
C-Day is going to kill.
Where is C-Day?
No, C-Day's not gonna be.
C-Day's in a raid. He's going to kill everyone for clips and views. I'm telling you, that guy is perfect. And we just let him stay in the guild.
He actually is an agent.
I need guidance, Chance. Say something.
You've done your best.
I feel so lost.
What's going on?
You have a bunch of makeup on your face.
Bro, me. But I'm good. He's in the bridge again.
Close the goddamn
What?
It really is hot as in here.
Yeah, it's like 30. It is super. And then the sun.
Chance, wait.
My ass hurts on this fucking chair.
I'll take that.
Thank you. You got it? All right. All right. Take a seat. Take a seat. Last presentation. MC, buckle up. This is a long one. Molten Core. Has anyone not seen this raid ever?
I saw it back in 2004.
Okay. So you've never seen this. All right. It is a very hot dungeon. Raid. Molten Core. Where do we begin? Let's just start with the PowerPoint.
Yo,
Number 1.
Yeah, I opened the door.
I don't give a fuck about the lore. Unless you guys want to read the lore.
The Molten Core was created.
I need
Less than 300 years ago.
No, let Hubert read it.
Hubert! Hubert! Moving on. Too late. Alright. This raid has legendary loot. Both of which suck ass. Sulfurous Hand of Rag. Trash. Someone can use it as an enhancement shaman. Or a two-handed idiot warrior.
Wait, how are Orange Riders bad?
It is a tank weapon. And it is a 1.9 speed legendary. In order to get this, you must get both blessings from 2 bosses, and they're both extremely rare drops.
Who has Prio on Thunder Fury drops?
Me and Tyler, if we're in the same raid, we are going to roll for it.
You're not gonna.
However, after the first raid, we're each going to be in our own. So we'll both get it if it drops. Next.
Wait, who gets Hand of Rag? I feel like as a bear, I can like get out of bear form, throw a ball in their face.
Alright. This is MC. This is heavily zoomed out. It is a very large raid. There's a lot of running. You can hit the next scene here. Notable trash. We'll go through this. We're actually here.
Okay.
I was asking why a picture of you was under the words notable trash.
Okay. This is a full walkthrough of MC. I don't know if y'all want to sit through the entire 7.5 minutes of this.
No.
I'm down.
Kind of. It looks pretty cool.
I don't think so.
It looks pretty cool.
You can like talk.
Efficient macros. There you go. So, if we're gonna go through, you can see all the mobs. I want you to piece this imp room. I have clips of people dying here.
That's where
we
C-Dink
almost
almost killed us.
We almost died in the last OnlyFans.
Because of C-Dink.
That is a boss. No, it's like any other lava. 600 per tick, you know.
That's where Miz saved us, actually. Miz saved us from that.
Very good.
I saved it right.
Alright. Big massive Molten Giants, 4 hounds. You can see they're patrolling. 4 hounds are the most dangerous out of all the trash. They patrol. A lot of wipes come from 4 hounds. Everything else is kind of controlled, but here we go. Boss on the right. That's a boss. It's gonna zoom in. That's great.
He looks like a fish.
Sulfur?
Sulfur.
Here's another boss. Gar also kills people. I have a clip of someone in Gar dying to Gar. Huh?
What does Gar drop?
Dude, shut up, Bean. You're adding nothing.
That's a legendary.
That does drop one of the blessings.
Yeah.
Baron Geddon. A very notorious boss. We will go over that. Shaz, another boss. Not hard, but annoying. You can see Baron is just zooming around. He's annoying. And the trash around him is deadly.
Wait, the boss is Pat?
Yes.
Oh my god! Oh, I didn't know why I even know, like...
No, these dogs are not bosses, but they're very Warhounds, that's a boss. Warhounds do not really easily boss. We'll go over each trash, don't worry. Almost done. And then we go up here. There's a left and a right turn. You gotta go both. Let's see what they go first. We're going left.
Always go first.
No, you don't.
You actually do.
Yeah.
Well, you do. You're right.
Yeah, I said that, Chance.
You're right. Well, you're right, Russell.
What is the chances that Peekaboo is actually going to watch this presentation?
Peekaboo does not care. He's in Plunderstorm right now, I guarantee. Now, truth be told, this presentation will be linked in the Discord, and you can go over everything yourself. Here's this boss, and you can skip the next scene, Jacob. And that's the second to last boss, and Ragnaros will have his own room, and we'll go over that. Alright, trash. Most deaths in MC come from trash. I know it's boring, but these are very important. Each of these are going to be somewhat simple, assuming you pull correctly, but if we overpull, it's ideal that you know what every single one of them does, so you understand why we're prioritizing the kill target, why we're banishing this, and why we're taking these over there and not here, etc. Molten Giants are probably the most scary looking, but most harmless. They do nearby AoE damage, it does 1,000, whatever. You just kill them, they're just big that hurt. Not a big deal though, tank and spank. Next. Flame Imps, they're not bad, they die very quickly. They are elite, they're not like the Onyxia whelps, but they come in groups of 10. And I have a clip of people dying to these because they pulled it with the trash. Again, by themselves, not a big deal. The most deadly thing about them though, respawn time is 7 minutes. A lot of people have died because they respawn quickly and they forgot. Next. Molten Destroyers, also big, same thing. I don't even know the difference in these guys. They hit hard. Pair with the Molten Giant, kill the Giant first.
What of them need to attack these to fat?
Oh, because of the stun?
Yeah. Otherwise, second on threat is aggro.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So, tanks. You're going to have to free action potion every single time we pull this. We're going to rotate FAPs. So if my FAP is on cooldown, Miz, you're going to FAP.
No
if
problem.
If Miz and my FAP's on cooldown, Tyler's going to FAP.
Can I FAP with you?
You made FAP as well?
Notice how Mary was not said.
I would prefer to FAP with you.
Mary, when I move, I get next.
Mary's the only one not FAPing.
Lava Surgers. Okay. These guys can be scary because they control. Again, overpulling is the deadliest thing in MC, and patrol mobs are the bread and butter to overpulling. You don't want to take them close to edges because what they'll do is they'll charge the player on his threat list that is farthest away. How do we deal with this mechanic? Russell.
Why'd you pick me?
You were in last OnlyFans. Did you not watch the PowerPoint?
No, I did. I also did this.
Yeah, Russell, tell him.
Okay.
Look, stop looking! Look at me.
Just feels really intimate, so now I'm getting nervous.
Miss?
Warlocks have
no
advantage.
chance! Wait, why can't I answer?
Wrong. Go ahead, Russell.
Okay, so charge the player that's the lowest.
The farthest away, but also has friends.
Okay. So what you do is you have to be on top of someone else, right?
Everyone whispering stack, I do not care to know that you know it. We will stack up.
I'm sick of these tryhards, Chance.
When we have a lava surger, we are all going to bunch up like a big clump of and just soak it all. That's it. And you're going to stay away from edges because you obviously don't want to get knocked into the lava. Warlocks can banish them. So if we overpull, if we're fighting something else and we pull a surger, Warlock, banish it. It's out of the fight, we can ignore it and deal with what we initially pulled, right? That's the good thing about it. What, Russell? I can tell you.
I would have been able to answer you. You didn't catch me off guard when you were staring. You told me to look at you in your eyes, and I felt like really intimate.
No, you wanted to look at the power. You can look down. So don't look at the power. You said look at you. Next. Lava elementals. Okay. They have a frontal cone and a fire debuff. So these guys are scary because they don't just come by themselves. They come in packs of 4 with one other rock elemental, which we'll get into, and 2 fire elementals. The pulls of 4, where there's 2 rocks and 2 fires, are the highest killers in MC by far. That is what killed 7 people in Fangsley and made them disband their raid that day, or week, okay? The reason why they kept wiping is because the Warlocks were banishing late. Banish them. Get rid of them. They do have a cone that stuns everyone for 6 seconds, so you gotta face them away from raid. You can imagine if they face them. You can imagine how you have 4 people. What?
You have cones that stun people for 6 seconds. Is fan coming to a raid?
Huh?
Uh-oh. Why are we all stunned right now?
Again, I want you to know what these guys can do. They're very annoying. But ideally, we will only be dealing with lava elementals by themselves because they will be banished. And are you still laughing at your own joke?
That's a good joke, Chris. That's a good.
Next. What?
Is that a threat drop from the stun?
Go back. I don't know. I didn't study this. I don't think so, no. I mean, if you're stuck, maybe. Is it a threat drop?
When they stun?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Tanks will, pretty much in every single pool that's scary, the tanks are going to freak that. Just stop that. Almost everything. Yes. Free action potion.
Oh, okay.
So, it's called a FAT. Makes you immune to all stuns and basically CC for 30 seconds.
But you can still move?
Yep. It's a very broken potion, especially PvC. But it's not even expensive. We need, for raid, we're bringing, I think, 600 FAPs. So,
That's a lot of faps.
it's a lot of FAPs. The Lava Annihilator, just the same as the others. They randomly charge a target every few seconds, not a big deal. Everyone should be stacking fighting these, but again, we're going to be managing them if they're paired with other stuff by themselves. They're not scary. Next. Alright. Firewalls. When we do the pulls of 4, by Baron especially, these guys die first. Kill them. The other 2 rocks will be banished. The other fire elemental will be tanked by the off tank. And these will die first. They need to die. And they will spawn adds, the fire elementals, kill those. Because they'll keep chain spawning over and over. They're immune to CC. They'll put out soul burn that has to be dispelled. But they just gotta die first. Next. Core Hounds. Okay, by themselves they're the scariest, so I'm not sure exactly how to deal with them. They're complicated. 1 of 3 spell. 1, 2, 3. How many spells do they do? They have a lot of. 1 of 6 random debuffs. It's random. They also can detect stealth, so rogues, you cannot stealth by them, you cannot vanish away from them, you're gonna die. Alright? If you miss up. They can do a ground stomp. So that can be dispelled though, not a big deal. Ancient Dread slows casting speed, not a big deal. 3 Sense Confusion, not a big deal. What we are scared of is there is a possibility that they do an AoE disorient. This will disorient everyone within 40 yards. That's a long range. Huh?
Is that a fear?
No, it's not a fear.
This is like a stun.
If you take damage during it, it breaks the disorient. So it doesn't sound like a big deal.
Is it a cast?
But you can resist it. So here is a possibility. He does a disorient. Everyone except for the Warlock resists it. Because the Warlock resisted it, the Core Hound will beeline towards the Warlock and one-shot them. They will be top of threat because there's not CC'd. As Alliance, how we dealt with this is Paladins, we would rotate bubbles. You can dispel the disorient, so Adamax, you're going to this and you're going to dispel the tank. And now the tank and Paladin are good, they have threat, Paladin's healing, tank is tanking, everyone's disoriented, not a big deal, disorient and kill the dog. We don't have Paladins. So I don't know how to deal with the possibility that disorient we live. You cannot live it.
You can't live every class.
Dual wielding. We died. Huh? No, there's two. So people told me that you can just not look at the boss and you don't get disoriented, or not boss, the Core Hound. I don't know if that's true.
Wait, you can't just lip if he runs at you and lip?
Oh, the Warlock could lip, yes, but I don't trust the 30 dumps that we're bringing to be able to do that. I could see them just up and not knowing what's happening. Based on the faces I'm seeing here, just confusion. So, yeah, the other thing we could do is we could dedicate one healer, a priest, to sit really far away, 40 yards plus away from every core hound. And if disorient goes out, that priest comes in range and dispels the champ. But I don't know how guaranteed that is. So, core hounds are scary. We could get a really bad, unlucky core hound that has the mechanic that we're scared of. I'll have a better cemented idea as to how to deal with them later if I ask around to some people, but we're scared of them. Their mechanics are bad. Core hounds with anything else, again, overpulling. Next. Alright, lava packs. You can see firewalkers, flame guards. Wait, which ones are the ones that summon the ads?
The fire ones.
The fire what?
The fire ones.
Okay, the fire, what is the name?
Fire! The flame guards, I think they summon the...
Is it the flame guards?
No, these ones don't summon everything.
Okay, these don't summon. Alright, either way. We're gonna get a lot of these fuckers. 2 fire fucks, 2 rock fucks. You banish the rock fucks, we're killing the firewalker first, and we're killing the flame guard second. The warlocks carry here. If they banish too early, you'll see the pull when we get to Baron. If they banish too early, they pull Baron and we all die. If they banish too late, they get off some of their abilities and we all die. So you have to do it early, or you have to do it. There's a sweet spot. Yes, Russell.
And you'll be calling the banish, right?
I will say when I want you to banish.
Yeah.
I'll ping where I want the elemental to be standing when the banish goes out. What?
Okay, follow-up question. You're gonna need a haircut for the raid, right?
We'll see.
Okay.
Russell, you're not even gonna be there.
All right.
Wait, I thought this was easy. Why does it sound like you could die so easily?
Probably won't kill us. I'm just telling you about the possibilities.
Yeah, but Onyxia.
Again, will probably kill it. But you see what can happen. And in the span of doing it for 6 weeks, it will happen. At least once, guaranteed. Someone's getting enough. And do we want to not go with that one time? Because all it takes is one raid wipe. That's it. Go on, miss.
When that person does get in the whelps, do we all upvote their hate thread and talk about it?
Probably.
If the vibes are off, can we hearth out?
Absolutely not. You will not leave unless the raid leader calls to save your character.
Well,
You
you
are.
that Petri before he left, so.
I actually have 2 Petris in the mail.
You have 2 Petris? What is this? Free Sequisha! Like, is anyone else gonna say anything about this? He has 2 Petris. Sequisha gets kicked.
He's the guild leader.
No, Tyler's the guild leader.
So if I mailed you a Petri recipe, should we keep you? Because I'll do it right now.
Really? You're gonna do that? You're gonna sabotage your guild, man? Are you serious? That's not something
You're upset because someone mailed them. They're not even in my inventory. It's in my mailbox.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what do you next. Lucifron. Bosses. Yes, me. Because as an officer, I am allowed to receive mail from anyone. However, yes, everyone knows about it. All mail that I was getting was from viewers for tribute chests, and they're dumb as One's gonna be full health, one's gonna be low health. He's gonna res. You can imagine how I'm just getting and you can imagine how if we pull 2 packs, that's really bad because now it's scrambled and they're gonna res each other. Be full health. Huh? Well, we did last only thing we pulled 2 packs. What we ended up doing is the tank will AoE on, and then they will have to use a limited vulnerability potion, so they're immune to physical damage. Otherwise, they get 1 shot, and we have to AoE them down and just hope they all die at the same time.
That was C-Tank, right?
It was C-Tank that fucked everything.
You've been talking about nothing.
No, I don't. I want water.
Okay, water.
Water? You want water? Water!
Majors, get on it.
Next slide. So we're gonna try and clear out these 4 hounds. You can see how the boss is pathing. We're gonna try and get the hounds, pull them back, and then we'll have the boss by himself. All right. He comes with 2 adds. This is the easiest fight in existence, but you can die because. Thank you.
That's tap water.
Not tap water. Not too bad.
Because. That's why. Why can you die on this fight? Grayson.
Grayson's idiot. He's idiot.
What is Grace Furday. What gets people killed in this fight? Mind control. Yes. He has a mind control. And these parsing dump fucks are going to be hitting multiple adds. I'm going to clean whirlwind because they can't multi-shot. They can't help themselves. You're going to get MC'd. You're in the pack, and you're going to get cleaved down. How can we deal with that, Miz?
Bro, I can't take you seriously. You look like from like a crypto convention or something. I really can't look at you right now, bro.
Let's go.
Answer the question.
Fap. How do you do with fear?
How do you even know what the question is?
No, I was thinking of that joke.
But I actually have a question. Can Wolf for Satan break the mind control on this boss?
Right. How we do it is if you're mind control, you are depending on your teammates to not be brain dead. And you, I guess we're just not going to cleave, or maybe we'll have to look into it.
That's good. That's good.
Stop even look into it. I actually don't know. Look into it. So, yeah, there is a mind control every 15 seconds.
What about ice wall?
Ice wall. I would say range for now. You're out there.
Okay. All right.
You're not going to be lucky. There's a lot of spells. There's a lot of decurses. Mages, you're not DPSing this way. You are literally going to be stabbing, have decurse. Druid is decurse. Priest is dispelling. Shaman is decurse.
No help.
You're just healing. And yeah, that's pretty much what's going to go on. You can GFPP or GSPP, Greater Shadow Protection Potion, but it's not even needed. This boss is a joke. The only way you're going to die is if we pull them with trash, which is up, or you get MC'd and killed by your teammates. That's the only way you're dying here. What?
Can't have decurse. Have is for enemies.
That's true.
Dude, you just owned the hell out of it.
How many years has this guy been doing this?
They got one.
Alright.
Oh, that's a little too soon. Oh no. Bro, what? Come on, messing with this poppins.
The first boss MC, and it is a joke. The only thing we're worried about is melee getting MC'd and killed by their own teammates. Next slide. Alright. Continue the video. So, Lucifer's gonna die. He's right behind us. We can clear out the rest of these core hounds. Positive. Big core hound. Active dog. Next slide. This guy. Tank and Smith. Very easy. Even easier as forward than Alliance. Because we have Tremor. Every 30 seconds he does big AoE here. Not a big deal. He doesn't have a breath. He doesn't have a cleave. He doesn't have any of that. This is a very easy fight. Just DPS him. Shamans, Tremor Totem, and don't stand in fire. A lava bomb leaves a fire patch on the floor. Just don't stand in it.
Are people sometimes unwilling to play with a Shaman tank in normal dungeons, or is it still easy to find groups? That's the fun part. You make your own groups with Shaman tank.
Trank shot drops off Lucifron, the boss right before it. One hunter in the raid, I don't give a fuck who it is, will receive. Raid might be in the raid. One hunter will receive the Trank Shot Librum, and they will learn a new spell called Trank Shot. When this boss enrages, it is up to that hunter to use their newly learned Trank Shot and dispel the enrage. Otherwise,
Wait, are we bringing Trilogy?
yes. See? We don't know this.
like Zeroji, so I think we shouldn't invite him.
All right, play the video.
4 hours discussing videos for me.
Rewind. Everyone's done. All right. Actually, no, keep All right. So, leaving the room, we're now walking out of the room that has those 2 bosses in it. They're in the little cubby. You have to go out the same way you came. There's the trash. Speed it up or something. You hit the arrow key. You're gonna go down here.
To the imps.
Yep, speed that up. Corehounds, we're gonna pull everything.
Corehounds are kind of cute.
Freeze.
I was gonna say they're
All right.
hot.
These 3 guys. You can see we gotta kill that elemental on the left and all that. Everything has to die. Next slide. Those 3, just like the first guy, melee. Every melee, you're going to fab.
Hell yeah.
On pool. All right. You're going in. The flame walkers have an AOE stun, so we're going to immune that for 30 seconds.
What's Lucari gonna do here?
Oh, wait, what's happening?
My dad won bingo again twice. Guy's fucking lucky this week.
There's a curse. I'm gonna decurse.
You will decurse, and you will prioritize tanks and people who will be taking damage and are low because it reduces healing by 75%. If someone's full health, I don't care if they have that curse. But just decurse everything. Just try to prioritize. We're going to have fast for the Fist of Ragnarok. It's going to AoE stun everyone. And there's going to be fire that's going to rain down. Just don't stand in it. That's it. And he also has to face the boss, or the mobs away from the boss. Or from the rain. Because of clean. That's it. Kill Gehenna's first. Kill the trash, whatever. Next. It's not hard. Gar. Alright, this is a tough boss. Look at all this trash we gotta clear. Everything here has to die. Everything. A lot of dumb skills like to skip this stuff. I don't know why. Wait. Hold. Turn the camera to the left. Freeze. That's gone. That is about. I don't know if I want to count how many ads that is. 6. I don't know.
What's that, 6? 8.
8. This is why I want to have even more warlocks. So every one of those ads is banishable. However, not all of them are. Or we can't banish all 8 of them. We're not going to have 8 locks. And then we have the boss. So the toughest part of this fight, you can skip the slide, is the organization. Just like Onyxia, the boss is easy once everything is under control and it's on the tank and everything is where it's supposed to be. But it's really tough to get this boss where we want him. We want all of the ads tanked in their area. We want the main tank to have the boss. We want the ads banished and being under control. And when you initially pull this boss, it's usually chaotic, and that's where people die. To alleviate that, we will have a mage, not Lincoln. You're going to run in, and you're going to ice block.
I can do it! I love ice block!
You should do it. And then all of the ads, plus the boss, are going to be beating this ice block. The reason you do this is you don't want a tank to go in, and then just get machine gun hit by everything.
Dangerous ice block.
If you have a
You're dead.
I don't die, dude.
You're not gonna die. You'll be fine. Just don't blink in.
Just don't disconnect.
Blink in, and then while the GCC
This is
is
the start of
up,
your
they
death clock.
I'm
Shut the Control's key. Mage, you're gonna go in, Lucari, whoever, you're gonna ice block, and each tank is going to just peel whatever their assigned target is off of you one at a time. And then once everything's under control, we're good. When the ads die, they explode. So melee, you don't want to be near them. They'll blow you up, and you'll fly in the air, and you can die from that. You probably won't, but ideally, just stay away, and it's just going to be kill skull. Okay, kill the next skull. Kill the next skull. If you're a warlock, keep your marks banished. Kill the boss last, first. It doesn't matter. It's not a hard
I got a
fight.
question here.
What?
Have you thought about douses? Do we have enough douses?
We do. We've talked about that. Plenty of people can douse. I'm not worried about it at all. Next. Barongeddon. This is another. Most deaths in MC die here.
You know I saved the raid, last raid.
You did not save the raid?
Yeah.
You did your job. I saw. Yes.
I got the living bond debuff, and everyone
you
ran
ran
in
away.
to loot the boss, and I ran the spot I'm not supposed to go.
Good for you, Chris.
And I saved the raid.
Wow. Good for you. Shake your hand.
Yeah, fuck you, Grayson.
Alright, you're gonna rewind in a second. I want everyone to see this. This is important. This is where everyone dies. This is specifically where Fangsley canceled their raid, and we have lots of clips. As you can see, resume the video. Look at Baron. He's a big fire guy. Look at him. Wait. Look at him zoom.
Mouse speed. It's faster.
He's zooming through.
This is actual speed of the raid. Lock in, guys.
So, hold on. Wait, hold on. He's gonna come back. There he is. He comes back. That's Baron.
Damn.
So, go back a little bit to the entrance of that room. Back a little more. That works. Keep pumping away. So, what we're gonna do is we gotta kill that rock guy through this hallway. I'll tell you when to pause it. We are going to end up fighting Baron basically at the exit of this tunnel. So, pause it. Where those elementals are standing on the right, that's where we fight Baron. He stands there, and there's some mechanics we'll go over, but we also use the hallway behind us. We have to pull these packs back, and you can see why we need to pull it back, because Baron's gonna come back, and if they're banished where they're standing, we die. You see why the timing of banish is important. That's where Fangsley was dying. That in itself was the So we'll pull back, we banish the rocks, kill the fires. Next slide. Alright, so here's Baron's shit. So this is an individual responsibility boss, where every person could kill everyone. What Baron does, if you look in the top right, he will randomly start pulsing fire. Walk out. The fire damage ramps up, you're gonna sit there like, wow, this only does 300.
Told him to buy a lottery ticket. Strike while the iron is hot. You know, I don't know if he does buy, I think he still does buy like the lotto, whatever, fucking 47, whatever the number is. I don't know if he's gotten any recently. I need his luck for this damn Fell Striker drop.
To put a bomb on. That person will take the bomb, if you look at the picture in the bottom left, bottom middle, they will walk to that corner and blow up outside of the ring. So you don't kill everyone. We will pre-power word shield this person that has the bomb so they don't die themselves. We can't power shield everyone. So you take the bomb out or you wipe the ring. Also, priests, you're going to be dispelling ignite mana because everyone's going to be going boom with the ignite mana debuff. That's it. It's not hard. Literally, he pulses, walk out. You get the bomb, go to the spot where Skull is. That's it. It's that simple. People fuck it up though. Next slide.
Hey, Chance.
What?
Snoring, I can't concentrate.
Yeah, it's hard to focus because of this, Chance.
I don't give a
He woke up now.
It's hard times.
Alright. Next.
You should quiz some people.
I could. Yeah, what the f do I quiz? I don't even
Ask
know.
somebody which boss can blow people up. What's the name of the boss?
Okay.
Yeah, Mary.
Mary, what's the name of the boss that blows people up?
Mary got the mechanic last time.
The big Baron.
Yeah!
Alright, next, Shazra. This boss is, honestly, I barely understand it. It's that blue bitch, we just lost it. Whatever, next slide.
Wait, why are you gonna explain this boss?
He just dies.
We have this. So, Shazra, I don't know shit because in almost every raid I've ever been in, he just dies instantly. What is this?
Bakari, this is you again.
Tinker! What he will do, yeah, you have to stand in a triangle. How does he? He teleports around every 15 seconds, usually followed by an arcane explosion. And it's a threat reset. He doesn't do a lot of damage single target, it's just constant AoE. So that's where we're going to Greater Arcane Protection Potion. Gives you a big arcane shield. And we're going to stack in a 3-way triangle. He's going to teleport, and whatever tank is in that designated one of the 3, you pick it up. And it's going to be tanks. What are you laughing at?
He's just mad that there's no food left.
There's no food. Drink it. Have a Bud Light.
There's food. There's sandwiches, bro.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. We have no food besides the strudels and Bud Light.
bring no food too. We were told not to bring cheese.
Simply brought this guy's a millionaire, by the way, guys, just so you guys know.
I don't want food. I don't want food.
Miz literally said don't bring food.
Get out there. Take a sandwich if you want a sandwich.
Alright,
we have
next,
sandwiches.
Shazra, it's a little complicated, I'll be honest. I barely understand it myself. I don't remember.
We have sandwiches.
Next scene.
You can have a sandwich.
Mages dispel melee.
Grab the whole sandwich.
What a good host.
Go back. I'm still laughing about the phone.
There's no more sandwiches. Sorry, Ron.
Lakari! What do you do on Shazra?
Decurs. Big Tex, give Lakari a sandwich.
Next. Who do you decurs?
More sandwiches.
First, tank.
Hold on.
Yes. Let's go. And then probably melee DPS. Yes.
Hold on. I remember now. All right.
My boy Lakari knows what's up.
You actually just reminded me. So this boss does Arcane Explosion, which isn't the biggest deal, but he puts around a curse that increases the damage you take by 100%. So the melee Arcane Explosion, you can see why this is bad. Melee gets dispelled. Next slide. We're almost done, everyone. Almost done. So for on. Fast forward. Fuck this. We don't need to see it. That works. Sure. We're walking through. Here's the bridge. Very scary. That core hound that we're on his ass right now has killed lots of raids because people forget about him. This guy in the corner. Next slide. What are these guys? Lizards? Anyone know?
Naga? Humanoids are Nagas.
It's Nagas? Like fire Nagas?
Yeah, fire demon Nagas.
Fire Nagas that learn to breathe out of water.
I think they're classified as elementals.
Sulfur and Harbinger. He has 4 ads. What being?
Can we review like all the bosses we got over real quick? It's been a while.
Like, you just rewind.
It's been over an hour.
Are we gonna do this again?
How are we gonna restart?
This is the mod. We're not doing this one time.
All I heard was we reached the time with her.
We're almost done.
Let's mod review after.
You need 5 tanks for this. Any warrior can tank.
Mary?
Any druid too.
Yeah.
Any druid can tank. When it comes down to it,
Any shaman could also tank it.
that hard, you don't even need to be here. You can be in berserker stance and tank it. You could. You f***ing could. You shouldn't, but you f***ing could. So, warriors will have our tanks, but warriors will be tanking this. Druid as well. And tanks, you're going to fap on pull as per usual. You better get used to this. I would keybind it. Priests, you have a dispel. Recommended GFPP. We're gonna basically stack them up, and we're gonna melt them all. We're just all gonna AoE them. They will cast a heal that heals 30,000 health. We can kick it. So we can assign kicks. I'll have 2 or 3 kicks assigned here, 3 there, 3 there. Just kick at the end of the day. Next slide.
Shaman's gonna shock.
Shaman's gonna shock, sure, doesn't matter. Alright, fast forward. We're not gonna watch all the way through. So we're gonna go back here. Farther. 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 We're gonna take that left. A little farther. Down that tunnel. Stop, it's fine here. Don't pause it though. Keep going. A lot of trash. You can see the packs of 4. Those are horrifying. You could die to those. Goal mag. Pause it. Big. He's got 2 ads. This is not a hard boss. Next slide. It is not hard. What we'll do is the dogs need to be tanked away. If you look at the picture, you'll see the dogs are away from Golmag. 2 tanks on that, and we just kill Golmag. That's it. The tanks swap when the magma splash reaches too many stacks. You can see the armor gets reduced and fire damage every 3 seconds. But we probably won't even need to do that. You really just zug his ass down and he dies. Warlocks can put up Curse of Weakness. There's things you can do. Not a big deal. He just dies. Just
Stop it, Pete! Why do you keep opening that, dude?
Next slide. And that brings us to the second to last boss. Almost done here. Fast forward.
God, everything looks the same. I know. I'm gonna be honest. I told the difference between minute 1
and you know what? I agree. I don't remember the names of anything. That's why you need to know the names of stuff.
I think Julia should raid league one time.
Julia can raid league one time.
That would be great.
I don't know. I'll be in Vegas that week.
Major Domo. Executives. This guy has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ads plus himself. Lakari, what do you think we do here?
Frostbolt. There you go.
We DC'd. Unfortunate. Hopefully you all got all your words out of your system because we're almost done. This is going, well, this is important, but the next one, Rag, very important today. And you'll see why today. We'll get to that. But first, Major Domo Executives. There are 8 mobs. We will CC 4 of them with Polly. We will kill them one at a time. The boss has a weird mechanic where he's going to teleport the tank, whoever's top threat, in the middle of that fire pit in the bottom right, and then run it someone else. So the tank is gonna have to do some.
Funny how he's talking about this fight here. I would be the tank for that fight, and I just like don't even have to use max rank Earth Shock. Like the threat table is reset every single time, so I just gotta like, which calls that Earth Shock, and then position myself each time that happens. Super easy fight on my end.
Gimmicky shit to where when he gets teleported, the boss will run back towards the tank will pick it back up. The boss doesn't hit hard. None of these mobs hit hard. It's just like Gardo. Chaotic. Get it under control and understand what we're doing, and it dies. 0 problems. Not a hard fight. You can see exactly what the oh, 2 other things. The casters have a random reflect of melee reflect, and they have a caster.
Really? Who's that?
So, Lakari, when that happens, what should you do?
When the reflect happens?
Yep.
You don't. You don't.
The other thing, because there's going to be polymorph, what is something a hunter should not do?
Ooh, multi-shot.
Damn, Lakari knows that too.
You do not multi-shot. It is all about control. It's 9 enemies. It's chaotic. If they're going around hitting people, someone dies. Healers die. Things like that. Next slide. All right. Just skip. Next. All right. Ragnaros. You will need to know all of this now.
Oh, Sardarko. That's unfortunate. That's like the guy that like everyone doesn't like. I know Tyler 1 doesn't like him. I'm pretty sure it's Sardarko, right?
10,000 feet into the air. Okay? So melee, during Wrath of Ragnaros, we're going to call it, you're going to walk out of melee, and then you can walk back in. No problems. But the tank can't do that. The tank is going to get knocked back. When that happens, the off tank will then pick up aggro. The off tank needs to be second on threat. Does everyone understand that? It's very simple. Ranged, you're going to, you'll see the map here. Can you hit the next slide? Maybe I can see the map. Okay, you can kind of see it here. You see how the map is like this swirly spiral? You're going to have a location. What the? Ignore the epilepsy, it won't be long. Basically, you're going to pick a spot in that map, and that is your home. Go back a slide. Because he will randomly throw fireballs, and it will hit someone, and it will AoE. We don't all want to be stacked. So we're going to spread. And when you get hit by that fireball, you're going to get thrown in the air, probably knocked into lava, and your goal is to get back in your position. Some of you may get hit by a fireball, knocked in the lava, spend 10 minutes trying to get back, and immediately get knocked into the lava again. And that will be your Ragnaros experience. That's okay. That's how it works. So melee, you just get out. Ranged and healers, you're going to have assigned positions. You're going to stand. We're going to try and get healers within range of people. So no matter what, no matter where you are, a healer will be in range that can heal you. And we're going to have assigned tank healers because Ragnaros does an insane amount of fire damage. So Tyler, myself, and whoever else wants to tank Rag, you need unbuffed, completely unbuffed 150 fire resistance. That is unbuffed entirely.
Not a problem.
Mitch can do it.
Not a problem.
150. You can get 30 from trinkets, you can get 40 from leg and helm enchants. Those are a pain. That already knocks out 70.
How much does Tyler have?
I don't know. I hope he's doing his fire res because
these are the kind of questions that we should be asking as a guild.
You're right. I hope he has his fire res. He has to get his fire res enchants. He's got to get fire res trinkets. He's got to get his fire res gear. He mostly does fire damage. Doesn't do a lot of melee.
All he does is Ubers.
should maybe be getting fire res.
Dude, imagine if our doctor tried his hard in college.
Someone else can.
I think Tonka T knows already.
I hope he knows. So either way, you're gonna have your position. There's gonna be knockbacks. I highly doubt we're going to see phase 2 rag. If our DPS is bad enough, which it might be, we might see the rare, never really ever seen before phase 2 Ragnaros. Next into the lava again. Back in. No problems. Not a hard fight.
I want to hear what he said. Was it 150 fire res? Oh yeah, there is a fire res trinket as well. Yeah. I could probably get it. 150.
When the reflect happens?
Yep.
You don't.
The other thing, because there's going to be polymorph, what is something a hunter should not do?
Ooh, multi-shot.
Damn, Lucari knows that too.
You do not multi-shot. It is all about control. It's 9 enemies. It's chaotic. If they're going around hitting people, someone dies. Healers die. Things like that. Next slide. All right. Just skip. Next. All right. Ragnaros.
Okay. I think I could pretty much. I'm close to getting that. There's a few things from the AH I could buy.
What he will do is he will cast Wrath of Ragnaros, which will basically do, imagine a warrior's whirlwind, but it knocks everyone 10,000 feet into the air. Okay? So melee, during Wrath of Ragnaros, we're going to call it, you're going to walk out of melee, and then you can walk back in. No problems. But the tank can't do that. The tank is going to get knocked back. When that happens, the off tank will then pick up aggro. The off tank needs to be second on threat. Does everyone understand that? It's very simple. Ranged, you're going to, you'll see the map here. Can you hit the next slide? Anybody can see the map? Okay, you can kind of see it here. You see how the map is like this swirly spiral? You're going to have a location. What the Ignore the epilepsy, it won't be like that. Basically, you're going to pick a spot in that map and that.
Yeah, I could get that easily. The Chrono Flask that gives like 35 to every resistance. Instead of Flask of the Titans, I just use that. Then that'll, like, what was I at? Okay, 105. That would bring me to 140, and I just need to buy that fire res trinket. I forget what it's called, but I've had it on Season of Discovery, and then I would easily be at the fire res cap unbuffed. Like, these aren't giving me it, right? No. And then we go to UBRS and get one of the mage, whatever, orca dudes to give us, like, what, 80, I think? 75, 70 fire res? Then we get, Oh, no, wait. I think they're probably taking into consideration also using the Chrono, whatever it's called, Chrono Static Flask. So maybe I, shit. I might have to put some money into fire res, but it shouldn't be, like, shouldn't need it fully, because, like, these guys are just doing it for hardcore to where they don't want to die. So it's like, you could probably get away with less fire res on normal servers where it's like, yeah, die all you want. Did I reset?
That is your home. Go back a slide. Because he will randomly throw fireballs, and it will hit someone, and it will AoE. We don't all want to be stacked. So we're going to spread. And when you get hit by that
Got him.
you're going to get thrown in the air, probably knocked into lava, and your goal is to get back in your position. Some of you may get hit by a fireball, knocked in the lava, spend 10 minutes trying to get back, and immediately get knocked into the lava again. And that will be your Ragnaros experience. That's okay. That's how it works. So melee, you just get out. Ranged and healers, you're going to have assigned positions. You're going to stand. We're going to try and get healers within range. heal you. And we're going to have assigned tank healer because Ragnos does an insane amount of fire damage. So, Tyler, myself, and whoever else wants to tank Rag, you need unbuffed, completely unbuffed 150 fire resistance. That is unbuffed entirely.
Not a problem.
Mitch can do it.
Not a problem.
150. You can get 30 from trinkets, you can get 40 from leg and helm enchants, those are a pain. That already knocks out 70.
How much does Tyler have?
I don't know. I hope he's doing his fire res because
These are the kind of questions that we should be asking as a guild.
You're right. I hope he has his fire res. He has to get his fire res enchants, he's got to get fire res trinkets, he's got to get his fire res gear. He mostly does fire damage, he doesn't do a lot of melee.
All he does is Ubers. He should maybe be getting fire res.
Dude, imagine if our doctor tried this hard in college.
Someone else can...
I think Tonka T knows already.
I hope he knows. So, either way, you're going to have your position. There's going to be knockbacks. I highly doubt we're going to see Phase 2 Rag. If our DPS is bad enough, which it might be, we might see the rare, never really ever seen before, Phase 2 Ragnaros. Next scene. Oh god, this epilepsy.
He's tweaking, bro.
3 minutes of a combat. There's no way our DPS is that bad. But if it is, he submerges, he goes down, we all have to group up, like you can see in the epilepsy, and all these ads come in, we have to group them, AoE them, you cannot be near them. They do AoE damage, they can one-shot you. Hunters, you're going to put down Frost Trap, Mages, Rank 1 Blizzard, and AoE them down. You do not want to be near them when they die. Next scene. Clips. Let's go through some Molten Core clips, everything and then we will get to the next event. Run this up. This is really important.
Come on. We have puppets.
The very first bull, man.
That's stressful.
Come on. It's good.
There's so many warriors.
No way they fuck up the first
He's so excited.
God, that's a lot of warriors. Jesus.
This is a full-on
Oh, okay.
This is a sweat.
God, I miss
And they're all
dead. So this one's
And
the
now it's not.
This person was just really wanting to parse.
Are they bored? It's south that
Not
way.
even. So, next scene. That's it. You don't need to see the rest. Watch your threat. Don't keep your trigger happy.
That's 100% gonna happen.
Yeah, totems after this.
Watch your threat. Alright. Here's the room of imps. So, Lava Surger, stat. They're doing it right. Oh, do you see that? Rewind. Rewind. We've seen something like this before. Watch the bottom left. Go back more. See it?
The bed.
Oh no, Hunter!
Who's got challenging? Zigzag?
Unfortunate.
Everything you got. What the dude?
This is where the healers run and hurt. We just run away and hurt.
Explain the timer for people that don't know.
If that was us, all 40 of us died.
Honestly, I would have called instant banish on the Surger, mages, AoE, shield mages, everything would have been fine. It's fine.
So, yes, this was salvageable, but you can see how easy that first Surger was, and then they overpulled, and now it's hell on earth. You just banish that Surger, and yeah, you could be fine, but overpulling, we all die. Next.
Bro, that's insane.
It's not a hard raid, but shit like this happens. Same position. Is it the same clip?
Same clip, maybe different.
Here we go.
Frenzy.
First boss. What do you think's about to happen?
This guy's
mind control,
bad
please.
decisions.
Watch the raid frames.
Dead.
No, it's fair.
Hunter.
But that warrior's
Yeah, he's
dead.
dead.
Yeah.
Why'd they kill him?
The boss is already dead.
They cleaved his ass. down equally. Look at square. Skull is 30s.
S-Fan's in there. S-Fan's in there. Look.
Equal DPS.
So Italian guy.
Wait, so am I. Oh my god, look.
Russell, no one cares.
Same thing.
I'm 4th on DPS, 3rd on DPS right now.
I'm 6th, just saying. I'm also 6th on DPS.
There we go. Fear words on the next boss. Needed a main thing. Needed basically everything. We pulled. I don't know what the going on. Okay, we're gonna AoE taunt. I'm gonna AoE taunt. I AoE taunt here. I can't. Miz AoE taunt. Miz AoE taunt. Heal Miz. Heal Miz. Heal Miz. Heal Miz.
That's my land hand. This is where Miz saves the day.
Okay, just keep healing Miz. Yep. Let me down. You're okay.
Probably not. This is probably not right because Zico's higher than DPS.
I will say, pause it. If this was our raid, we die here. We don't have HQ20 gear. We don't have as many world buffs. We don't have ZG gear. We die here.
No, lay on hands.
We don't have lay on hands either.
That was a good lay on hands.
Next.
Destroyer coming in.
Destroyer, move the destroyer to the right. Destroyer to the right. Please. I don't know how.
Spread them out.
Oh,
Mark 1 for skull.
Holy shit.
Destroyer.
That's what happens if I'm DPS?
That's it. Next. It's gone just like that. Your character, you're dead. You're out of the raid.
The Tyrannosaur Eclipse?
Salma, take over the spell.
This is Shad.
The Gehennas.
Oh, look who's in the raid, C-Day!
What are they dying?
C-Day's in the raid!
Is that the fire? What are they dying to?
Parla's in there too.
Of course people are wiping. C-Dank's there.
Why are they dying?
Was it C-Dank's fault?
It must be C-Day. So basically on this boss zone, since you asked, basically I can bring it up.
I get it. No, I get it.
No, it's okay.
Gordon's in there too.
I was thinking of a completely different boss. No, they just got cleaved. They just got cleaved. Do you see the cleave just happen?
Somehow C-Dank got this group killed.
Why are they split so? Next scene. Done.
That usually just happens.
Here we go. Gar.
Oh my. Here we go.
Dead.
What? Take dead.
So, this is why Lucari, or whatever mage, you're going to go in and ice block.
I got you guys. I'll say it over.
When you go in, I guess the thing, actually pause it. Okay, so what this group did, they did a paladin instead of a mage, which is fine. Paladin goes in, they're bubbled, but the warrior pop blood rage. Blood rage does generate threat. And
Wait, why are they? I've seen this before where you get like a mage to ice block pull, but I don't think most of the groups I'm in do that. Like I know our raid didn't, or did they? I'm normally drunk when I raid, so I don't remember all the details of what happened. I'd have to look at the VOD. Why did they do that? To stop the ads from circling around the boss or something? I don't know. I'd have to Google it.
And then every single one of those ads plus boss melee the main tank and they die.
Is that Ob?
Talk about
I don't know. These,
No. His name is Ob or
whatever. Either way, Gar, the pull is the scariest part. We just gotta try and get all these mobs.
Be careful now, warriors, you don't get gibbed as well.
These are all quick.
Don't do like a insta demon shout or something.
Is that Grayson?
Yeah, you can go in, Blake. No healing or nothing special.
Revenge.
Okay, let's go.
5.5 years.
Okay.
Alright. There's a paladin bubble. Try and get everything split. Dead.
We have one loose. That's your YD. I don't know what mark he has. Be careful.
You can see banishes, but they're already dead. Pause it. Next clip.
Watch that fire
The
swing.
intro to Gar is scary. Get the banishes out quickly.
It's always a warrior.
Well, because they're the ones who go in. Here we go.
Oh, somebody's already dead from that one.
Goggles rip.
That is when the ads explode. They blow you up. We will clear all trash. That will not be possible at our rate, but still, to show the explosion. Baron. This is a classic Baron.
stay in. If the damage is not too bad, make it.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Get out.
bomb's gonna blow up
There's the
raid.
pulse.
Bomb's blowing up raid.
No way.
Get out with
So we get.
Okay.
So pause it. Go back a bit.
Look at him get out of raid afterwards.
Pause it. Here, Baron is 3% health. The raid leader has called to stay in. Just finish the boss. Just soak the damage. It's not a big deal. It's gonna die if we all stay in and kill it. Some people left, but the raid leader told him to stay in.
No
They did.
way.
They did not
Get
kill
out with one DC.
Now you can see what happened. In this situation, we're everyone back out. Why? Just wait 5 seconds. The pulse ends. Just kill it.
When he says run, you run.
Yeah.
Well, they're using.
When you run back from the bomb if you're a melee, don't run over here. Always,
Here we go.
yeah, like always run over here.
This will be much more self.
When the inferno happens and you have to run out to dodge the inferno damage, you don't run in between the bomb spot and the safe spot. You're pulling in 10 seconds. Let me position the bus.
Here we go. Here.
There we go.
AOE income.
Inferno, move away. Asano, you have the bomb.
Any second.
Asano, you have the bomb. Move to the triangle. Move to the triangle. Move to the triangle, Asano.
Are you shitting me?
Leave the raid and press him. Jesus Christ. You gotta be kidding me.
Are you?
I'll be honest. So I think
That a joke?
wow are that slow.
Yeah, it looked like they freaked
When you
out.
run back from the bomb, if you're a melee.
All right, next clip.
Look at these guys petrified already.
That's what we thought Mary was gonna do last time. Actually, we were taking bets.
All right.
Oh no, high speed.
Oh no.
There's a lot of double clips for this one. Jesus.
That's hold in. So a lot of deaths there. It's another bomb situation. Next clip.
Going out.
How does his facial expression not change during any of that?
Beach bone. Why is he so slow? Stop RP walking. Stop RP walking. Beach.
Is he RP walking?
So pause it. I want y'all to remember, we have a member in the guild named Only Walks. I don't know how we're going to deal with that. We're going to have to make special situations for Only Walks and Only Walks only.
Does he like only walk or something?
He only walks.
So maybe we all move instead of him.
He's almost 60.
Yeah, no, he's
He's getting there.
he's level 50. I know.
He's walking.
He is making it to 60.
I told him.
And we will take Only Walks to raid. This is fine.
Okay.
I said we would. Next.
I mean, if he makes it to 60 by walking, you're in the spot. I think.
Fly?
I don't think so. Right? No.
Hey, Chance, hold on.
Pause it.
That guy is too close to the raid being tanked. That's why the whole raid's taking fire damage down the end.
True.
Good eye, Pops.
You're right.
The tank's got to know that. There's a spot you tank him. If you bring him too close to the raid, that raid is going to take pulsing fire damage.
Yep, it's true. You're right. The boss needs to be far away. This is where everyone tanks bear. There is a reason for it. There is the ceiling on the left, so when you get blown up, you hit the ceiling, you don't take as much fall damage, and the distance is proper, assuming you utilize it correctly. Next, or continue. All right, they have a bomb on the left.
Good
Now,
job.
hold on, pause it. Now, this is a combo that happens regularly. The person, if you saw, took the bomb to the left as they should. But at the same time, everyone is running out from the pulse. Right? Some of them ran out the wrong way.
Oh, guys.
They ran straight into the bomb.
You didn't move out.
So, you run out of the pulse, you hug the lava, and you don't go near the bomb location. Next clip.
Let him come back.
I had a poppy gun.
Also, by the way, when I say I'm going to take away your SR and all that
This
shit,
guy
I'm really
sucks
just
at
doing it for
wow.
content.
Why would you try this guy?
Sorry, guys.
Here's a
please
whole
get
floor.
banished. You see the difficulty.
They aren't
of getting
banished
banished?
yet. Those elementals
You need to
aren't.
be up with the melee.
Still not banished, and
You need to
there's
be
a
up
death.
with the melee so
What?
the banishes go out fast, please. That is another 12 gold life that you just caused.
Keyword's done.
Each person that died should be dying.
This is like a perfect example of when your raid leader sucks.
Come back. Tunnel.
Alright. This is not hardcore, so they don't care. Next. You have no idea what's happening? They're not vanishing in time. Alright.
Let's get banishes
Kill
out.
Baron. This is right after Baron
Start
dies.
on Moon. Seanlock hit Moon. Zixla hit.
There's a core hound, but it's a terrible pull because it's with the package pull. They're
Lay hands on Jern.
There's another. Oh, there was a death in the top right. They died. But you just got to be careful with your pulls. I don't know which hunter is going to be designated to pull, but yeah, don't overpull.
Red blink and I missed the death.
Yeah, you just these are quick clips. Look at the raid frames. No vanishes.
He can't even see his own game, bro. That's what I'm saying. How do you see what you're finding?
Solid average classic player.
Solid UI?
You guys play on the player bubble.
I'll be honest, this is a healer's POV. You gotta have
He's using more wide
I think cross bolting though. Honestly, if you make the damage meter bigger, perfect UI.
Warriors fap on this because they're gonna shoot. Holy crap, that is.
I actually want y'all to help me tell me what happens. I don't get it. You'll see. See a board a bit? No.
Some banishes out.
Okay, Firewalker's facing the red here. Firewalker's facing the red at the front of the cone. No vanishes.
I'm stunned. Like, I can't heal. I can't do nothing.
Priest dead. Mage, maybe?
This is the right tool. No, I know what happened. Hey, we stumped it. Sorry, I thought it was a different clip where the boss gets pulled next.
The priest has a debuff that increases fire damage taken.
Banish quick. Banish quick. Everyone on the doors. Everyone on the door.
Are we fountain?
I got the right on the
Kill dog.
one on the dog. I need to pick up.
Just Healthstone if you have.
What are we doing in overhaul? Do we find it?
We have to fight it. We fight it, we try to organize, we immediately manage. If we overpull, every rock elemental should be banished. Warlocks don't even need to pull that. They should just banish it. Next clip. Banish does not break on damage.
That's basically how we
Alright, Ragnaros. I want you to look at the raid frames on the left. Pause it really quick. So what's about to happen here? The tank is going to get knocked back, and second on threat is
too close to me. Hold on. Reposition.
That's what's going to happen.
Hack out. Melee out.
Somebody melee her? That guy's not the tank.
You have to watch that.
Oh yeah, he's dead. Tank lost. Tank got knocked back. You pause it. The tank got knocked back. Second on threat was not a tank. They died instantly. So watch your threat. That's it. Next. That's the end of your run. Your character's
Is it
gone.
worth using target
No, it's not gonna do a damn thing for you. Kungan again. We've got a lot of great Kungan clips.
What?
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Boys.
Look at that damage on the tank.
He's determined.
Actually, go back again. I want y'all to see the damage that Ragnaros can do. So look at who he's dealing here. Go back.
How's it doing? Nature spray.
Okay, watch who he's targeting. Watch his health. The main tank, by the way.
Just focus, boys.
That guy.
Oh my god.
I did that for everyone last year.
Miz went to 10% health last year. It was all year. We won't have that health this time.
What percentage?
I'm not tanking.
So, and Miz was fire resist capped. Just doesn't matter. He just hits hard. Next, I just wanted y'all to see the damage he can do. And that's pretty much it. Maybe there's another clip. Do I have more? That's it. All right.
said, get a drink.
I got one. Angela, they're making you wear the spiral outfit. I can already tell.
He said, get a strong alcoholic drink.
Before you go out, you're right about this.
Alright, chat, 1 second.
Hold on. Victor, is the stream on?
Yes. No, it's on this camera. Fuck. Give me 1 second.
Is that supposed to be there?
Grab one through Molten. Yeah. It's a little slow too.
Oh yeah, you can do it by mine. Let's wait until he's ready.
Okay.
Because he's right there.
Yeah, I think it's like the city thing.
Alright, is it on, Victor?
Yeah, we're on the back, yeah.
Alright, Jimmy has something. Everyone walked away. He has this. Miz?
To our beautiful guild member, Zach GG with an H. A lovely picture of Soda with his pink hair and Zach. It's like history repeats itself. And look, it's even 11:14 right now. Check your phone.
I thought we have like no service.
We have 1 bar.
Okay, it's 5:09. It's not. This is hideous.
It's a gift for you.
I don't want to take it. I thought it was going to be something really cool.
I was reading chat when you were
It's so
talking.
cool.
I was dying. There was like some funny comments sometimes. Who was that ugly girl with the pink hair and no tits? And I was dying.
Yeah, you used to be hot. Don't show me. Twink death.
Well, thank you.
Twink death is a thing.
Zach. It's from Zach? Oh, fuck. Alright. Give me a second. I got this change.
We're just gonna be like Druid.
Tank. I'm trying to attack you and you're not even blocking.
I'm a drinking tank. It's her dire mall. Name it up.
God! There's a blind mechanic! Jesus Christ!
I can't, it's so heavy. I just want to put it down and go to sleep. Put it away.
Man up, Hubert, you fucking pussy. So sunny. You need more alcohol.
Man, this sounds rowdy as hell.
So, objectively, I'm actually a better player than every single person who has who's died, because I haven't died yet, according to Moonlight.
She thought James actually wanted her. Oh my god.
It's not like it's my song.
Oh, okay. I didn't see anything.
Are we showing it? Hello, Miz. Okay. Oh yeah, me too, I guess. Wait, I did miss. Tell me if we can show it.
Oh.
Okay,
this megaphone, and we are going to roleplay raid mechanics. Does everyone understand what that means and how embarrassing it's going to be? Yes. All right, I don't know how loud this is because I don't hear a light. We are going to do the first boss, which is...
I'm in bear form.
Okay, he's in bear form. What is the first boss we're doing?
We're doing Onyxia.
We are going to do Onyxia. So I hope you pay attention. Some of you have swords. You are melee DPS in this raid. It may not be what you are in game, but it's what you are today. So every roll, don't play every roll, at least positioning wise. What else do we have this?
Wait, let me make some water.
Very good, and then we also have Ragnarok. You're not listening to me. What other classes?
What?
What classes? Swords and what else?
Oh, tanks and then bear.
Okay. Oh, are there any other weapons besides the swords?
Yeah, I thought we were getting stabs.
Yeah, where's the heal?
Yeah, we didn't get wands. We're on it. Well, everyone will just get... Yeah, let's get downstairs, shall we?
Let's get downstairs. Let's move.
This is a wand. Right? Here you go. I need a drink for this.
Where? You're at the pool. Got it.
No, don't miss that side.
Yeah, no, you don't go that way.
Nothing downstairs about that.
Okay. Do you want to decide on the switch? Or?
Oh, yeah, which one?
There's passion fruit.
Oh, okay, I gotta try it next.
What's up?
They're going down the sketchy staircase because that's the way everyone's going down. Everyone's going down the road.
Wait, put my hood on. Put my hood on. I am
Yo, put my hood on the other.
We are not giving you head.
Come on, give me head.
Okay, I gotta go. Let me through.
Oh God, Chad.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
You're all going down in the grass.
Everybody down and on the grass. All right, let's go. Away from the trampoline, between the two houses. Stay between the two houses.
I'm a cat more, right?
Alright. I want y'all to understand that there is a top-down view. So I want you to understand how cringe and awful it is down here. It's not as bad up there. It's funnier.
Yo, who needs a staff? Open trade.
If you replicate something with the
I'm an unarmed warrior. Alright.
I mean, you should like take notes.
Okay.
Alright, mid, take control of them down there.
Yeah,
Alright, we're switching back to this camera.
Huh?
What should I do again?
What are you playing again? You're Baron? Okay, so all you're gonna do is I'm gonna say Baron is pulsing.
Wait, we should follow the lowest level person.
Polymorph!
Healers and DPS. Healers, raise your hand.
That's me!
What is happening to me?
Healers in the front!
We have 35 warriors.
What are we doing out here? Well, we have 3 healers.
What's going on?
Healers step forward.
Yeah!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9,
girls get up here, okay? Let's be real. Let's be real.
Jeanette, you're in. You're a healer.
All right, give me a right here.
Let's go.
There we go.
Alright, step back. Remember, you are a healer.
You're a healer.
Step forward. Wait, why is Mary stepping forward?
I got this arm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks. So no, back up. You are the only tanks here. You have shields and bear form. That is it. DPS, every other one of you, you are DPS. Our first boss. Our first boss. Grayson. Onyxia. You may come down. Alright, to help you all with the layout, we're gonna do this. This car represents the A area, and the trampoline is an A area. Let that be how you note the map layout. Do you understand? The entrance would be coming from me. Alright. That's north. Alright.
I'm gonna walk down when you pull me.
Go middle, everybody on me. Hold on. Oh, everyone over here. Over here. Come over here. Start on this right. That is north, yes.
Am I right?
Alright, Grayson right there. I don't know.
Major, you maintain?
Alright. The main tank. Alright, we're gonna have Miz maintain this one. Actually, yeah, Miz, let's go, Miz. Miz is maintaining this. We have a pull counter at 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's phase 2, but sure. We're on phase 2. Everyone, only range doing damage. Alright, I'm fireball. Only range gives you damage. We have whelps coming in. Melee hit it. I'm gonna take a corner. Dragon Ball on Jimmy. Here we go. Away from Jimmy. Guys, that's it. Grayson, move again. Kill the whelp. Melee on the whelp. Nice, simply. Help. Watch out for the bee breath. I'm going east. Dead.
He's going east!
Everyone just all LARPing out here.
Alright, I'm fireballing on Flurry. Oh, he's in the welcome. Oh, Mary or CC. Mary, you dumb. You are CC'd. You got fireball with Bakari. It's AoE. Get back there. Alright, I'm breathing. Help me! Bakari dropped his mana biscuit. Where do I go? Phase 2 is ending. Onyxia is landing. Mid-tip is top 4. I DC'd! Jimmy's DC'd! Jimmy! Get on the side! On the side! There! Get on the side! Trevor Totem! Trevor Totem! Get the loot!
Okay. Oh, yes. Skin him. Skin him.
Wait, how do we get head? Wait, so give us head. Give us head.
Who lost their phone?
I'm gonna be real. I killed like 20 of you guys. Yeah. You all suck. You guys need to pay attention to fire. Now you understand how awkward this is when you're 30 plus. But deal with it. I'm 31.
Are we done?
No, we're not done. Next.
I'm all
Alright. Next boss. Baron Geddon. I don't give a
Wait, we lost like half the raid. Do we still have a guild?
We're bringing in the bench.
It's Tyler's run. Tyler's now.
If you die, you're out.
Wait, I'll be T1.
You're out. It's too many people. Okay, Mary, I definitely killed Mary.
What?
I think I killed the car.
Oh, wait!
Reign supreme!
Is that an
The
angel?
Crusade is recruiting. If any of you die on Onyxia, you can lay your applications to the email on the guild website.
Oh my god!
Thank you.
Everyone,
Wait, did anyone even understand that? That's Alliance. We don't know their language. What did he say?
If you die, you're out of the raid group.
Yes, you're dead. Get the f off Mary. Jimmy.
You tried fake deathing. You tried fake death and Fred.
Jimmy!
Probably dead.
You're not dead.
No, they healed me.
You're dead, Jimmy!
Yes, you are.
Leave!
They're Macarine!
Mary, the shield's too much. Mary, here.
Shield bash!
Dead.
Take his ear. Baron Geddon is next. Canoe. You may enter.
You have to give Claire instructions.
I've had cursed ass runs, like, can't fucking beat the damn fucking run the last 2 days here. Like, I don't know why Hunter left. Bro just left without saying a word. Alright, that's it. God damn it. Could have been doing like AVs and getting exalted. I'm here wasting my time at fucking UBRS. That's literally what I'm gonna do here. I'm not gonna fucking make another group. We're gonna send like an hour worth of like AV at least. That is annoying.
And that's how it's done, mother. Onyxia, we back, baby. Volume 2. Killed like 10 of these bitches. All right. Well, during the poll, everyone, on me. Over here by the wall. On me. It's a triangle 1. All right.
I am Baron Geddon.
I'm people!
So, here's how we're going to do this. Everyone listen up. Where you are supposed to take the bomb is the trampoline on the left.
Huh?
The border of the lava is a line behind that tire on that go-kart to S-Fan's wall, this house. So, Baron is going to be tanked or Canoe is standing. Do you all understand the layout, assuming you paid attention? Okay.
Ready, check.
Ready, check. All right. On this boss, who can tank? Who has a shield? Tyler. All right, Tyler 1 is taking this Sardaka.
Follow me, you pussy!
Wait, you're taking the
All right.
shield, you're a pussy.
Pull in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Molten! Listen for the call!
They're all dead.
You guys got a clear comm! I'm going in the lava. I told you you should have muted everybody. There's too many people talking. You should have muted Discord. This is bullshit, Soda. You suck at raid leading. This is bullshit.
During raid fights, Baron, step to the side. You all wiped. You failed Baron. Good. Third bomb.
What that Paladin's guild info was? Crusader. Yeah, we should join Crusader.
All right, good luck, guys. Back to Brill, baby.
Brutal death.
Hey, there's a phone on the ground.
Does that mean we can move?
Yes.
Last boss is me, Ragnarok.
Oh wait, that's not mine.
Oh, no. You're a lobster.
Yo, I just saw Russell's Outlook Valley.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because I don't leave my house and play wild.
To the wall. Well, friend. Let's get this done with so we can go home. Holy. Everyone get to the wall. If you're dead, get to the wall. Everyone's in.
Who's tanking?
All right. Mary's gonna tank this.
No way.
What the actual fuck? 7 minutes?
They can just die now. That's
I don't know what to do in that downtime besides just fucking wait. We could watch the shit actually, yeah. Hold on.
You must have a healer within range. If you get knocked back, if I say you're knocked back, or you're hit by a fireball, you're gonna randomly run a direction 10 feet, okay, because you're knocked back. And then there's the Wreath of Ragnarok. If you're in when I read, you're walking.
Alright, we'll watch this.
Rat, whatever. Alright. Are y'all ready?
Yeah. Can we mute everybody? Wait, Chance, I don't think Mary knows paying.
Oh, you're right. Everyone, you may pre-position. That's why I'm not like the other bosses. Right out.
Position.
Healer here.
Chance, you have to do all the lore. Wait, someone has to do the lore.
I'm coming for you, pussy poppin'.
No. Hey. Someone needs to summon him.
Where's Reed? Where's Reed?
Chance.
Who's gonna right click it?
What boss is it?
Okay. Wait, Melee, what are you doing? You guys in a stack. Range DPS, 2 stack in the spiral.
You're doing grass, I understand.
Who am I calling? Hey, not yet.
We need someone to be Major Domo and summon him.
All right.
Pink ward.
Right there. Let's do it.
You're Major Domo. You gotta do the RP part to summon him. Give me the.
He needs the words.
He needs the. Can someone give him the words on the phone?
Google Major Domo summon Ragnarok speech.
Yo, Keyboard, you're about to die, dog.
Yeah, you gotta die too.
Fuck you. Fuck all them too.
You only need one. Oh.
This is so hype. I can't wait for this.
I'm so cold.
I heard so much legend about this guy, this Ragnaros guy.
There's a lot of non-sweats that are trying to farm this.
It's actually crazy how hard.
So boiling hot. Feel my hands. Ow.
Wow, that hurt a lot.
I can't.
It's really hot out here. We're worried,
really,
but I got a GFPP.
I'm boiling.
We're about to summon. Ready, check.
Ready?
You're AFK.
You're always AFK.
Yeah. We're all dead.
Is that it?
Grabbing a snack, BRB.
Yeah, but Chance, can you have the megaphone?
Guys, bio.
Yeah.
Bio.
You would take that for now. Just give it to me when you're done. You have to walk in Pink Ward from the start.
Wait, can I get a stamina buff?
Hello.
No, our priest gonna suck.
You can get a buff of these.
Good. I go now to summon the Lord whose house this is. Should you seek an audience with him, your paltry lives will surely be forfeit. Nevertheless, seek out his lair if you dare. Okay, now Chance has got to say the Ragnaros part. I feel like that really makes sense. Can you Google the Ragnaros part?
Oh yeah, wait a second.
Who the first part? Come on now.
Ragnaros dialogue.
Tyler would have memorized it, by the way.
This guy's too busy shopping at Gucci, Louis, and Prada.
It's a Gucci line. Gucci rag.
Guys, I can't cast. Am I lagging?
What is speech?
You summon the flames of Sulfurod.
This is gonna be like a third. This is so dumb. I can't see with my hair either.
No, we got it. Someone needs to get it.
Give me the thing. All right. So you summon me. Too soon, Executus. Too soon. All right. You got a 5-second time before combat starts. We'll see. Hopefully you're all in position. I haven't been hit by Mary yet. I'm hitting Mary. Keep pumping. Melee out! Melee out! Oh, the tank left. Range damage. Mary, you're knocked back. Who's second on threat? Who's second? Miz is second on threat. Oh, I'm tap for fireball. Send over here. Boom. Thing down. That's not how it works. You're not thing down. We're doing great. Solid. Mary pull threat again.
Give me back
Mary's
the
back. Two, one. You're knocked back. Get up. Miz is back in. Miz has threat. Fireball over there. You're hit by a f***ing fireball.
Stack. I got threat back.
I'm stabbing Ragnaros'
Holy
blood.
fucking Christ. Fireball over my standing. Fireball. You're both hit. You're hit by a fireball.
Yeah, and you're hit by my sword, bitch.
All right.
I will slap you with my
Ragnaros. 5, 4, 3, 2, good. You're not back. Miz is back in. Yes. Miz has threat. We go. Miz has 30% of damage is back. Phase 2. Phase 2. Hey, wait. I think it's Ash. Phase 2. Elementals are coming in. Did you pay attention? Elementals are coming in. 5 Ellie's coming in.
Slow the fire down. Trap. Tanks, go pick them up. Everybody AOE, healing, stay out. Hey, Bob.
Tough shit. Chris already died. It was too late. You're dead. Mary died too. All of you are dead. Phase 2 is ending. The Ellies are back.
I have Ellie's on me. I can't grab the boss.
No one's healing Miz.
Miz! What are you gonna do?
I have everything. Help! Heals!
Execute phase! You got 5, 4, ready? It's the final 1, 2, 1. You're knocked back. There's another tank. He got. You're knocked back. Who's that tank? Storm goes back. 3%. You're not taking my ego. That was miserable. Can I still roll? Wait, yo, the loot! Oh, God. That's it. All right, everyone. That was awful, but good job. We wiped on Baron, probably wiped on the other 2 as well, to be honest.
That was way better than that PowerPoint.
Yeah, all right. Let's all go inside and look at the Mana Biscuits. Mana Biscuits!
Oh, that smells amazing. What is that?
What's bean?
No, what's that food smell?
Wash my hands. There you go, guys. I only touched one.
Teriyaki?
Hello?
Oh, yum. Oh, thank you. want one? Here, take the whole thing, please.
Yeah, do we end stream?
Yeah, stream's done.
It's done? No, it's not. We're still live.
I got it.
Come on, Chance, let's do it.
No one wants to do it.
What? We'll do it later?
No, maybe
next week.
We don't. We break the rules.
Anyone?
Ooh, mana?
Look at these beauties.
Wait, I'll take one.
Who made these?
Julia's so loud she can't hear the answer.
Huh?
We said Jade's 3 times.
Sorry, I'm a little deaf.
Hello.
Alright, Vince, is there anything else meeting-wise?
That's not an
Another one?
No, I just want a napkin.
That one?
Entire meeting, waste of time. No one cares.
That was the best. That was good.
So today was a very progressive day for OnlyFans. We've got a lot done, and we're moving in the right direction. I want to thank everyone for coming out to our second IRL meeting. At DC, thank you, Jade, for the mana strudels. Everyone thank Jade. What a phenomenal day. Great. I'm glad. I really wish Tyler was here, and honestly, he's probably feeling the same way. I think today was very good. But thank you, viewers, for watching, and we've got one week until raid. So prep the f up. If you're not 60, you've only got 1 week left, probably less, because we're going to do our draft. If you're not 60 by then, you are. Get your attunements, do your shit. What?
We're gonna die. It's actually water lord.
This up. Everyone get home safe. If you drank Uber or figure it out, you shouldn't have drank them.
Can we spin the 9?
Sure. Yeah, I don't care. It's not my house. So, GG. What?
Can I ride home with Mom?
You cannot. No one's riding home with me. All right. Wrap it up. Turn it off. That's it. End of the stream. End of the meeting.
GG.
Yo, let's get it Owen. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, fuck Grayson on 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
If you like scary video games, then you've probably heard of a recent indie title known as Lethal Company. And if you haven't, all you need to know is that one guy who is best known for making Roblox games decided to make a standalone game, and it outsold Call of Duty. The game consists of you and 3 of your friends, or at least strangers who hopefully know how a microphone works, traveling to distant moons across space in the far future in order to retrieve scrap and feed some kind of massive beast.
Oh my god! Oh my...
This format allows for scenarios that can be as terrifying as they can be hilarious, which is a large reason for the game's success. However, I think another reason that the game has been so successful, at least in the lasting impact it leaves with people who play it, is the mystery. See, everything I just described is pretty much everything we know for a fact. You are traveling to moons, it's at some point in the future, you're collecting scrap, and there's a lot of monsters. Everything else about the game is called into question. Why are we collecting this scrap for the monster? Who is the company that is forcing us into these dangerous scenarios? What happened to everyone else? Why is everywhere we visit an abandoned mine or an abandoned mansion? Why does it seem that in the universe of the game, something really bad happened to the people that used to live here? And if so, why does the company keep telling us that we have to go back? That's what I want to talk about today. Entire corners of the internet, from YouTubers to modding communities, have been built up around this game. And in just focusing on the lore and hidden story, I don't want to overwrite them or act that the mystery of the game is its only founding point. Regardless of what you learn in this video, Lethal Company is a fantastic game that's enjoyable by yourself or especially with friends. There will be a link to the Steam page in the description, and if you somehow haven't heard about this game before this video, then I can't recommend it enough. But what I want to do in this video is go over the locations, the monsters, the lore, the hidden logs, the hidden moons, and everything the game has to offer in order to ask the question, what is this all about? And hopefully with that we can piece together my theory, at least, story of Lethal Company. So if that sounds interesting, stick around after the ad as we talk about a lot of awful ways that a ton of people die and a lot of horrible monsters that want to kill them, which if you're sub to this channel, you're probably into for some reason.
And another thing that can sometimes be miserable is eating healthy, because often the healthier option is harder to get a hold of, harder to make, or just more expensive than the unhealthy option, which as someone who watches YouTube videos, I'm sure you're all too familiar with. But that's where today's sponsor, Factor, is here to help. Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your door. That's because Factor's easy-to-make meals are ready in just 2 minutes, and you can choose from a weekly menu of 35 options, including popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or vegan and veggie diets. Factor allows you to skip the grocery stores, the cooking, the prep work, and instead you just get chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals that are as tasty as they are good for you. Because unlike other microwavable options, Factor's food tastes the way food is supposed to. You know, real. And with such a variety of meal options, I'm sure you'll find something you'll love. There's this one Factor meal that's like a rice kind of queso Tex-Mex mix that whenever it comes in, my wife and I immediately fight for it in the package because we both love it so much. And on top of that, Factor's very flexible. Like that guy. And you can change your plans each week to get 4 to 18 meals per week or pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. And on top of that, you can get meal add-ons like breakfast, on-the-go lunch, snacks, and beverages. Really, there's nothing to not love. And if you want to be a part of this delicious, healthy meal option, then there's never been a better time to get it on the offer. That is because right now, if you head to the link in the description at factor75.com and use the discount code 50Wendigoon, you'll be able to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free shipping. That is right, half off your first box plus free shipping. Again, all you have to do is use discount code 50Wendigoon and head to factor75.com to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring the channel. Their link is in the description, and we are back to the video.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, when you boot up the game for the first time, in recent updates, you're going to see a cutscene. We'll talk about those cutscenes later. For now, let's just get to your first day on the job. I think one of the things that makes Lethal Company so effective is how immersive the game is once you get into it. Because as soon as you join a lobby, you immediately load into the dropship you'll be using for the duration of the game. And you'll also be presented with this catchy jingle.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract.
Oh, we still got it.
On this dropship, we'll see a bunch of items that will become mainstays for the rest of our journey. Among the terminals, bunk beds, and a storage locker, we'll see some posters that kind of give a setting to the world we're in. Things like a poster encouraging us to ration our food for the benefit of our fellow man, as well as a post-it note that tells us we're in too deep and gives us a secret code to use on the terminal, but all that for later. What we'll quickly find out is that the world of Lethal Company takes
Yo, what's up,
place
Cleric
far, far
OG?
into the future, after humanity has began its
Oh, that's like a half an hour ago.
One of my favorite things about Lethal Company is whereas a lot of space exploration stories will place their narrative at the beginning or in the midst of humanity colonizing outer planets, instead Lethal Company seems to take place in the remnants of that. This is at first made apparent by the ship itself. Despite being set in the far, far future, the ship we find ourselves on only contains the bare minimum. The setting itself contains no luxuries, not even a window. It's something more akin to a submarine than a far future spaceship. And where this becomes especially apparent is on the moons that we visit. The only directive that we are given is that the company wants us to land on these moons that at some point had a level of society or civilization built into them, but now everyone's gone. We'll get into the specific locations in a moment, but across the board, every exterior we visit looks like a fallout shelter. Every exterior has a tone of a very brutalist architecture, with heavy cement walls and metal doors. It seems that the people who built these locations were doing everything in their power to make the structure secure from things on the outside that want to come in. And as we'll see when we get to the monsters, that was probably a good call. Some of the moons that you'll visit are just that. It is a structure that you can enter into, and then maybe something like a walkway or a bridge that leads to the front door. And on planets where there's more structures than just the primary building, Every structure that we see is something industrial. It's either train tracks or warehouses. It points to the idea that people that were living on these moons weren't doing so passively. And it implies that all of the infrastructure we see was just intended to be the first level of a society. Either the construction that took place on these moons was intended to lead to more construction that would eventually be communities, housing, and things like that, or these moons exclusively existed as resource gathering for other moons or other places people were living. But again, considering we're the only ones here, it doesn't look like they got that far. But if we're here being sent by the company to collect scrap on these planets, then that means humanity still has to be existing somewhere out in space, right? We'll get to that. For now, all we need to know is that the company is sending us to these abandoned planets to collect scrap. And if you're not familiar with the game, you're probably thinking, well, that makes sense. A lot of these planets were mining colonies or industry colonies. There's probably a lot of expensive technology and equipment left behind, right? Well, probably, but that's not what the company has us collecting. The company has us collecting junk, quite literally junk in a lot of cases. Some of the most common scrap you'll find is tattered sheet metal or empty bottles. Other times you'll find seemingly useless items like laser pointers or a whisk, or sometimes, quite hauntingly, children's toys. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Why would a company be investing however much money they're investing? I mean, space travel can't be that cheap. Why are they investing this much money to send us to these abandoned planets to collect rubber duckies? That is a great question, but before we answer that, let's talk about a few of the specific locations we'll be sent to, as well as a few of the specific things we'll run into while we're there. Going to the ship's terminal allows you to pick what moon you and your crew are going to land at. This is one of the things I mean about the game is so immersive once you're playing it, because other than hitting the pause menu to adjust your settings, every menu within the game is a part of the game itself. This touch is something known as diegetic UI, which is another way to say that the interface the user is playing with is a part of the actual in-game world. Think about how in games like Dead Space, your health and ammo are displayed on the character itself. Now, Lethal Company doesn't fully commit to the bit. There are some elements of a heads-up display, like your character's health, that aren't completely baked into the world itself, but little touches like this help immerse the player. On the ship terminal, you can not only pick what moon you go to, but read information about said moon. And it's here we get the first clues of the world that our game takes place in. The primary moons, or essentially levels of Lethal Company, are broken into 3 different difficulties: easy, medium, and hard, or easy, intermediate, expert, whatever. When you land on different moons, the game will show you what the ranking for that moon is as far as difficulty is concerned, but I wouldn't give a ton of thought to it because outside of the very hard moons that exist in the final tier, you can pretty much consider these subjective. Like how some of the desert planets are ranked higher than some of the forest planets because they contain things like blind dogs and earth leviathans, but I die to the Forest Keeper all the time, so I don't know what it's talking about. The moon that is typically agreed upon to be the easiest in the game, as well as the one most new players will come across, is the first map listed in the game, Experimentation. Now, every moon will spawn one of 3 different types of interior areas, but for now we're just talking about the exterior of the map. On the ship's terminal, Experimentation is described as abandoned, as are the other moons we come across in the game. The environment of Experimentation seems to be a kind of dry desert area, but the front of the facility itself looks to be an old industrial yard. We see train tracks and train yards, things that kind of look like old water towers, as well as several other structures around the facility that we explore in the game. The ship's terminal tells us that Experimentation is not only abandoned, but also was used in secret. Now, this implies a lot of things. It's one thing for future societies to go to far-off moons and planets and begin to develop industry and technology. It's another if those future societies are so large that parts of those societies can build secret moon bases from other parts of societies. Especially with the breadth of construction we just see in the little view of Experimentation that we have, this implies that there's several other moons just like this, and other societies that for some reason, some would want to keep development of a moon secret from another. In comparison, there's not a lot to say about our second moon, Assurance, which is described in the terminal as being a twin to Experimentation and was discovered not long before Experimentation. By comparison, Assurance seems to be much less developed, But again, if it was discovered before, it's probably safe to assume that the little corner of the planet we see isn't all of the development that happened on this moon. I'm probably going to goof up and use the word planet to describe some of these environments like I just did. Everything that we land on, at least so far in Lethal Company, is considered a moon, but you get it, big floating rock in space, moon, planet, whatever. All of the Wendigoon astronomers are going to be livid in the comment section. However, things change up a bit with the last moon in the easy category, a moon known as Vow. Whereas the previous two moons seemed to be arid, desert-like conditions, Vow looks like a forest. And whereas it, along with two other moons we'll talk about in a minute, are considered the Green Witches, we can assume that this greenery extends around the moon's entire surface. Similar to the previous two moons, after the ship lands and you walk for a little bit through the landscape, you get to a large concrete structure that contains a door and allows you to enter the interior. However, it is the description of this moon that calls some things into question. The history of the planet, according to the ship's terminal, says Vow appears to have been inhabited by several colonies across its continents, but there is now no sign of life, and they have become a mystery. Now, this is strange. For one, this confirms the suspicion that there are several different societies living over seemingly the entire habitable surface of these moons, and that several of these colonized moon planets exist across space. However, for one, how big is the population of people if an entire moon's worth of humans can just vanish and it is chalked up as a mystery? It reminds me of legends like the lost colony of Roanoke, right? The English colony in the now United States that just disappeared and no one knows where they went. There's a bunch of legends and stories about what happened to the colony of Roanoke. So imagine that same story, but it is blown up to a planet's population of people. For one, it goes to show the sheer population of humanity in Lethal Company's world, but it also begs the question, what could have wiped out an entire moon's worth of people? This is also potentially where new players will be introduced to fire exits. Every interior within Lethal Company has at least two modes of entry. You have your main entrance up front, and then a fire exit hidden somewhere else on the building's exterior. On experimentation and insurance, the fire exits are just stuck somewhere on the outside of the structure, but in Vow, the fire exit is given a lot of prominence. You enter the main entrance by crossing one of two bridges that go over a very deep ravine, and at the base of that ravine is a fire exit. Now, fire exits don't make spatial sense when it comes to their placement inside of a structure. For example, on the outside of a facility, you can have the main entrance to the right and the fire exit to the left, and then you enter through the main entrance and the fire exit is your first door on the right. But if you take that fire exit, it will still spit you out where the fire exit is located outside over on the left. This is because all of the interiors of Lethal Company are procedurally generated, so every time you enter a map, it has a new layout. One of the reasons that the game remains fresh to players who have played it for a really long time. Because of that, you can kind of think of the exterior fire exits as being their canon position or the way the structure is supposed to be thought of being laid out within the world. All of that to say, when you get to Vow and you see the fire exit at the bottom of the ravine, it implies that this entire colony existed underground. We have the actual bunker of the main entrance, but the fire exit being down there implies that there's probably a whole network of hallways and living spaces underground that these several civilizations used to live in. For one, that paints kind of the dire situation that humanity exists within, at least humanity as they go to these moons. As these colonies, groups that supposedly consist of families and large groups of people, have to exist underground with no windows, completely hidden from the outside world. And secondly, in spite of all of those protections, something wiped them out. After Vow, we move into the first of the intermediate moons, that moon being a fence. According to the ship's terminal, at some point in the past, a fence splintered off from Assurance and became its own moon. This is apparent as the landscape of a fence is pretty much identical to Assurance, being a very dry desert climate. However, on a fence, we see several structures that seem to be in a further state of disarray than they were on Assurance. We see large metal catwalks and platforms that are half submerged in rock and sand. There are these massive metal pipes that run on the surface of the planet, one of which leading all the way to the fire exit located near the back of the facility. But as with the rest of the planets, it seems that no one's been there for quite some time. As a matter of fact, A fence's description inside of the ship's terminal gives one of the most harrowing implications out of any of the moons in the game. In its history, it says that a fence is categorized as an asteroid moon and seems to have not existed on its own for more than several hundred years. That makes sense because it is described as a moon that broke off from Assurance and is now its own thing, so asteroid moon for the past several hundred years. Got it. Then it says, the industrial artifacts here have suffered damage. It's believed they were built long before a fence was splintered off. Wait, so that means that the structures that we are seeing on a fence were built before it split off from Assurance several hundred years ago. For one, that explains why everything's in a state of disarray. I mean, imagine if you built something on a part of the Earth and then that place quit being a part of the Earth, but that raises some implications. Like, for one, what do you mean is believed to be? Not only the fact that the ruins we are going over are hundreds of years since abandoned, which is a really long time when it comes to, you know, human history and all that, but also believed to be. So in other words, we don't know who actually built these things, implying that the breadth of humanity is so large and so many things have happened to it that we can't even keep track of what group or when this stuff was built. And also, if several hundred years is considered recently to have broken off, then what does a long time ago mean? Does that mean these structures were built 1,000, 2,000 years ago? And if that's the case, why are we just now going through them in 4-man crews to look for scrap? Again, one of my favorite things about Wizard Company is the way it makes the player feel like they are participating in an intergalactic dark age. Humanity used to be great. We used to conquest moons, to build empires, but now we're just picking through the remains for scrap. After that, we move on to another intermediate planet, March. March is very similar to Vow. As a matter of fact, in the ship's terminal, it says that March is a twin moon to Vow. And much like Vow, March seems to have a very forested green structure. March does have a unique feature compared to the other moons, and that is more than one fire exit. As a matter of fact, March has 3. This gives you a total of 4 different means of entry into the facility. Similar to Vow, these fire exits are built into the earth around the main entrance. And considering we don't see a ton of signs of production like we do on experimentation and offense, we can assume that, like Vow, March was also a colony planet, or the moon itself was at least used for colonies and people as much as it was for industrialization or something. In other words, the planet itself wasn't just a big factory. However, the thing that March has above Vow is that March seems to be really big. Not only does 3 fire exits imply that the structure of the interior itself is pretty big, but the map itself is pretty big when you play it. I know we haven't talked about interiors yet, and we'll get to those, but as I mentioned earlier, every interior in the game is procedurally generated, meaning that every time you land on a planet, you're going to have the same exterior, but different interior when you walk in the building. The only thing about the interior that is affected by the moon you choose to land on is the percent chance of what kind of interior spawns in, and the size of the interior that spawns in. And if I recall right, next to Titan, which is a moon we'll talk about in a bit, March has the largest interior of any moon in the game. So in other words, you have this massive, massive colony that it says in the description was overlooked because it's right next to Vow, and despite its massive size and, again, the formidableness of how the structure was built, how secure it seemed to be built, no one's there. The final intermediate planet we can travel to is a planet known as Attunement. This is the 3rd of the Green Witches, and similar to Vow and March, has a forested exterior. The only real unique structure that seems to be connected to the facility itself is a large tower that can be seen off in the distance to the right of the facility. So you can actually get to see with your jetpack, but nothing's up there. However, underneath the main bridge that allows you to pass over the gap to the main entrance of the facility, there is a small cottage. The player has a key to unlock the door to the cottage. In the back room, they can find spray painted on the wall 68 art, which is something that we'll talk about later. We now move into the 3 hard or high difficulty moons in the game. And it's here where the environment gets a little bit interesting. What separates these moons from the rest is, for one, the intensity of the, we'll call it, wildlife that can appear on the planet, that again we'll get to in a minute. but also the fact that these 3 planets require money to even visit them. Money that you have to acquire by selling scrap you get from the previous 6 planets mentioned. So you have to play for a while to build up enough money in the previous 6 moons that I've mentioned to even get to these 3. The first of these hard planets is Rind, and Rind gives us a considerable change in scenery. That's because as soon as you land on Rind, you will see that it is an ice-covered, snowy moon. As a matter of fact, the blizzards are so intense that your visibility is incredibly limited. As a matter of fact, the ship's terminal says that it's highly unlikely for complex life to exist there. But if you've played the moon, you know that's a lie. In the ship's terminal, it says that several famous travelers went missing here, giving it some reputation. Their bodies are unlikely to be found due to the planet's conditions. But in spite of that, in spite of the inhospitality of the planet, there is still a superstructure there for us to explore. That means that, again, humanity was so advanced they were able to build entire colonies on snow moons like this. And again, similar to the forested planets and the desert planets, something wiped everyone out. It's also with Rind we get into one of the more unique interiors that we can encounter in the game, but we'll get to that later. The second of the hard moons that the player can come across is a moon known as Dine. Dine is pretty much exactly like Rind, down to the description. Because of this, it can be assumed that similar to Assurance and Offense, that Dine and Rind are effectively twin moons. This explains why they both have a pretty much identical condition, but the condition on Dine seems to be a bit more intense than Rind's, whereas on Rind, there's at least a series of lamps that lead the way from the dropship to the front of the structure. On Dine, you just have a few lights scattered about at random. While this may imply less construction or further decay on Dine as opposed to Rind, both of the planets are once again abandoned. One outside structure that Rind has over Dine is as you're following the paths of lights to the front of the facility on Rind, you can come across a small cottage. As a matter of fact, the exact same cottage that can be found on Attunement. However, this one doesn't need a key to get into and does not contain the writing that says 68 art in the backroom wall. Now, while it can be assumed that this was put there by Zeekers, the game's developer, to help players who are struggling with the wildlife of the region, it also kind of implies, along with the lights being in order, that Rind was a bit better off than Dine, but again, doesn't really matter now, as both are abandoned. However, it's the final moon that we're going to talk about for now that seems to be the most interesting. On its surface, Titan seems to have the same sort of environment that Rind and Dine have, that being a snowy, blizzard-ridden environment. However, what is different about Titan compared to those 2 moons is its structure. As soon as you land on Titan, you are greeted with a massive monolith of a building, one that takes several flights of stairs to get up to the entrance of, and even past that, it keeps going on and on up into the sky. Now, despite this size and what the ship's terminal says, where it states that it has many entrances, the building itself only has the standard main entrance and fire exit. But in spite of that, we can see that this building goes on for quite a ways. As a matter of fact, Titan has the largest interior for any moon in the game. In the ship's terminal, it says, quote, "It looks like this moon was mined for resources." For one, that is similar to moons like Experimentation, where it seems to be more of an industrial setting instead of a livable one. And again, it points towards the scope of humanity being large enough to colonize entire moons just as resource mining. However, some of the most interesting details we get about Titan aren't when we actually land on the planet and aren't in the description of the planet itself. It's in the descriptions we get from other things in the game. Now, there are 2 secret moons in the game, but I'll talk about those later when you have more context to make them make sense. For now, all you need to know is that these 9 moons are where the majority of the game takes place, and that as you go from easy to hard, the scrap you can find on these moons becomes more valuable, which in turn allows you to do better at the game, as you can use that scrap money to buy weapons or ship tools and upgrades that help you survive within the world of Lethal Company. But it is the things that you have to survive that make these moons so difficult. For one, the moons themselves can kill you. Every moon has a random chance to be foggy, which gives you low visibility, flooded, which causes flood waters to rise that you can slip into and drown, stormy, which causes lightning to randomly strike metallic objects you're holding, and most terrifying of all, eclipsed, which you'll soon realize why that's so terrible. But as anyone who has played Lethal Company knows, The planet is the least of your concern because it's everything on the planet that you need to be worried about. And it's with the monsters that inhabit these moons that the world of Lethal Company really opens up. So let's talk about them. So with each of the moons you can land on, as mentioned earlier, there is an interior to the facilities you'll enter. And while technically all of the moons have a chance to spawn a different kind of interior, it's pretty clear that certain maps were meant for certain interiors. This is proven by looking at the percentage chance several facilities have to spawn a given interior. These three interiors are a factory, or facility, a mine shaft, which was added in more recent updates to the game, and a mansion. The facility seems far and away the most common interior, and it's also the one that most players are probably familiar with, so we'll start there. The interior design of a facility map is very bland and dry. The layout consists almost entirely of concrete bricks and metal catwalks. And this makes sense given a lot of the locations we can visit in the game. These moons were used as production facilities, so a lot of the scapes that we enter are industrial. Areas with large conveyor belts will have mine carts and shelves meant to house tooling. Storage rooms will consist of rusted shelves and old generators. These facilities will have power in some locations, while power is also out in others. And facility interiors will feature a power room in which a single device known as an apparatus is being used to power the facility itself in some small way. An apparatus that can be taken by the player and then sold for money, although removing the apparatus kills what little power there is within the facility. The player can also come across heavy industrial doors that can only be opened by someone going back to the ship's terminal and typing in the letter and number that appear on the door itself. And doors throughout the facility may occasionally be locked, but can be unlocked with keys that can also be found within the facility. These harsh textures mixed with a lack of living quarters that we see while exploring the facility give the entire air of this future humanity's conquest of industry a very cold, isolated feeling. But you may not have time to think about that, given all of the things that really want to kill you while you're there. And again, to clarify, pretty much any of the creatures in the game can spawn on any map. They just have higher or lower percentage chance to spawn depending on what moon you're on. But I'm going to start with the creatures that you are most likely to see early game within facility interiors. One of the early game creatures you may run into is something known as the snare flea. The snare flea is effectively a giant centipede that clings to the ceiling, and whenever you walk under it, the flea drops down and begins to suffocate you. The snare flea is very terrifying to new players because one second they will be walking around oblivious as can be, and then the next, a giant bug texture thing is covering up their entire screen. One of Lethal Company's most standout features is its use of proximity chat. Aside from walkie-talkies that can be purchased while you're in the game, proximity chat is the only means of communication players within a lobby have, or at least the only method of voice communication. The proximity chat in Lethal Company is very adaptive in that depending if you're on the outside or inside of a structure, the voice sounds different. If you're inside of metal walls, the voice will be echoey. If the person's standing further away, it will sound more faded out. And in cases like this, when a snare flea falls on someone, the voice becomes incredibly muffled, which can be difficult if you just had a giant bug fall on your head and you're trying to yell at another player for help who now can't hear you because you have a giant bug on your head. There are a few ways to deal with a snare flea if one falls on your head. For one, if someone else has a weapon, they can use it to simply hit the bug and the bug will fall off. When a snare flea lands on your head, it causes you to drop everything in your inventory, but if you were previously holding a weapon and can manage to find it on the ground even though your screen's covered up, you can pick it back up and knock it off yourself. For every creature in the game, or nearly every creature in the game, you can go to the computer's terminal and access a log that describes the creature. This database is known as the bestiary. And in the bestiary for the snare flea, it says that they don't like being outside. And true to form, if a snare flea lands on your head and you manage to locate an exit, as soon as you leave the facility, the flea will fall off of your head, now dead. In the later game, players can also purchase a teleporter that allows someone on the ship to teleport people inside of the facility back to the ship itself. So if a snare flea is on your head and you get teleported, the flea will die because it is now, once again, outside. Or if a flea falls on your head and you don't have a weapon and there's no way to get teleported or back outside, then you can do the right thing and throw yourself into a pit. Because as soon as the snare flea suffocates a player to death, it will just go reset itself to attack someone else. So you can at least be a hero in your final moments and take yourself out like a man. However, one of the most interesting things that is mentioned in the Snare Flea's bestiary is that the scientific name for it is Dolus scolopendra. Whatever. Scolopendra is a genus of real-world centipedes. And I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? The Snare Flea is a very centipede-looking creature, so it makes sense that they would name it after real-world centipedes. But also, in the real world, that's not really how scientific names work, right? It's not just because something looks like something else we give it a scientific name. It's based on, you know, phylum, kingdom, class, order, family, genus, species. You took 6th grade science, right? What am I saying? I'm Wendigoon. Most of you guys probably aren't even to the 6th grade yet. So it's interesting that the scientific name of this alien bug would be the same as a creature on Earth. Things to consider. Another creature you will probably run into in the early game is something known as a spore lizard. Now, the first time you encounter a spore lizard, you will probably be very afraid of it, as they are large, have a really big mouth, and like to hiss at you. However, it is incredibly hard to get killed by a spore lizard because they are terrified of people. As a matter of fact, according to their bestiary, they are herbivores. This is evidenced by their behavior in the game, because if a player approaches a spore lizard, after it hisses at you, it will then run away. If the player continues to chase after the spore lizard, it will emit a cloud of purple smoke, I guess, into the air. This is because, according to the bestiary, the purple bulb on the end of their tail secretes a chemical that encourages the growth of a type of fungus. And the purple spore cloud itself doesn't even hurt you, it just clouds your vision. Only after continuing to chase a spore lizard will it start to bite you, to which its bite is very weak. The only way a spore lizard can become a problem is if you're running from something else and have to keep running in the direction the spore lizard is, and cause it to throw its purple smoke in the air, which would hurt your vision. And I guess if you're cornered in a room with one, then it would start to bite you, but you could probably just stand on like the other side of the room. The spore lizards actually make me incredibly sad, because according to their bestiary, it says there are historical records that spore lizards were at least partially domesticated hundreds of years ago. However, this effort was set aside by an initiative to harvest their tails for their medicinal property. Aw. Like these guys used to be humanity's friend, and then we figured out we can make medicine out of their tail. So we started killing them. And now they still won't attack us for it, they just get scared and run away. That's depressing. For one, this gives some interesting lore complications. As mentioned earlier, this humanity in the future is so old that we built entire civilizations and colonies that have now been abandoned for several hundred years themselves. And this further backs that up, saying that hundreds of years ago we domesticated this supposed alien race of creature, only to then abandon it. So that again implies enough time for a rise of something before we fall out. The other interesting lore implication of the spore lizard is in its name. For one, the fungus that grows around their tail is from the genus Lycoperdon, who cares? Which in real life is a type of fern that grows from a spore. So again, that is a connection to this alien thing from a real world thing. But in the description for the spore lizard itself, it says that they are of the family Alligatoridae, which in the real world is alligators. So this weird giant mouth spore lizard thing is of the family of Earth alligators. Similar to the snare flea, it is something in far distant space that is related somehow to things we have on Earth. And another example of this is a creature that can often be found in facility structures, the thumper. The thumper is probably responsible for the heart attack of many new players, because at first all you can hear is the thumping of its two fists across the ground before one sees you and begins to charge at you as fast as it can. In the bestiary, it says they're also referred to as halves, which makes sense, as they seem to be half a torso attached by two fists and a really big head with a lot of teeth. Unlike the spore lizard, they have an incredibly powerful bite that will kill you fast if you don't know what to do about it. It used to be a well-known exploit in the game that if you stood on railings in facility structures, things like thumpers couldn't get to you, but now that's been patched, so there's no safe place except like juking it out or running. You can kill nearly every creature in the game, but it takes a lot of work and coordination. Some of the only weapons that players can get in the game until much later stages of the game are things like a shovel, stop sign, or yield sign, which all have the same use of just rearing back and hitting something really hard. So if you're trying to fight a thumper, you have to be able to hit it and then juke it out before it can retaliate, which again, pretty difficult. Thankfully, thumpers are deaf, meaning that the players can talk to each other as much as they want or make as as much noise as they want throughout the facility and not worry about a nearby thumper hearing them. However, if a thumper has you in its line of sight, good luck. Oh yeah, that's another detail if you weren't aware. A lot of these creatures can hear you and will hear you talking to other people or crying into your walkie-talkie. Thumpers are brutal. As a matter of fact, the bestiary says that the reason they look the way they do is because in order to escape their eggs whenever they're hatched, they have to chew off the lower portion of their body. And as with the previous two entries, they seem to have a connection to creatures back on Earth. As in the bestiary, along with the previous two entries, it says that they are of the order Chondrichthyes, which is species of cartilaginous fish that exist in the real world that include things like sharks, meaning that these creatures are somehow related to sharks from Earth. At the bottom of the bestiary, it has the note where it says, due to the fast and volatile evolution of this species, some theorize that thumpers are one of the examples of an increased number of mutations causing higher levels of speciation in planets around the Thistle Nebula. From other bestiary entries, it can be inferred that the Thistle Nebula is where all of the moons we play on throughout the game are located. But here we get the first mention of mutations causing higher levels of speciation, or in other words, things to develop much faster than they otherwise would. And once you hear the shark comparison, you can kind of see it on the thumper, the way that its head and eyes are shaped and colored. But if this land shark doesn't make the connection for you clear enough, then the next entry, the bunker spider, will make it very clear. Bunker spiders are the classic horror staple of a giant spider enemy type. Similar to the thumper, you can kill them, but good luck. The bunker spider may not be as fast as the thumper is in a dead sprint, but what the bunker spider has over the thumper is an ambush attack, as bunker spiders will wait on the walls or ceilings of interiors before it jumps the player as they pass by. Now, there are ways for players to detect a bunker spider before they're attacked. For one, the bunker spider lays out several webs in the area that it's nesting. So if you see a bunch of spider webs on the inside of a building, that probably means there's a giant spider nearby. The player also has unlimited access to something called an echo scan. If you simply right-click the mouse, it will throw out a scan of the environment around you as you move along, which is very helpful at picking up loot. But also, if there's hidden creatures like snare fleas or bunker spiders, they can pop up on your scan before you even see them. If a bunker spider kills a player, it will web them up in a cocoon and then bring them back to its lair or just plant the body somewhere in the facility. Anytime a player dies in a facility and their body isn't recovered, it costs a pretty hefty fine. So it's normally a good idea to try to bring dead crewmates' bodies back to the ship. However, if someone has been cocooned by a bunker spider, someone has to come along and hit the body with a shovel or road sign before the cocooned body can be removed from the web and then carried back to the ship. But keep in mind, doing this will alert the nearby bunker spider if you haven't killed it yet. I should also add that Zeekers, in a more recent update to the game, allowed for an arachnophobia mode, meaning if you're scared of spiders, you can turn this mode on, and the spiders will still be on the map, but instead of their entire, 8-legged detail, it will now just be the word spider floating in air. So you still have to kill and deal with the word spider, but it is merely the concept of a spider rather than the spider itself. Now, while the bunker spider itself may seem like a kind of basic horror video game creature to deal with, it is the bestiary entry for it that opens up a whole can of worms. For one, the bestiary entry says that the bunker spider is of the genus Theraphosa, which in the real world, again, is a genus of spider. One terrifying note from the bestiary says that the bunker spider is the largest arachnid ever found in the Thistle Nebula and the second largest ever discovered, implying that there's something bigger than it out there in space somewhere. It also, once again, points towards the breadth of humanity, that the Thistle Nebula is just one of potentially many nebulas that humanity has ventured into. However, it is the sentences following this that raise a ton of questions about the lore of this game. That is, it's believed they evolved to prey on large mammals over the course of a measly several hundred years after the boat made its trip around the Thistle Nebula. What? Okay, so the boat, this is the first and one of the only mentions anywhere in the lore that we get of the boat. Pops up later on, but at the time that this bestiary entry was found, this was a game change. For one, we have that first mention that the spider developed over the course of a measly several hundred years, which, yes, makes sense. From what we know in science, speciation takes a really long time. Even for selective traits to be bred in or bred out of a species, it can take generations and generations that span a millennia. Sure, smaller changes like bird beaks or wing shape can be studied over a person's lifetime, but a spider going from the sizes we know them to the sizes they're seen in the game is unheard of. But according to the bestiary, it happened over a measly several hundred years. And it happened after the boat made its trip around the nebula. We'll talk more about the implications of what the boat could be later on in the video, but for now I'll go ahead and say it seems that the monsters we run into, at least the biological ones within Lethal Company, are the result of rapid evolution to Earth species. Similar to how the Spore Lizard came from alligators, or the Thumper came from sharks. Something about these far-off moons caused species to develop way faster than they ever have been seen to develop on Earth. And apparently this boat was the inciting incident of that, but we'll get to it later. All you need to think about for now is that all of the horrors we're seeing come from our own planet. And at the very least, if there is some alien species or some other civilization that did not originate from Earth, we haven't seen it yet. The final lines of the Bunker Spider's bestiary are interesting as well, where it says, "Bunker spiders can pose a great danger to humans and urban explorers especially, without a great benefit to their ecosystems. A resulting kill-on-sight order has been informally agreed upon between many states home to the bunker spider, and it is currently approved by the ITDA as of 10/6/1965. Okay, so first of all, the year of 1965 is another whole thing I'll talk about in a minute. What I want to focus on now is the many states mentioned that house the bunker spider. Species like this are so known across the galaxy that there is a order of operations to be conducted when encountering one. In this case, a kill-on-sight order. And there's also the mention of the ITDA. They only pop up one other time in the lore of the game, and they are called the ITDA. So at the time of recording, we don't know what that stands for or exactly what this organization is, but all we need to know for now is that there are letter agencies that exist among the stars that do things like regulate behavior around giant spiders. Again, it is more clues to this massive, massive world that has existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years among the stars, and in cases like the moons we visit, have since gone extinct. Another creature you'll probably run into in the early game interior is something that, at least compared to the spider and thumper, is less aggressive most of the time, is something known as the hoarding bug. The hoarding bug is this little cricket roach looking creature thing that walks around on a couple of legs and will just kind of rotate around the area it originally spawns in. And if it runs into a player, it will typically stare at them, or if you're too close for a while, throw its hands up. But most of the time, you don't have to worry about them. But the hoarding bug gets their name for a reason, because while the player and your friends are looking for scrap throughout these facilities, the hoarding bug is also doing that. It'll walk around, find random loot items, and carry them over to its nest, where it will just kind of set by them. If you, the player, are foolish enough to try to pick up loot that you find on the ground, you know, the object of the game, that this hoarding bug so happens to be accustomed to, it will immediately lose its mind. The hoarding bug will change form and begin to fly and stretch out its body and fly back and forth into the player, striking it as it passes. Now, most of the time, there is an easy solution to this. You can simply drop the item you're holding and run away, and typically the hoarding bug will lose interest in you. Or if you and your friends have shovels or stop signs, they're not that hard to kill, it just takes a few well-placed hits. However, where they become a problem is when there's a lot of them, because sometimes hoarding bugs will not spawn one or two at a time. They will spawn like 5 or 7 at a time. Moons with the hoarding bug have like a 2.9% chance to spawn something called an infestation, where there is just a ton of hoarding bugs all over the place wherever you go. So randomly, they'll decide that the loot you're on your way for is now their loot, and if you touch it, good luck. Because it's one thing to have one giant 3-foot-tall bug flying trying to attack you, it's another to have 12. Most of the time what this results in is you walking up, seeing a rubber ducky on the ground, hearing it for a few frames, hearing a bunch of bug wings take off into the air, and then you're dead. Hoarding bugs can also decide that loot you've already picked up and dropped off is loot that they want to have. And this becomes a problem, as a common strategy for players is to group up all the loot they find at the front of the facility. Without later game upgrades like the fanny pack, Players can only hold 4 items on them at a time. So what most players will do is they'll walk through the facility, gather up loot, and then drop it off in groups of 4 at the front door. And then whenever they're ready to travel back to the ship and drop off their loot, they'll just make a few trips back and forth. Well, the hoarding bug throws a wrench in that plan because if you throw down your stuff at the front door, they'll just randomly come pick it up. And if you try to get it back, the whole bug mob attack thing may happen to you. Because of that, a lot of players will change their strategy to when they dump off stuff at the front of the facility, they will do it not inside, but outside the front door, which is fine most of the time, but sometimes there's also things outside that want to kill you, which we'll talk about in a minute. The hoarding bug is a really good example of how the game, or Zeekers I should say, is able to build certain enemy types off of other enemy types. In some cases, it's more obvious because you'll have creatures that are only able to see, and you'll have other creatures that are only able to hear. Meaning that while they can be easy to reconcile on their own, when paired together, you're gonna have a bad time. But the hoarding bug creates these more nuanced hiccups in the game. Just by having the little change that hoarding bugs can randomly pick up loot and decide that it's theirs, it now makes players stash their allotted items on the outside of facilities. And that little change means that now they don't just have to contend with everything that can spawn on the inside, but they're forced to make their stockpile with things that can spawn on the outside. It's little touches like that that allow the game to have so many different dynamics playing off of each other at once. And of course, the bestiary says that hoarding bugs are of the order Hymenoptera, which in the real world is the order that contains things like wasps, ants, and other annoying large groups of insects. I know people make memes about the hoarding bug all the time. I know that people think they're really cute, and I know that there's mods for it that will make it say like, all my fellas, when they throw their hands up and stuff like that, and people think they're adorable. I see through their lines and need them genocided immediately. Especially because every time you die, you're not allowed to talk to the rest of your team until you come back to life. So what always happens is you die in the facility, and then you have to wait to the next round to explain to everyone why you died. And when you tell them that you died to a hoarding bug, they all laugh and think you're stupid when they didn't see the horde of 15 giant cockroach things fly at me at once. It made me very scared. And yeah, okay, yeah, the blob. The blob's the other thing that can be found in the facility. Let's talk about that one. I know that there are more creatures that can spawn inside of the facility interiors, but the last one I'm going to talk about for now is the Hygrideer. The Hygrideer, most commonly called the blob by players, is effectively the blob from the movie The Blob. It is effectively a giant, slow-moving cell that devours anything that touches it. Death with the blob isn't instantaneous, but it's pretty close. If you're like trying to jump around one and you just barely catch it as you hop by, you'll take damage, but you won't die. If you're standing in the center of one, you're pretty much dead. The bestiary says that it's of the paraphyletic group Prostida, which in the real world is a type of eukaryotic cell. The bestiary also clarifies that this isn't one giant cell, but instead a massive colony of millions and billions, and I guess trillions, of other cells. Now, if you're deep within a facility and run into one of these things, it's normally not a problem unless it's blocking a doorway, and even then you just have to bait it around the edges of the room so that you can get out of that doorway. Also, most other entities in the game are able to open doors that you shut in front of them, but blobs are not able to open doors, more than likely on account of them not having limbs. So if you're in a facility and you see one and you can manage to jump around it, you can just shut the door and you're fine as long as nothing else comes through that area and opens the door for it. However, the reason they become a problem is because of their tracking. So blobs always know where other players are, and they will just very slowly creep their way to wherever the next player is. And again, as long as you don't touch it, you're normally fine. Players rarely die to them unless they're running from something else and have to run into a blob to escape. However, the way their tracking works, if a player is not in the facility, it will go to wherever it last saw a player at, which is typically the front door. Meaning that if one player leaves and decides to not tell the rest of the team that there was a blob in the front room, everyone else will go to the main door, open it, and immediately die because they're standing in the middle of a blob. This usually means that if a blob makes its way to the entrance of a facility, that entrance is now cut off and everyone has to use the fire exit or vice versa. Also, whereas earlier I said that it's been patched that you can stand on railings to get away from creatures like thumpers, you can still do that to get away from blobs. So as long as you have like a slightly elevated area, you're probably fine. Another interesting strategy to get rid of the blob is that they really like music. One of the items that can be purchased in the game is a boombox, which is 99% of the time used to just troll your friends and play obnoxious music as you run through hallway. However, if a blob spawns in while someone is playing music, the blob will get faster as it is going towards the player that is playing the boombox, but will stop before it touches them, allowing the player to just leave the blob around. Then, if the player wants to go somewhere else and not have the blob follow, they can drop the boombox on the ground and the blob will stay where the boombox is at, and you've effectively kept it to that part of the map. I could make some draw or connection here about lore or story of the game, but honestly it's probably just a cool little addition by Zeekers that the giant blue blob thing likes music. However, one lore implication I will make about the blob is in how it kills players. So typically when a player dies, their body just kind of flops on the ground. Certain enemy types will have certain kind of kill functions. As mentioned earlier, when a spider kills a player, it wraps them up in a cocoon, and some other enemies we'll talk about in a bit mutilate the player's body in various ways. Well, when a blob kills a player, it effectively dissolves them from the inside out. Their suit, all of the synthetic material of the player is still intact, but it is now just a empty ragdoll of a suit, implying that the person on the inside has been completely dissolved. For one, that's a pretty cool touch, but also the suit itself can be carried back to the ship or teleported back to the ship the same as any other player. And that suit, now empty of the body inside of it, has the same value as any other way you retrieve a body from the moon. Now, while this almost certainly comes from a gameplay perspective, that it would be annoying if there was one creature that could kill you and there was no way to get a recovery for the body back, I think the lore implication stands up as well. The only thing that the company actually needs to have back when a player dies is the suit. The measly $5 that the suit sells for is all the company cares about. The person inside is quite literally worthless, but that'll matter more as we get into the company itself later in the video. Now, while this is the majority of the things inside of the facility that want to kill you, even in the early game, there's a lot of stuff outside of the facility that wants to kill you as well, because you didn't think it'd be that easy. Or maybe you did. I don't know. Who am I to judge? Now, there are a couple things outside that don't want to kill you all the time. One of those is the roaming locust, which is literally just like a patch of locusts that flies in the air, and then you run through them and they scatter, and that's all they do. They're more set dressing than anything. The other is the manticoil, which the bestiary says is descended from real-world corvids, or things like ravens. And they're pretty much just a four-winged bird that will fly away whenever you get close. And again, that's all they do. And that's it. That's the total list of things in the game that don't want to kill you. So now on to the things that do want to kill you. The tulip snake by itself isn't explicitly harmful. Tulip snakes are these big bird flower looking things that will run at the player and jump on their head, and then for about 10 seconds try to fly away while holding the player. If one gets onto you, it's just a nuisance for 10 seconds. They'll flap their wings and they'll look down at you from the top of the screen and just do that for a little bit before they get bored and take off. However, if 2 tulip snakes or more get a hold of you at once, you will start to fly. Now, if you're good at the game and know how the jetpack controls, which is a device you'll get later into the game with money, you can kind of maneuver 2 tulip snakes to your benefit to get to your ship quicker, get to the front door quicker. But if you're not familiar with the game, what happens most often is they take you really high into the air, then they drop you and you die. Again, this doesn't explicitly kill you, but it can, because if you walk into the front door of a facility entrance and 2 tulip snakes are on you, there is a giant rotating fan at the top of the threshold in the front door, which they will fly you directly into and you will die. One on its own can also be a problem, because even though it can't get you to fly away, it will make a lot of noise while it's attached to the top of your head. That is very bad considering some of the other things that can spawn outside, like the blind dog. Despite being called the blind dog or the eyeless dog, these dogs seem to be more closely aligned to something like a lion than a canine. Their most striking detail is the giant fanged mouth at the front of their face that will kill you instantaneously if you come into contact with it. As the name implies, eyeless dogs are blind. But they have a very good sense of hearing that can pick up on footsteps, picking up items, or speaking to other players. They typically spawn more into the later evening hours as the day progresses. Every time you land on a planet, you land in the morning, but then there is a quick day to night cycle, so the quicker you can get all your stuff to the ship, the better, so you don't have to contend with these guys as you're getting your gear back to the ship. If a blind dog is encountered by itself and you know what you're doing, it's not that much to be afraid of. All you have to do is crouch and stay out of its immediate vicinity, because even if it is blind, if you run into it, it will still attack you. However, it's when you combine the blind dog with other creatures in the game that they become a real threat. Say, for example, you are doing fine to crouch and make your way back to the ship, but then a tulip snake jumps on your head. Well, now there's no use in staying quiet because that thing's going to make noise for 10 seconds, so you need to try to run, but in a dead sprint, an eyeless dog will beat you. So you have to figure out how to like maneuver around obstacles or to try to strafe it out and jump over it and get really clever fast. The blind dog is also dangerous because it's one of the few entities that can just come directly onto the ship. So even if you have someone watching the control panel, manning things like the teleporter back on the ship, they still need to be quiet if a blind dog passes. This can create interesting scenarios where someone on the ship is acting as a mission control with a radio, telling players on the ground that they are watching through the map system where to go. But then if a blind dog gets near the ship, the radio operator now has to be quiet. This quiet can lead people in the facility to think that their radio operator has been killed because they have to shut up for as long as the blind dog is around. There is a door at the back of the ship you can shut in the case of emergencies, but in very Five Nights at Freddy's fashion, the door can only be closed for so long before the power goes out, and it has to be reopened to recharge power, meaning it's not a permanent solution. Players will also try to rearrange like the lockers and bunk beds and stuff like that inside of the ship to make a sort of maze for the blind dog to come through, making it less likely for them to wander up to the front of the ship. But nothing's really foolproof with these things. So the only real way for someone on the ship to communicate with players outside of the ship, if there's a blind dog nearby, is through a long-range transmitter that will display short text on screen for all the other players to see. I like how there's so many different conventions in the game that cause you to change up your strategy, but there's typically a counter in those scenarios. Goes to show how well thought out a lot of the game's mechanics are. Also, if you have a mechanical keyboard like I do, you have to be very careful, because if you press on the key fast enough and your mic picks it up, that will count as noise to the blind dog and it will kill you. The eyeless dog's arch enemy is the baboon hawk, which you will also come to be greatly annoyed by. Baboon hawks are effectively bullies. If you run into one on its own, it will probably keep its distance and just kind of run up at you and then run back. Like their name, baboon hawks are descended from real-world primates, so they act the way packs of monkeys do whenever they're confronted by a threat, running up, making a lot of noise, and then backing off. There's a commonly held myth within the Lethal Company community that yelling at baboon hawks will cause them to back off. And while that isn't really true, holding weapons and swinging them at them does seem to work. But normally if it's a one-on-one deal, you don't have to worry about it. If there are more than one baboon hawks and you're alone, then it becomes something to worry about. Because if there's several baboon hawks, they'll kind of get the courage to run up and attack you before they dip back. So if you're like by yourself and there's 3 baboon hawks, they're definitely going to attack, and when they eventually do beat you to death, the last one will skewer you with its beak and then carry you back to its nest. Baboon hawk nests are indicated by these 3 spikes that randomly spawn on the map whenever baboon hawks spawn in. They'll also occasionally take loot over to those sides as well. You can kill eyeless dogs and baboon hawks, it just takes some coordination because, you know, it's not an immediate kill and they tend to fight back. The best thing you can hope to do if you have both of these guys spawn in is get them to fight each other. Because if you're trying to make your way silently around an eyeless dog, baboon hawks make a lot of noise, so the dog will probably locate them before it locates you. And packs of baboon hawks and eyeless dogs will fight and kill each other, which provides a great distraction for you to get out of there. With few exception, most enemies in the game don't drop anything when you kill them, so normally it's not a game, unless you're just doing it for fun, to see how many things you can wipe out. It's just getting the loot that you found in the facility and getting out of there. However, there are some things that you will run into in game that cannot be killed, like the Earth Leviathan. The Earth Leviathan is effectively the giant sandworm from Doom. Like, it's the exact thing. A giant worm with a really big mouth that kills anything it runs into. The bestiary says they're descended from the Piscicaldae family on Earth, which is a group of things that contain animals like leeches. And the bestiary also hauntingly says that they are one of the largest invertebrates in the Thistle Nebula, implying that there are things even bigger than it. These are far and away the biggest creatures we've encountered so far. Well, except for the creature of the company, perhaps. So Earth Leviathans do not randomly roam around the map like a lot of other enemies. Instead, they roam underneath the map, and then when they attack, like a dolphin jumping out of the water, they do a huge jump from the area they started all the way to the outskirts of the map. These things are so big and only above ground for such a short amount of time and are impossible to kill. The only way that you can deal with an Earth Leviathan is by avoiding it. Whenever the Earth Leviathan's about to strike, you will hear its sound cue and see this kind of black particle effect float up around the area it's about to jump from. The implication being that the worm is quickly burrowing from underground up to that spot. Depending on what edge of the circle you're on whenever the effect starts, sometimes it's more useful to run to the sides or straight out, but most of the time it's most useful to turn around completely and run straight out the direction you were walking. Earth Leviathans do not discriminate either. They will kill anything that steps into their ring of death. Eyeless dogs, baboon hawks, you name it. They will most often spawn on like desert, arid planets, places like Assurance, but have a chance to spawn pretty much anywhere. Meaning that while you may be really good at dealing with creatures like eyeless dogs, you always have to have the possibility of an Earth Leviathan in the back of your mind. The Earth Leviathan also does a couple things for the lore. For one, the idea of a leech growing that big in any fathomable amount of time is absurd to imagine, so it points towards the greater implications of the Thistle Nebula making things evolve really quickly. The other detail about them is that they have the word Earth in their name. There's been some theories that Lethal Company is sort of like a Star Wars universe. The idea that it is things that look like humans, sure, but it is in a far-off distant galaxy that Earth isn't a part of. But things within the ship's terminal being called Earth Leviathan implies that Earth is a part of this people's existence, giving us the idea that this is some group far off into the future that originated from where we're at now. And obviously this is supported by all of the animals being descendants from real-world creatures. This is just confirmation that Earth is still remembered in some small way. There's also another entity you can run into outdoors called circuit bees. Circuit bees are effectively giant swarms of bees around a hive. And the hive is worth a lot of money, but the problem is all of the bees on the hive. Circuit bees are descended from real-world bees and act the same as bees for the most part, except for the fact that as they fly in the air, they produce electricity. All this to say, you're going to die to them very quickly if you stay near the hive. But since the hive's worth a lot of money, you can do a strategy with another player where one player runs up to the hive and gets the swarm's attention, while the other player picks up the hive and runs with it towards the ship. The hive can be dropped and the process reset as many times as needed. The one thing I will say is, for the love of all that's good, do not put the hive on the ship. The number of random lobbies I get in where they get the hive and they think it's a good idea to throw it at the entryway to the ship, and it kills everyone who tries to walk back onto the ship. What you do is you set the hive on the rail outside one of the doors to the ship, preferably the railing that you're not using. Then when the ship takes off at the end of the match, it will take the hive with it and leave the swarm behind, meaning you have a short window to walk out on the railing, pick up the hive without any bees on it, carry it into the ship, and get the money. Sometimes people will also just troll you for no reason, and they'll go pick up the hive and set it where they know players are going to be, like the front door, because they think it's funny to watch them suffer. Also, this isn't important to anyone but me, but if you're ever playing public lobbies of Lethal Company and you run into someone named RT is Daddy, one word, capital R, capital T, kick him immediately. I was playing in public lobbies to try to get footage for this video, and then he comes along and spends all of the money we had saved up on random stuff and uses it to buy things like flashbangs that he throws on the ground just to blind us. And then when he got bored, he decided to wait till we all left the ship, take off the ship himself, and then leave the match, meaning the game thought everyone had died and we lost everything we had earned. This is the only retribution I have in any way that if you see this guy, make his game experience miserable. Thank you. Those are most of the creatures that you'll see on the interior and exterior of a facility setting. I know that there are a couple more I am purposefully forgetting to mention, but I'm saving them for dramatic effect at the end. Before we get to those, I want to move on to another kind of interior, the one that was most recently added to the game, that you are likely to see in some of these easy and intermediate game moons. And that is the mineshaft. The mineshaft is the most recent interior added to the game, and in my opinion, the most terrifying. When you come into the main entrance and the map has been spawned as a mineshaft, the only way to get to the rest of the map is through an elevator. This is a very small elevator that you can still manage to fit all 4 players in, and works as an easy location to leave your loot in as you are raiding the shaft. The elevator is small, but big enough to fit all 4 players, and works as an easy point to drop off your loot at as you are scavenging throughout the mineshaft. However, unlike facilities, mineshafts will typically be far more absent of light than other structures. For one, the actual mining areas that are full, again, of concrete walls and deep chasms tend to have a few lights tucked into the top corners of the room. And most of the hallways you'll come across are just long straightaways that will contain mine tracks and mine carts. But the real loot to be found in mine shafts are within the caves themselves. Cave entrances will be indicated by the standard yellow door you see throughout the mineshaft interior, will contain a blue light glowing on top of the door. And these caves always give way to a very long and deep maze that, if you don't know what you're doing, is very easy to get lost in. A lot of these will wind and cut back on themselves and lead to layers up and down that make it very easy to get confused, especially if you're trying to communicate to other players with proximity chat who may sound close but be on the other side of a cave wall, which could take a very long way to loop yourself back to. If that wasn't bad enough, a lot of these caves will have their means of progression cut off unless you travel underwater. You have to duck down underwater and go through these tight corners before coming up in another part of the cave, which for one makes backtracking more difficult, especially when you're burdened by a lot of loot. And if you stay underwater too long, you guessed it, you drown. In the early game, a lot of players will rely on flashlights to, see around dark areas. But after you've played the game for a while, you can probably get by on navigating dark areas just by using your scanner, because it kind of gives you a 3D layout of an area even if there's no light. However, mine shafts are a place where even experienced players would probably like a light of some kind, because since all of the geometry is the same and loops around itself, it is very easy to get lost. And another entity type that comes along with the mine shaft, and again, it can spawn anywhere else, but it seems most accustomed, at least according to its bestiary, to be in mine shafts, is the man-eater. So when you see the man-eater for the first time, it is very misleading. The man-eater at first is this really cute bug, grub-looking thing that the first time it sees a player will become bonded to that player and start to follow them around. Periodically, while the man-eater is following a player, it will begin to cry, and you can get it to stop by picking it up and rocking it like a baby. At first, this is really cute, because it's like you have a little buddy in your group now that needs to be taken care of. And most players will, joke about taking care of the child or who's holding the baby, stuff like that. It also seems that the man-eater gets stressed out if you rock it too much or if it gets scared. Seeing things like another player get killed or a player's body will cause it to get sad and cry. However, if the man-eater cries for too long and no one is there to comfort it, or even if you are comforting it, but the total sum time of its crying gets to be too much, you will quickly find out why it is called a man-eater. Because the man-eater will instantly transform into one of the worst things that can possibly happen to you, especially in a mine shaft. It grows into this giant, 8-limbed thing that chases you around corners and instantly kills you if it comes into contact. These man-eaters can also be deceptive. They will do things like mimic the sound that they make as a baby when they cry in order to lure players to them. So imagine that you leave one person in the mine shaft to take care of the man-eater, and then the man-eater transforms and kills the player. Well, when another player comes down, because again, dead players can't talk to a live player, they'll hear the baby crying and go to check on it, only to see that it is an adult man-eater, and then it'll kill them as well. It is possible to kill an adult man-eater, but it is very difficult. Also, you may say, well, I'll alleviate that by bringing the baby outside. But if you bring a baby man-eater outside, it will instantly begin crying and won't quit, so it will transform after enough time into an adult man-eater, and now you have to deal with one of those outside near the ship. This also becomes a problem if someone on the ship teleports a player who's holding a man-eater back to the ship, because now the man-eater is not only outside but very far from an exit and will almost definitely transform into an adult man-eater unless you have an inverse teleporter to send the player back in. This is another mechanic that plays well off of the game's devices. For example, whenever the person inside of the spaceship is viewing the radar, they may see a red dot or enemy type attached to a player. Typically, this would mean that maybe a snare flea fell on the player and they need to get out of the mine shaft right now. So, the person at the control panel hits the teleport button, teleports the player to the ship, and the snare flea falls off. But unless you're communicating through radio from the ship's computer, it looks like someone holding a man-eater might be someone who has a snare flea attached to them. So the person who's teleporting thinks they're doing a good thing by bringing that player to the ship through the teleporter, only to now have an adult man-eater in the ship ready to kill everyone. It turns the man-eater from just a cute little thing that can become a monster into a sort of chore, because if you see one in a mine shaft, someone has to take care of it to prevent it from becoming an adult, because if it becomes an adult,
Looks like a
everything
piss.
becomes a lot more difficult. This also changes the way other behaviors are done. The man-eater baby will cry if players are too loud or if they make too much noise around it, so you have to constantly be aware of how the baby is feeling. Despite this adding a level of complexity to the game, I think it is a cool level of complexity, because if you know what you're doing, you can typically get all the way to the end of the run and just leave the man-eater in the interior before you leave. So it is manageable, but if you don't manage it, it becomes a problem. Another interesting thing about the man-eater is its incredibly in-depth bestiary entry. This has been something that Zegers has done more and more frequently with recent updates, where he will elaborate more on the lore or the world before we investigate it in Lethal Company. And the bestiary entry for the man-eater is evidence of that. It opens by saying the man-eater has been linked to a genus of cockroaches known as Paraplaneta, which makes sense. All of the creatures we see in the game are evolved from real-world species, and the little grub kind of looks like a cockroach, right? Well, after that it says, it was first nicknamed by workers of the Caswella mine, one of many copper mines along the asteroid belt of Lepus in 1951. The Caswella mine had begun to languish since the end of wartime and would soon close after operating for 12 years. Working conditions had worsened long before the rumor of the man-eater had begun to spread, and as a result, it was not taken seriously by the higher-ups or media at the time. On June 23rd of that year, however, an eviscerated corpse was rescued from the lowest level of Caswella mine. It was later identified as Brett Golden, a senior mining operator. Autopsy recorded the death an accident resulting from faulty equipment. However, the story became a sensation, and the man-eater rose up as famous myth until 6 years later, when it would be first recorded in the Deep 57 cave expedition headed by Simon Golden to put to rest the mystery of his father's death. This was a revelation to the scientific world, as it is now known as the largest troglodyte cave-dwelling species. A creature of this size confined to underground caves was thought impossible. Simon Golden, who had sought to disprove the myth, described his discovery as, quote, traumatic. Okay, a lot. We're given whole lore explanations as this creature's existence, that it came from a legend within mines, and then the mines shut down, and then there were investigations into it. And keep in mind, this is all civilizations that are now extinct from what we can see. The year of 1936 is also interesting. So a lot of people will try to take the world of Lethal Company, and they will talk about it as basically an alternate history of Earth, that sometime in like the 1700s or whatever, we developed space travel, which I don't really think makes a lot of sense, because again, that is way off the timeline of any technology we had then, especially considering that the world as we see it in game is several hundred years removed from even that world, right? I think what makes the most sense to me is that it is several thousand years into the future, if not tens of thousands of years into the future, and that we simply developed a new calendar. Think about it, our definition of years is based on how long it takes the Earth to take a trip around the sun. Well, if humanity is in far-off galaxies and nebulas, then just operating off of Earth years would make a lot of sense. It seems that this 1936 is probably using some kind of intergalactic calendar. Now, that's not to say that 1 year in this intergalactic calendar can't just be based off the time that it takes for one Earth year. Because if you did it that way, every planet or moon you visited would have a different year date based on that planet's revolution time. For the sake of ease, we can imagine that 1 year within Lethal Company is the same as 1 year on Earth, but that this is a new dating system far off into the future. We could even make it easy and say that perhaps year 0 was whenever humanity first left Earth or began to colonize other planets, which would make sense as several of the events that are described are several hundred years in the past, and giving us a couple thousand years makes enough of a cushion for that to happen. Now, speciation to this degree wouldn't have happened in that time, but it's also mentioned that rapid evolution occurs around things like the Thistle Nebula. So even though this entry says 1936, and the previous entry about the spiders mentions the 1960s, we can assume that it's not our 1960s, it's some far-off 1960s. Now that being said, it is also clear that the game takes a lot of references from real-world culture around that time period and then transports it over to the game. For one, a lot of the posters that can be seen in the ship certainly elicit old 1960s and 1970s like propaganda or media from the time. One of the coolest upgrades you can get later in the game is something called the Company Cruiser, which is a giant truck that allows getting supplies to and from the ship a lot easier. The Company Cruiser is also a very effective weapon to anything you'll run into outside, as it can kill pretty much every enemy type in the game except for a couple in one hit. Keep in mind the cruiser itself can also get damaged and blow up, which will kill you if you're inside of it. And because a lot of the terrain isn't exactly flat, it will probably get stuck a lot, but you can get out and push it if that happens. I bring it up now because the Company Cruiser has a radio in it, and all of the songs that can be played on the radio are songs from 1920s and 1930s history in our world. So I think a lot of the ties between like 20s and 50s and 60s and stuff like that are more for an aesthetic choice to give the world of Lethal Company this kind of lost era feeling. But I think this 1900s is far separated from many 1900s of ours. However, there's another interesting note in that bestiary I want to mention, that all of this occurred post-war. And this starts to make a lot of things make sense. It's mentioned on moons like Experimentation that things there were built in secret. And a lot of the things that can kill you in facilities that I've neglected to mention up until this point are remnants of a war era. There are armed landmines and active turrets around a lot of corners in facilities, which if you step on or get in the way of, will kill you. Based on these things, it seems like a war ravaged a lot of the areas we experience in the game. That can also help explain why so many of these locations are now abandoned. Why would you want to build a mining facility in secret? Probably if you were building up weapons or supplies against an enemy. Why would these facilities that you enter into be set up with landmines and turrets around every corner? Probably if you were worried about some invading force coming into that territory. And as mentioned, all of the creatures we've seen in this game are just variations of things that already existed on Earth. And as far as we know at the moment, there isn't any kind of alien life in the stars, at least none that we've ran into. So it seems that humanity was at the point that they weren't only building different civilizations and cultures, but these civilizations were big enough to have planetary war against one another. And again, that was far enough back that the war was over, and in post-wartime efforts, people were doing things like mining moons. I think the power just went out. It's kind of ominous, okay. Just keep this idea of a war in mind as we move on through the rest of the video, especially as we get into the other entities you can run into while playing. The third and final interior you can run into in the game, you can technically run into on the easy and intermediate maps, but they spawn much more often on the hard difficulty maps. The previous two makes a lot of sense. We have a facility, kind of an industrial living quarters, and we have a mine shaft, which makes sense because as we learned through the terminal, a lot of these planets were mined for their resources, or moons were mined for their resources. However, the third interior is interesting as it starkly stands out from the rest. That interior is a mansion. This is most often seen on the final 3 moons in the game, or at least not counting the secret moons, that being Rend, Dine, and Titan, with Rend and Dine having it as their most common type of interior to spawn. There is something incredibly uncanny about the mansion interior. Something about walking through these snow-covered, blizzard-ridden planets and opening a door to find yourself inside of a warmly lit library. And as opposed to the other 2 facilities, you can find pretty much every kind of living amenity inside of these structures. There's kitchen areas, there's fireplace areas, library bookshelves everywhere. And it gives us further insight to how the world of Lethal Company might have been built. Planets that could be used for resources and construction, places like desert planets that you could build industry on, or moons that could be mined for their resources were turned into mine shafts. On planets where that wasn't feasible, places that were, say, covered in snow, were turned into living areas for the people who didn't have to be in the mines or factories. And it's such a stark juxtaposition between the dark gray walls and the metal flooring seen in the other spaces to come here and see wooden floors and grand staircases. The interior of random spawning hallways most often shows these massive bookshelves, information that contains millennia's worth of history for humanity as we know it now, and humanity for the thousands of years between us and the world of Lethal Company. But in spite of the luxury, and in spite of the level of security and comfort the people that lived here probably had, like everywhere else we go, it's abandoned. And it's here that we run into different kinds of creatures. Typically, all of the enemies that I've listed up until this point, aside from things like turrets and landmines, have been animalistic. They are evolved creatures that existed on Earth and became these kind of traps or nuisances as you work your way through facilities. But the creatures that we start to see when we get to areas like the mansion are much more mechanized and purposeful. And the first of these that I want to talk about is the coil heads. So coil heads have a high likelihood to spawn on like facility types as well, but they feel more at home with the creatures we see in mansion interiors. So coil heads are the classic enemy type that cannot move when you're looking at it. Think of these as the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who, or SCP-173. If you're not looking at it, it moves really fast towards the player, but as long as you're staring at it, it is completely still. The coil heads are also one of the few enemies in the game that cannot be killed. You can stun them temporarily with weapons like the flashbang or the stun gun, but you cannot completely stop a coil head. If a coil head catches a player, it will remove their head and replace it with a spring coil, making the player's body match the coil head's form itself. Coil heads also create a lot of complications with other entities because there's some things that you need to either run really far away from or need to stare at very sparingly. But if a coil head's there, then it demands your attention as you have to look that direction, and if there's something that direction you shouldn't look at, then you're going to have a bad time. However, one of the most interesting things about coil heads is it's mentioned in the bestiary, where it says, they have been known to combust into flames when being dissected or even deactivated, and they carry dangerously high levels of radioactive particles. Due to this and other reasons, it has been highly speculated they were created as biological weapons of war, although this has not been proven. So in whatever war this was, one side, if not both sides, were building things like coil heads to use as weapons. Can you imagine how terrifying that is? Like, some invading army just airdrops a bunch of creatures you have to stare at, or else they rip your head off. Also, the mention of biological weapons of war implies that there is some level of biology in them, which is something that we'll see with other mechanized foes as we continue through these kinds of entities. So humanity wasn't just to the point where they were having wars for each other and were colonizing far-off moons, but they were also using this adaptive biology to make weapons to use against one another. Again, with things like this, it's no wonder areas like mansions are abandoned, because you probably just have to drop a couple of these things and they would clear out entire planets in a week. Another creature that is in a much similar vein is the Nutcracker. So the Nutcracker looks like the stereotypical children's toy. The difference being it is holding a shotgun. That is not like a euphemism or a joke. It has a double-barreled shotgun that it uses to patrol the hallways, again, most often mansions. Nutcrackers will rotate on guard inside of an interior before it randomly stops. Its head lifts up, revealing a fleshy eye that comes out of the Nutcracker's mouth as it scans the area and then continues its patrol. Nutcrackers can be easy to get around if you know how to deal with them. If the Nutcracker is walking, as long as you don't run into it or try to attack it, it won't harm you. However, when it is doing its search and the eye is looking around, if you remain perfectly still, the Nutcracker won't notice you. However, if it catches sight of you at any point, standing still won't do anything, as it will continue to chase and attack you even if you remain still after that. As mentioned, the Nutcracker is holding a double-barreled shotgun, which it will shoot at you if it sees you. Or if you get too close, it will simply kick and insta-kill you. If you can manage to kill the Nutcracker, which is very difficult to do, because it can only take damage whenever its eye is exposed, and it can deal damage to you way faster than you can deal damage to it. But if you manage to kill one, when it falls to the ground, you can take its shotgun, and the Nutcracker will always drop an additional 2 shotgun shells in addition to whatever was in the shotgun when it died. And the shotgun is an incredibly useful tool for killing other entities, including other Nutcracker. You just have to be careful with it and always remember to put the safety on, because there's a chance that the shotgun can randomly go off when you do things like drop it on the ground. The bestiary for the Nutcracker is interesting, as all it says is, guardians of the house. They watch with one tireless eye, which only senses movement. It remembers the last creature it noticed, whether they are moving or not. So think about it this way, right? We have creatures like coil heads that will only move whenever they are not being looked at. And then we have creatures like Nutcrackers that randomly patrol, look around, and then continue on their patrol. While they don't attack each other in-game, it seems to me, at least from my limited knowledge of the game and lore and stuff like that, that this seems like an offense and defense system. While we don't see them attack each other in-game, it seems to me that one was built to counter the other. You have creatures like coil heads that, as the bestiary says, were made to be weapons of war. Then you have creatures like the Nutcracker that are given a gun and are said to be guardians of the house. Maybe creatures like the Nutcracker that randomly look around for threats to an area were countered with creatures like the coil head, things that hold perfectly still whenever they're being observed. The Nutcracker's one weakness. It seems that what we're seeing here is 2 different sides of the war. We have one side that was building these creatures to be guardians, and we have another side that was building creatures of offense. Now, it is very possible that the bestiary definition, calling them the guardians of the house, is just metaphorical, as we often find them in mansion interiors, and both of these could be made by the same side to carry out the same purpose. But I think there is a huge juxtaposition in their appearance. One is made bare bones, just a mannequin with a spring head that chases down people, and the other seems to have a lot of attention to detail to come off as non-threatening. I mean, it looks like a children's toy. And as a matter of fact, the Nutcracker isn't the only monster that looks like a children's toy, because next up we have the Jack-in-the-Box. The Jack-in-the-Box is one of the most annoying things and terrifying things that you will come across in the entire time you play Lethal Company. So when you first encounter a Jack-in-the-Box, or Jester as they're called, the Jester is just a box, a pair of arms and legs that follows you around. And in this state, it does absolutely nothing. It just follows you around. It's kind of funny and awkward looking. It may kind of block a doorway, but you can just jump on top of them and then like crouch to get out of the doorway it's blocking. The Jester in this state is completely non-threatening. And then it suddenly becomes the most threatening thing in the entire game all at once. That is because after a Jester has followed a group of players for long enough, it will begin to wind up. One of the arms will grab the crank to the music box, and for 40 seconds play a Jack-in-the-Box theme. However, as the theme is playing, it gets more decayed and more amped up until eventually Jack-in-the-Box pops. And when it does, rather than a cute little clown coming out of the top of it, it is a giant skull covered in fleshy tendons that runs way, way faster than the player ever can. What this means is that if a player sees a Jester, the entire run now becomes a Jester run, because it changes the strategy for everything you do at that point moving forward. After a Jester has popped, it will know the location of every player who is currently in the interior. It will run them down, instantly kill them, give it a couple seconds, and then it will chase someone else. The only way that you can counter the Jester is to leave the facility. After a while, it will go back to its starting state, and then you can quickly dip in before it starts to wind up again. So instead of staying and exploring the facility, it then becomes locate the fire exits, get in, get some loot, and go out to the exit before you make the Jester upset again. The bestiary entry doesn't do a lot for us either, as it's just the guy who's riding it, as we'll get to in a little bit, freaking out over how terrifying this thing is, but he ends by saying, good luck, you know as much as us, we call it the Jester. So similar to the Nutcracker, there's not a lot known about it, but also similar to the Nutcracker, it is something designed to be a children's toy that kills things a lot very quickly. This creates a kind of haunting implication. We know these areas are abandoned, and we know that people used to live here, and ideally families and large swaths of people used to live here, right? And then there are creatures that are designed, I mean, I guess it's possible to say the Jack-in-the-Box is an animal, like, you know, the way an eyeless dog would be, right? That it is a natural evolution of something, but to me it looks more like something that was designed, something that was made to look like an unassuming children's toy. So why would a future civilization design weapons that are appealing to children before it springs to life and kills them, unless their objective is to wipe out a lot of children, which is a depressing thought. As a matter of fact, there's a couple of entities in the game that do not have a bestiary entry that kind of drive this point home. One of them is the drama mask. For those that know the classic images of Greek tragedy and drama, the smiling face and the frowny face, it is a mask that can appear as one of those two faces, and if the player decides to put it on, it has a high likelihood of killing them. After the player is killed by the mask, they will become possessed by the mask, walking around with the mask on and killing other players they run into. Now, for those that know SCP stuff, this is literally SCP-35. It is the drama mask that when you wear it, it possesses your body. However, the drama mask creates some very interesting dynamics within gameplay. So the drama mask appears on the ground as any other loot you can pick up. You can pick it up and then sell it for money at the company store. And as long as you pick it up and just leave it in your inventory, the mask can never harm you. But if you pick up the mask and decide to left click to put the mask on, that's when it has a chance to attack. Players who are possessed by the mask will die and then walk around in their body with the mask on their face. This creates a terrifying occurrence when you haven't heard from your teammate in a while and you look down the hallway and see their silhouette standing there, and every time there is a moment of doubt in your head if that's them or if that's their body possessed by the mask. Now, there are some ways to remedy this. If players have call-outs and they're making noise to each other as they constantly move through the facility, the mask can't make noises, so that rules that out. The mask players will sometimes do random movements to make it seem like they're another player, like they'll walk up to an item, or they'll sprint and then stop and then rotate, trying to be human. However, masked entities are one of the few things in the game that can go from the interior to the exterior of a map back and forth as they wish. Meaning that even if you leave the facility, the mask can just leave too and then follow you back to the ship. It is possible to kill these things, but you have to be careful because at any point they can grab you and make you dead. There's also one really evil trick that Zeekers put in the game just to mess with the community. So remember how I said you can have someone sitting back on the ship manning the teleporter and watching the map to see when people need evac'd out? Well, the map itself is just blips on a radar, so you can't see a lot of detail around characters. In other words, they just look like little blue dots moving through the facility, and it's up to the person manning the teleporter if someone needs extracted or not. So players started to do this thing where if they did certain body movements on the radar, it was a signal for the person manning the teleporter to teleport them out. The most common one that people in this community started to do was to just stand still and spin in place. For anyone who's played online games, this is probably familiar. Like, in most games, if someone is standing there and they crouch and stand up over and over, that is the universal sign of, I want to befriend, I'm not trying to fight. So spinning in place was the universal sign for teleport me out. So Zeekers programmed the mask to randomly stand still and spin in place. And since there's no way to differentiate someone that's been killed and now possessed by a mask because it doesn't show a red blip on the radar from a regular player, the person manning the teleporter thinks that their buddy wants teleported out. They teleport them to the ship, and it's actually their corpse now possessed by a mask. The mask immediately kills the person manning the teleporter, meaning there is now a second masked entity because anyone who's killed by the mask becomes a mask. And now those two masked entities are waiting to kill the unsuspecting players who make their way back to the ship. There's also mods that have been incorporated into the game where the mask will take things that the player recently said in the proximity chat and then echo them. So with the mod attached, the mask can also do call-outs and sound like dead players, even though they're just possessing the player's body. The mask also has a chance to spawn into maps as an already dead crewmate. Without mods, the max number of people that can enter a map at one time is 4. So 4 people can arrive at a planet, and when they get there, there is a 5th body that is already possessed by the mask walking around. This creates some more interesting dynamics. Now, if you see a masked person, that might be your friend that's dead, or it might be a standalone entity. Meaning every time you see one, you have to try to do a head count to to see if your fourth guy is still alive. There are a couple ways to remedy this. For one, you can buy different cosmetic suits inside of the spaceship that let you put on different color codes, mostly for aesthetic purposes, but it has an actual in-game use here, as the masked entity will always spawn in the default orange jumpsuit. So you can just buy a green or purple jumpsuit and make everyone in the crew wear that color. That way, if you see an orange mask, you know immediately that it's not one of your guys. Another way to do this is an item that can be bought in the store as well is a can of spray paint. This is used as a sort of breadcrumb trail in the larger maps, where if you get lost or confused about where you're traveling, you can just spray paint the walls or ground to find your way back out. But it has a second purpose here, as you can spray down everyone in your crew, and then if a masked entity shows up and isn't wearing spray paint, you know it's not one of your guys that are dead, giving you an accurate head count of who's still up and allows you to keep strategizing. Again, just such expert ways that all of the different entities in the game play so well off of the game's mechanics. However, the super interesting lore implication to me, by the fact that a masked entity can spawn on its own without a crew body member to do it, is that means there are previous crews who have already been to these locations. Think about it, if you four are the only ones who land, and a fifth body wearing your orange jumpsuit is walking around, that means someone had to be here and be killed by the mask before you got here. So if that's true, how many other crew members, how many other of these company groups have already ventured into these areas and never came back? And while we don't know the exact means of how the mask exists, it's probably not biological, and it might be mechanical, but it might also be supernatural. Now, up until this point in the game, we haven't seen anything expressly supernatural. Sure, there might be some creatures that are beyond our understanding of biology or whatever, but that's explained by like evolution and speciation and stuff like that. This mask seemingly possesses you, so unless there is some really complicated form of mechanics or invention going on to do that, it seems to be a supernatural entity. And the reason I feel like I can say that is because of one confirmed supernatural entity in the game, the Ghost Girl. The Ghost Girl, similar to the mask, cannot be scanned and does not have a bestiary entry. It is one of the rarest enemies you can run into in the game, and also one of the most difficult to deal with. Whenever a Ghost Girl spawns onto the map, it will pick a player at random. Whenever you're playing through the game, players will get different rankings based on how they performed on certain runs. So for example, the player that gets the most scrap is given the most valuable title, and the player that spins around the most and looks the most directions is given the most paranoid title. Most often, the Ghost Girl will cling to whoever is the most paranoid. The way the Ghost Girl works is very complicated, and there's a lot of in-depth looking you can do into how the AI works, but the easiest way to describe it is that she plays a game of hide and seek. The first time you see the Ghost Girl, she will appear at the back of a room or in a facility before she quickly disappears. This leads a lot of new players to the game to quite literally think they imagined it. She will then appear somewhere else randomly, waiting for a player to run into her, and after the player sees her again, she'll start to move around. Eventually, the Ghost Girl will begin skipping towards the player who she is haunting, and if the Ghost Girl makes contact with a player, their head explodes. Now, what's really interesting about the Ghost Girl is any player that is not being haunted, so everyone else can't see her. So you can have a player freaking out saying she's right there in the corner of the room, but no one else can see her. So if that guy gets killed by the Ghost Girl, he'll be standing there 1 minute, and then his head will just explode before the Ghost Girl resets her cycle and picks another player to target. The only way a non-haunted player can see a Ghost Girl is if she appears outside, because similar to the mask, the Ghost Girl can move in and out of the facility to chase whoever she's haunting, and it's then that she can be picked up on the ship's cameras and non-haunted players can see her. Similar to how if a jester appears in a map, it now becomes a jester run because you have to change strategy for how you approach the map. If a player becomes haunted, it becomes a Ghost Girl run for that player. Because every time you run into her, you essentially aggro her more, make her become more active. So it's a smart idea if someone sees a Ghost Girl to make them be the one who goes and mans the ship's cameras, leading to the least likelihood that they'll run into the Ghost Girl. But like I said, the Ghost Girl can also leave the facility, and it's effectively a ticking clock for how many times the haunted player sees her. There's no way to kill the Ghost Girl, there is no way to interact with her, to stop her. She is a completely invincible enemy within the game. But like I said, she also doesn't have a bestiary entry and can't be scanned, implying that, as the name suggests, she is a ghost. When a player becomes haunted, supernatural things will begin to happen around them. Lights will begin to flicker, they'll hear a girl giggling in the distance. It seems that the ghost girl is a stereotypical ghost. And most interestingly, if you think about it, the ghost girl is the only human we encounter in the entire game. Other players aside, we never run into a human outside of this setting. We see evidence of humans, we see their construction, we see writings, but we never see another human. And the one we do see is the ghost of one. So when you put all of that together, when you say there's creatures like jesters and nutcrackers that are designed to look like children's toys, but then kill you, and then in the remnants of these abandoned housing areas, the only people we run into are the ghost of children, not a very pleasant thought. Now the one caveat to this is if you spawn on a planet that has a pre-existing masked entity, or the mask has already possessed a dead employee's body, then that body is technically another person that you're running into. But as mentioned, as far as we know, that is just a corpse of another employee, not a living one. And I know that a ghost isn't technically living either, but it's active on its own volition. These maps are full of weapons of war, and the only people we see are the ghosts of what used to be. Now that being said, there are a couple more entities that spawn again within these mansion interiors most often that do have humanoid traits. Technically the coil head is kind of humanoid because it's, designed to look like a person, but that's clearly like an artificial mannequin. But there's one that kind of walks the ground between something natural and something mechanical, and that's the barber. The barber, also known as the clay surgeon, is a giant purple human shape with a massive pair of scissors. The barber will quite terrifyingly teleport or jump towards you, and if it gets close enough, snap its scissors and cut players in half. These were recently added to the game, and we know next to nothing about them. They are very childish in their appearance, from their name to their design, from the fact that as they jump, there's like a snare drum hit. So in my mind, they kind of fit in with things like the Jester and the Nutcracker as being these unassuming entities until they become hyper-violent. And the bestiary entry for the barber doesn't do us a lot of favors either, as it says, "I had a dream about the barber. One day he made me a wig because his scissors were too big." Again, this poem kind of falls in line with the whole theory that it is made, again, to be an unassuming or child thing like the Nutcracker or the Jester. As a matter of fact, the kind of poetry to how it's described is very similar to the Nutcracker's bestiary entry. So in my mind, it kind of makes sense if these were designed as some sort of weapon. But again, they're newer to the game and we don't know a ton about them for me to make any definitive conclusions on that. Something that I will make more definitive conclusions on is the other kind of humanoid entity that can appear in mansions, the butler. So when you first see the butler from a distance, you can almost be mistaken that it's a person. It seems to be wearing a suit, has a face and hair, and most of the time when players encounter it, will be sweeping around the interior of a mansion. Again, I believe they can appear outside of mansions, but they're most commonly seen within mansions. However, when you get too close to the butler, that's when the ruse starts to fall apart. Its body isn't shaped right. It's like kind of draped in a cylinder, and its face looks like a pile of skin. You can certainly see how there used to be a person there, and you can see how the suit that it is wearing was probably someone's suit at some point, but that's certainly not a person anymore. When the butler sees a player, it will begin nonchalantly sweeping in the area, but subtly continue to track the player through different rooms. As long as the player isn't alone, this will never change, and the butler will just kind of hover around where the player is. But if a player that is being followed by a butler is alone for, I believe, 12 seconds, it will put away the broom, pull out a knife, and begin to chase and stab the player. And then if that player runs into an area with more players, it will pull out the broom and act like nothing ever happened. It seems that the butler is trying to murder you in secret away from prying eyes. To the degree that if it stabs the player to death, it will even clean up the blood and move away from where the body was. Where it gets really interesting is what happens if you kill the butler. Again, with any entity in the game, this is hard to do unless you stun it or use a zap gun and have another player hit it with a shovel. But if you manage to kill a butler, it will quickly swell up and pop. You have to get away from this pop as it's happening because it will damage nearby players and throw them a considerable distance. But in the aftermath of where it popped, a swarm of what's known as masked hornets will appear. And these masked hornets will continue to follow players through the facility, similar to how the butler did, only these can't be killed, but it's kind of easier to outrun. What that means is that the butler is just a drape of skin designed to look like a person that in reality is a giant bag of hornets. After the butler dies, it will leave in its wake the suit that the butler was once wearing, or at least the pile of skin that was made to look like the butler was once wearing. This is, in my opinion, one of the coolest monsters in Lethal Company. Like, we're walking around in the remnants of where people used to be, and other than things like the ghost girl, there's normally not a sign of them. But then randomly, a swarm of hornets will, I guess, assemble people's skin and put on a suit in order to look unassuming so it can chase people around and stab them to death. That is so cool. In the bestiary entry, it says, "The smell is like rotten meat, so bad it puts Richard to shame. You hear flies buzzing around inside their bodies." Jess said she saw something crawl out of its eye socket and go back. This is like classic body horror monsters. I love it so much. There also is a benefit to killing the butler other than just getting rid of it on the map, because when the butler dies, it will drop its knife. The knife can be picked up and is one of the most effective weapons you can use in the game. It does the same damage as the shovel, but it can be swung a lot quicker. Even though you can spam it to swing it a bunch, it only does damage, I think, every 0.4 or 0.45 seconds, but it weighs 0 pounds and is much more usable than things like the shovel. The other benefit to the knife is any other butler can be killed by it in a single hit. This makes sense because if the butler is effectively a giant skin balloon full of bees, then just popping it will cause it to die. But again, this is one of the only direct mentions we get of any kind of remnants of people left through the game. We have the bodies that can be possessed by Mask, we have the spirit of the ghost girl, and we have the skin that was left over that made the butler. We don't know exactly what happened on these moons, but we know that it was bad. Because of the remnants we're seeing, it seems that humanity was wiped out and their pieces used to build whatever we're coming across. And a lot of this seems to be the product of some kind of war. And there is another explicitly war-made entity in the game that sheds a ton of light on what may have happened here. And that is a rather new addition to the game, the Old Bird. So remember how I said, like, the Jester, if it spawns in an interior, the game now becomes a Jester game. And if someone's haunted by a ghost girl, that player now has to play with the ghost girl. If an old bird spawns on the exterior, because thankfully it can only spawn on exteriors, if an old bird spawns on an exterior when you land, it now becomes an old bird game. When the match starts out, the old bird will be dormant. It will be standing like a statue in whatever area it spawns. It then has random chances throughout the rest of the day to turn on at any point. Also, remember how I mentioned facility interiors will have an apparatus that runs the power? If you pull an apparatus at any point, that forces any outdoor old birds to then turn on. The old bird is a stereotypical super mech made for war. It has a giant spotlight for a head, these loudspeakers that blare noises to terrorize people. It has rocket boosters on its feet that it will use to fly around or go up in the air and land on players. And it has a series of rockets that it will fire at anyone it sees. If you're outside and there's an old bird, you don't have to worry about eyeless dogs or baboon hawks or anything like that, because if the old bird sees it, it will make them a memory. The old bird leads to some of the most terrifying gameplay you can run into, but where I'm interested about it is its lore. Because while other than the coil head, we don't get explicit mention that things like the Nutcracker were designed as weapons of war, the old bird is very explicit in its definition, not only in its design, but in its bestiary entry. Bestiary entry for the Old Bird reads as follows. The Old Bird is an autonomous, offensive weapon of war with a humanoid design. Measured at 19 feet tall and 11 feet wide, its two most defining visual features are the spotlight position on its head, emitting 100,000 lumens, and the long-range acoustic device on its chest, sometimes referred to as a sound cannon. There are additional speakers on its shoulders used to broadcast sound a long distance. The Old Bird's left arm is a claw, and its right arm is a nozzle capable of both launching rocket-propelled grenades and torching at close range with a very hot flame. Old Birds are one of the first extra-orbital weapons to be used and mass-produced. So there we get our definitive note that this was designed as a weapon for war, as an orbital weapon, it says. But then the following paragraph Similar to the paragraph mentioned in The Man-Eater, opens up so many ideas for the world of Lethal Company. The subject of who developed the Old Birds has been an intense debate since their first recorded appearance on December 18th of 2143, when over 50 Old Birds invaded the Anglan capital. This is considered one of the first major causes for the downfall of the Anglan Empire. The most commonly upheld theory takes into account the tension between the Anglan and Beaumont military throughout the 2100s. However, nothing has been proven in the centuries since. The design of the Old Bird, down to the tempering of metals, appears intended to conceal its origin. It has been called the walking ransom letter. Old Bird's legs function as rockets, which allows them to travel long distances and find targets efficiently. But the most likely reason this feature exists is to help them enter and land from orbit. The material and fuel Old Birds rely on is similar to those of passenger spacecraft from around 2130. Old Birds land and stay at their target planet forever. Although they often have more than enough fuel for just one trip, no behavior has been found in their programming which suggests they could choose to migrate. Still, there are unverified accounts of Old Birds traveling autonomously to a new planet after hundreds of years of dormancy. Okay. So, Anglan capital, Beaumont Empire, whatever. This is the only mention we get of it. I could make of that what you will. Like, all of these empires, and there were invasions. Someone said 50 to a capital, which I could see how one could destroy an empire, much less 50. But someone developed these things in secret somehow, and then used them to attack other moons and colonies, but also they can be sent to a planet and be dormant for hundreds of years. If these things have been around for hundreds of years, it builds up so many questions about the empires, about the war. Perhaps all the remnants we're seeing are the remnants of the Anglan and the Beaumont War. Perhaps one side built the coil heads and the other built the nutcrackers. Perhaps one side built both. Perhaps these conflicts are completely unrelated. There's been a series of skirmishes across space for thousands of years. Who knows? But if one side of a conflict wanted to mass exterminate the entire population of another side, sending a bunch of Old Birds to a planet seems to be an easy way to do that. However, the Old Bird entry just gives us even more lore to dig into Lethal Company's world. As it continues, the Old Bird was historically referred to as the A1 based off the codename it was given by the English military, the A16L31. In 2384, however, the song Old Birds, released as a cult hit by the post-punk project Under Remora. Just 3 years later, in his most famous work of the same name, street artist Land Erie depicted the automatons flying and landing between planets in an arrangement similar to a flock of geese. This is generally considered one of the most iconic and influential images of modern culture and solidified the modern nickname. In 2356, 5-Embryon was classified as condemned for the purposes of travel or settlement by the boat. Old Birds were described by witness accounts as lining the horizon, though to this day they appear inoperative. There's a reasonable risk that many are still in sleep mode, so the planet will likely keep its status. Small Moon was likely used as a testing ground for the Old Birds' flying and landing capabilities. Okay, so this throws our timeline way into the future. We were talking about 1930s, 1960s, and we now have mention of things that happened in 2384. But we have so much stuff here that there is an English military, whatever that means in the far reaches of space, that gives it the designation. But then we also have a mention that there's a song Old Birds made by a post-punk project called Under Remora. So we don't just have militaries and empires, we have art, we have culture developing in space. But we don't see any of that because everything we come across is desolate. And also, crucially, we get our second mention of the boat, the thing mentioned all the way back in the Bunker Spider entry. So the Bunker Spider entry made it out to be that when this boat passed the Thistle Nebula, that these bunker spiders grew to the size that they did. But now, hundreds of years later, we see that a planet is condemned for travel or settlement by the boat. This implies that the boat wasn't just a one-time thing, but is either a group or a still existing thing out there in space. However, the Old Bird entry leads us to another secret of the company's world as well, and that is with the mention of Embryon. The Old Bird entry is interesting for a couple reasons. For one, shortly after that entire description I read was put into the game, in an update, part of it was removed. Everything to do with the Anglan Empire or the Beaumont Empire was cut out. And not in a way to say it was retconned or perhaps Seeker's changed his mind. Instead, you can see where the entry starts and then it's suddenly cut off and jumps down to the rest of the description. It's almost as if the company or the terminal is censoring information we weren't supposed to see. And similarly, the planet Embryon that was mentioned at the end as being condemned by the boat is now a location we can travel to. There are 2 secret moons in the game that are not listed in the ship's terminal that you just have to type the name in for the ship to take you to. And one of these is Embryon. Similar to the hard level moons, you have to pay to go to Embryon, but out of the paid moons, Embryon is the cheapest, only costing 150 credits to land at. And yeah, you'll never want to go there. Like, I went there one time for footage for this video and I'm never doing it again. So when you land at Embryon, the entire surface is covered in deactivated old birds. And it is a really long trek to get from your ship to the front door and the fire exit, which is an equal distance away. The interior of Embryon is the same, random spawn chance as any other map, but it is the exterior full of old birds that make it interesting. Because as mentioned earlier, as the day goes on, it is more and more likely for old birds to be activated. And because there are so many on the surface, what effectively happens every time you try to leave the facility is it turns into a match of hell divers, only you don't have a gun and are far more vulnerable. It is chaos, it is a nightmare, it is a challenge map, if there ever was one. However, in the info for this moon, we get some interesting history when it says, Embryon was discovered in just the last century. It appears to have been used as a testing ground for old birds long before it was officially discovered. As a result of this danger, its status has been marked as condemned. There are theories that a diverse geothermal ecosystem may be thriving within the vast cave network under Embryon's surface. So that raises some interesting points. As mentioned in the bestiary entry, it seems that Embryon was kind of a testing facility or a holding site for old birds. But now it's saying that it was discovered and seems to be, prior to the discovery, a place old birds were sent. So why is that the case? Like, does that mean there's information of moons and planets that have been lost to history? Does that mean whatever empire that was building here has either ceased to exist or weren't able to pass on the information that the moon even exists? How did a race, if it is the Bomok Empire or what have you, how did a group that powerful suddenly just vanish? And for further proof of this, look at the other secret moon hidden in the game. Do you remember all the way back when I was describing the moons and I talked about Attuiment, how there is a cabin underneath the bridge that contains the spray paint that says 68 Art? This is the only hint we get to the other secret planet in the game, Artifice. Artifice cost 1,500 credits to land on, double what the second highest moon, Titan, cost. And Artifice, like Embryon, is incredibly difficult and only recommended for high-level players. Sure, there's a lot of loot you can get a hold of, but it is rarely worth it. However, as soon as you start to explore Artifice, it looks to be a sort of abandoned military facility. There are several abandoned warehouses out front that look like aircraft hangars or a medical bay. And again, due to the very high number of old birds, this seems to be a military outpost for whatever created these old birds. Or alternatively, a target that the old birds have since wiped out and they are now simply dormant. In the history of Artifice, it says, weapons and classified technology has been found at various sites on the surface dating back at least 200 years. So again, more references to this lost war, several hundred years old, and as it seems, wiped out a lot of our information of the empires that were a part of it. Artifice is equally a nightmare. You've got to deal with Earth Leviathans and old birds left and right. On the bright side, the Earth Leviathans can eat the old birds, but you have to be real careful about how you time it. As mentioned earlier, not for the faint of heart. But once again, the question is raised, how did militaries and empires that have this much infrastructure just disappear? Why are we now, hundreds of years later, going to their remains to collect junk? Sure, you have weapons, things like coil heads or old birds that you could see wiping out a population effectively, but ideally, the other side of this space-faring group of people would have weapons they could counter with, but they seem to be gone as well. What happened to all of the people, the empires, and the groups that existed around this region? How did everyone disappear? Well, it's here that I want to propose a theory, and it's also the reason that I have left a couple of very common entities you'll run into in the game out of the story up until this point. So let's rewind a little bit and talk about one of the earliest enemies you will come across as you play Lethal Company, the Bracken. The Bracken is one of the most terrifying things you're going to run into in the early game. The Bracken works by targeting certain players and stalking them from the shadows, never attempting to get into your line of sight. If the bracken is not disturbed, it will slowly creep its way up to lone players before it puts their hands in front of their face, snaps their necks, dragging their body back to its lair. Facility interiors have a chance to spawn a backrooms area, or effectively one room that looks like the inside of an office space. It seems that Zeekers just likes online horror culture with inclusions of things like SCP creatures like SCP-35 in the game. So it seems that having a backrooms room that can randomly spawn in a facility is just a sort of Easter egg. However, a lot of players will take to calling these rooms bracken rooms because there is an urban legend in the community that if a backrooms interior spawns, that means a bracken has also spawned somewhere on the map. And that more specifically, this bracken room is its sort of nest. Now that doesn't seem to be true, it just seems to be an urban legend, but for one, it goes to show how interesting Lethal Company is, because there are entire urban legends about how certain AI models in the game even work. Regardless, brackens will stalk players and can only be diverted if they're looked at. Sometimes if you quickly turn around, you'll catch a bracken that was previously sneaking up on you. If you do see a bracken, you have to glance at it to make it go away, but if you stare at it, it'll get aggressive, drop the ruse, and just charge you and kill you. Again, it can be killed, but it takes a lot of finesse. Or, stun grenades. When the bracken is killed, it will curl up into a ball and then quickly dissolve. The bracken creates these terrifying scenarios where your whole group can be walking in one direction and then you just hear a quick snap of one of the player's necks. That player goes silent and everyone turns around to see a bracken quickly make its way around the corner while holding their friend's body. However, the reason I have held off talking about the bracken up until this point is because of its implication. There are certainly creatures within the game.
Hello, Variety. Wanna toke? Twin Turbo. I don't know if I did already. How long ago was that? Yeah, I definitely did. Hey, Attack Rack. Hi, Cleric.
Are certainly made of human skin, but that's not actually human. It's a bag of wasps that look like a human and are also really cool. And then you have things like the Ghost Girl that are human, but clearly a dead and supernatural version of a human. But the brackens are an animal that can be seen and killed that look quite explicitly like a person. In the bestiary entry, it says, it is a bipedal vertebrae with skin the color and texture of a red beak. The name is coined for what appear to be leaves protruding from its upper spine. The purpose of these is believed to be for intimidation. However, not much is known about the species of bracken behavior due to its elusiveness and low population. So not a lot's known about it, but it kind of looks like a person and exists in places where people definitely used to be. So hold that thought as we talk about the last entity you'll run into in the game, at least at the time of recording, the Forest Keeper. The Forest Keeper is called the Forest Keeper because it most often spawns in forest. Only brave comments on the Wendigoon channel. From a distance, if standing still, the Forest Keeper can almost be confused for a kind of tree. This kind of thing can happen a lot actually, considering they spawn on forest maps and typically only late at night when your visibility is lowered. Forest Keepers are more commonly recognized by the sound they make. They are giant 30-foot tall creatures that stomp the ground loudly as they walk through the woods. Forest Keepers are deaf, so any amount of noise will not alert them, but if they see you, they will stop, stare for a moment, before they quickly make their way over to you. If a Forest Keeper catches you, it will pick you up, put you into its mouth, and chomp you to pieces. It is a giant thing in the woods that eats people. What is more fun than that? This creates some horrifying scenarios where an entire group of people can be running from a Forest Keeper, and as everyone jumps into the ship, the last guy gets picked out of the door before you see blood rain down from where that person once was. You can technically kill them if you stun them and hit them enough. I think it takes like 30 shovel hits to put one down, so good luck with that. The most effective way to kill them is to use the aforementioned company cruiser and just run it into them, which is risky as the Forest Keeper, if you are still for too long, can just pick you out of the cockpit of the company cruiser and eat you. If you're in the woods and you see a Forest Keeper, the best thing to do is to break line of sight by going behind trees or hills as you make your way to the ship or facility entrance. The bestiary for the Forest Keeper shares some interesting insight. For one, it says their bodies bear markings on their front and back which mimic eyes. This trait is more helpful in their youth as they are not agile. Their skin is a unique, dense material which hardens further throughout their lives. Large spikes and bumps across their bodies form as a result of aging. So effectively, you have this giant thing that has these fake eyes on its body, even though it does have a good line of sight, and its skin is effectively wood, forming off these branches and spikes. But then after that, we get a really interesting note where it says, it's been said forest keepers exhibit a curious behavior similar to that of a human child the age of 5 or 6. They will eat anything they find fascinating. Forest keepers don't actually need to put anything into their mouths, and it's theorized their main source of energy is a process similar to photosynthesis. For one, that almost makes them more terrifying. They don't actually need to eat you, they just do it because they find it interesting. And the whole photosynthesis idea further points to the idea that they're effectively a sort of living tree. A tree, however, that looks very human. However, the most fascinating lore implication about the Forest Keeper, to me, comes at the very start of its bestiary entry, where it says, they're believed to share a common ancestor with Rapix folium. Rapix folium is the scientific name of the bracken, as mentioned in its bestiary entry. So that makes some sense if you think about it, right? Because the bracken is described as a creature that effectively has these like brambles growing out of its back. It's very plant-like in that regard. And the Forest Keeper is effectively a giant living tree, right? However, another thing that these two have in common is that they are both the most humanoid monsters we come across in the game. Sure, there's some creatures that have some humanoid aspects, like you could say, oh, well, the Thumper has arms, but that one's already been clarified as like an evolved shark. Both the Bracken and Forest Keeper stand upright like a man and have arms and legs. And while there's certainly speciation to their environments, the Bracken grows inside of these dark type facilities, so it becomes accustomed to the dark and grows more like a weed. And the Forest Keeper is outside. It is with the trees, so it grows wood, branches, most like a tree. But yet they still have features of a man. It says they share a common ancestor, so what could that mean? Now, this is all theory. None of this is confirmed by the game, so bear with me. We know that humanity has existed for at the least a couple thousand years among the stars, long enough to have wars and then the impacts and fallout from wars. But regardless of all of that, all of these worlds seem empty. And we already have mention with things like the bunker spider that creatures in the Thistle Nebula evolve at a very rapid rate. And with creatures like the spore lizard, we see the symbiosis arrangements where one species gets with another species and create a new thing. Just like how the spore lizard was a sort of alligator, but now the spore on its tail has turned it into a whole new creature. There was a cut creature from the game known as the Kidnapper Fox, which I won't get into now because it's cut content, so don't know how I feel about bringing up all of its lore stuff. But the design behind the Kidnapper Fox was that it growed in something called a vein shroud, and the shroud was its own unique plant, and the Kidnapper Fox had adapted to appear like that kind of plant, at least from a distance, and made their home inside of vein shrouds. So again, we have different kind of species kind of melding together to be one in this environment. And sure, while there's certainly enough technology and weapons of
Damn, I guess I wasn't him.
That still doesn't explain why everyone's gone. Because even if one side completely wiped out the other, well, that side should be there, right? They supposedly conquested the land, they should be there to take it, but they're not. What if, just like how sharks, spiders, centipedes, leeches, everything else evolved to cataclysmic proportions over just a few thousand years, what if people did too? What if something in the air or the radiation from the area caused the people who colonized these planets to become something monstrous? Those who were trapped inside of these now unpowered facilities adapted over the years to become these brackens, these dark creatures that have grown to the veins and the vines around them and become these things that now hunt people who visit the facility. What if people that were stuck outside became a part of the wildlife around them in the trees and developed skin much like a tree and are now these giant hulking creatures that roam through the woods, picking up out of curiosity and putting into their mouth anything that comes in their way? What if it was not only the monsters people ran into that resulted in their demise, but people became the monsters themselves? Now, that's not to say all human life throughout the entire galaxy is gone, just gone here on the moons that we're exploring. I mean, maybe that in itself was a weapon of war. Maybe one side, in a desperate attempt to win or to destroy the enemy, put out some kind of biological agent or accelerated evolution past what people could withstand. It could have been an attack, it could have just been a result of the environment around them, but either way, I think that the Bracken and Forest Keeper is proof that we do run into the humans that used to live here, not only in the skin of the butler or the apparition of the ghost girl, but what people have now become. So that raises the question, why are we doing any of this, right? Like, we are hired by a company to go to these planets that, for all intents and purposes, should be nuked from orbit. If anyone who's living there becomes a monster, and all the stuff that exists on there are monsters, and the walls of these places are just full of junk, why are we even doing this? I mean, what do we do with this junk anyway? We pick it up, we bring it back to the ship, and we take it where, right? Well, if you've played the game, you know exactly where we take it. And you've probably been screaming at the screen since I started this video of why I'm not talking about the most common planet that a player will ever visit while they play Lethal Company. See, the way the game cycle works is you have 3 days to collect an amount of scrap to reach a set quota, and then you go to sell the scrap, and then the quota rises, and you do another 3 days and repeat the process. So at the interval of every 3 days, you have to go somewhere to sell the scrap. And it is where we go to sell that scrap that is the final moon within Lethal Company. And that moon is, quite fittingly, the company building. So every 3 days you will land at the company building. And the company building is the only moon in the game that doesn't have roaming enemies looking to kill you. I mean, you could certainly die there, but it won't be to stuff that's walking around on the outside near the ship trying to get rid of you. You land at the company building and it looks like a giant oil rig of sorts. The entire planet, at least as far as we can see, seems to be covered in water or some kind of ocean. And the landing platform that the ship lands on is a giant catwalk well above sea level. It is here that the players gather all of the scrap that they have found on other moons and bring it over to a sort of shop counter. After the players have placed all of the scrap that they have, or as much as the counter can hold, you ring a bell a few times and the door opens before a large hook extends from the dark interior, pulls all of the scrap in, and then after some calculating, the players are paid whatever the scrap is worth. This is how the main game's economy functions. You go to moons, collect scrap, sell it here, and then you use that money to buy some of the tools and items that I've mentioned throughout the video. So this seems to be the point of everything. Whatever the company is has us go to these far-off abandoned moons, gather scrap, give it to them, a hook pulls in the scrap, and then gives us money. The most defining feature about the company building is how large it is. When you look up to the sky, it seems like a near infinite wall of concrete. And you can walk a really far direction left and right, and it's just wall on wall on wall until the platform ends into nothingness. Whatever this company building is, it is huge. And for some reason, they want the junk that's been left behind on these now abandoned moons. However, if you get close to the wall, or the counter where this large scythe reaches out of and pulls the scrap in, you can hear some really weird noises. You can hear things like gurgle or movement or some kind of commotion coming from something on the other side of this wall. And as any new player to Lethal Company knows, as their friend tells them the only way to sell scrap is to spam the bell as fast as they can. If you make too much noise or disrupt too much whatever's happening on the other side of the
Someone did that to me on my first playthrough. God damn it.
red tentacles fly out and grab whatever player is standing closest before ripping them into the darkness. This tells us that right here on the other side of this wall, some gargantuan monster is waiting. Supposedly, the thing that all of this scrap is being delivered to. So the question is, why? Why does the company have a giant thing, tentacle, monster, whatever, on the other side of the concrete? And why are we risking our lives constantly to bring this thing pieces of junk metal or empty bottles? Well, if you just played the game and go through the moons, that is entirely left up to speculation. It is whatever you want it to be. But if you dig a little bit deeper, there is a story within the story of Lethal Company. Do you remember how at the beginning of the video, I said that next to the ship's terminal, there is a post-it note saying that we're in deep and to use the code SIGURD. Well, if you use that code, you get access to several audio logs that you can find throughout every moon in the game. As you're traveling on these moons, if you stray from the beaten path, going on top of structures or around the side of the building, there's a chance that you can come across these forgotten logs. And using SIGURD on the ship's terminal allows you to access and read those logs. And it seems that SIGURD was a member of another company crew much like your own, but far, far in the past. So by reading SIGURD's logs, we get a picture of what all this might really be about.
Hello, I am writing this log to keep myself sane. I couldn't find a way to do the most basic thing on this old janky butt computer, so I had Desmond added in, the log feature. Till now, I've just been adding my own notes to the bestiary whatever I know. My brother said I should keep a journal, so I'm doing what I can. I'm writing in a professional manner, as these logs could become a historical record, as they will probably be here for years, just as long as there isn't a clean wipe. That is what Desmond said. If you're reading it in the future, you are probably from another crew. The turnover rate here is enormous, maybe because this job sucks and everyone turns over dead. Maybe I can give some help when I have some experience. In log. Oh, our names are Sigurd, me, Richard, Desmond, and Jess.
So here we get an introduction to Sigurd, as well as the rest of his crew, Richard, Desmond, and Jess. You probably remember those names because they were mentioned in the Butler bestiary entry. As a matter of fact, every bestiary entry in the game, to some degree, seems to have been edited by Sigurd. At the beginning of each bestiary entry, he gives his danger level for what a specific entity is. And most of the time, you can't trust him at all because he says things like the hoarding bugs aren't dangerous at all, which, as I talked about earlier, I hate them. But also that date of 1968 dates this well before a lot of the events we've talked about. We've talked about events all the way up to 2300. So Sigurd and his crew were doing this 300 years ago, at least. That also gives the implication that the company has been sending out people on these scrap runs, again, 300 years ago. So that further begs the question, why are we still doing it now? But more to come on that.
Gosh, this suit is squeezing me like I'm a gosh damn mummy. I'm a grown man. Give it some space between the legs. It's killing me. I'm dying. I hope you're happy, Dad. I finally got a job. Screw you. Everyone here smells. Especially Rich. I'm gonna throw him in the lake. I don't care what it's made of. I love being on camera duty. Oh, I forgot. The date. It's August 24th, 1968. This keyboard has schedule fast. Today we found a couple frying pans and a big nail. Worth almost nothing. What is the company even using it for?
Mostly just Sigurd complaining, but it points out that even that long ago, they were still finding the same things that we're finding now. Things like a big nail and frying pans.
We got in the swing of things the past few days. That's what Rich keeps saying. He smells like a rancid tuna can. Worst summer camp I've ever been on. Date is August 27th, 1968. We make sure someone always has a shovel for bashing anything that moves, and we always put someone on camera duty so they can open those big security doors with letters and numbers. Ask Desmond the wizard how that works. I think he just types in the code that's on the door. That's it. We sold some goods to the company today at 70% value. I got my nerves chilled listening to the psychotic sounds behind the counter. No one else gave any? Can't ignore that. My flashlight didn't even go back there. The beam just went dark.
For one, this establishes Desmond as being the tech guru or the guy who knows how the equipment works, but it also points out that Sigurd started to have the same questions that we have, that there's something on the other side of the company counter. And similar to us, when we try to see what's behind it, all we can see is darkness.
I talked to a voice on the walkie-talkie. It was like a part of the screams. He told me the golden planet actually existed. It's not a legend. And he told me it didn't just hit a meteor. He said the planet was swallowed up by the beast, and they were in its body being digested. I asked what the beast is, and he said he didn't know. He said it ate the planet, and they forgot everything. I couldn't get him to stop talking, but I said he was on the other side of a big wall, and I could get him out. I said he was inside the building, and that's when he started freaking out. I couldn't make out a word. I think he said something about spitting out the rinds, so I just turned it off. What a whack. Jess says the Golden Planet is just a story. I said I know, I'm not an idiot. Well, she said I should quit, and she quits if I do. So, she's staying.
Okay, a lot to unpack here. It seems from talking about the other side of the wall, Sigurd is also making this entry about being at the company building. And that this voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie sounds like it's coming from the other side of the building. That it is coming from where the screams are coming from, as Sigurd describes it. But the voice on the other end of this walkie-talkie says that they were a part of this golden planet and a beast came and ate them up. Quite interestingly, he says that the beast ate the planet and they forgot everything. Keep that quote too about spitting out the rinds in mind for later. Now this golden planet is also something we're being introduced to. The idea of a golden planet in the stars that supposedly this beast ate.
Date is August 31st, 1968. I got my camera duty again. I hate walking on this moon anyway. Aha, joke's on them. It just started raining. I'm just sitting. Can't sleep on these tiny beds for ants. I've been thinking a lot. I think this job is shady. If you're reading this, you probably got here the same as me. The pay is good. The contract only lasts a season. They ran you through their assessment exam on the phone with a weird voice. Signed the contract on the shuttle with the rest of your crew. The whole time you didn't talk to anyone. The shuttle was autopiloted. I think the voice on the phone was fake. I've had the worst dreams. I think I just want to go back home. But I'm not going to crawl home crying and scratching on Dad's front door. It's not his son. That's not Sigurd.
So this is also interesting. As mentioned, we never run into another person throughout the entire game unless you count the bodies and potentially evolved people, as I talked about earlier. And it seems that through the whole hiring and introduction process, that has been the same. It is an entirely autopiloted system to get people from one place to the other. It's almost like the entire company itself is some kind of automation. And we also have to mention that Sigurd himself refuses to quit the job because he can't stand to look at his father after having quit.
Date, September 4th, 1968. I got woken up early this morning because we were going to the company building to sell our useless garbage. The rate was 120%, which Desmond says is rare and he didn't want to miss it. He's been watching it like the stupid stocks. It still sucks here. Rich still smells like a piece of shit. I can barely sleep. I heard the worst sound behind the wall of the company building. It sounded like crying red faces all churned up and swept away by concrete, like the pestle and bowl my mom crushes up her seeds and spices in. I still hear it. It's a nightmare. No one else heard it. They don't know what to do. Jess thinks I'm homesick. No, I'm sick of this cheap suit.
This is another mention of whatever's on the other side of the wall sounding like people being churned up. If the entry mentioned earlier from the person from the Golden Planet, if he says that the beast ate them up and now he's on the other side of the wall, that would imply that whatever beast is on the other side of the company building wall, the thing that we're feeding scrap to, is the thing that eats planets, or at least the people on the planets. Now it is sitting behind this wall as people are slowly being digested and it's spitting out the rinds. And all that Sigurd's crew, and assumedly our crew, can do is keep feeding it.
We left behind Rich. Just had one room to check and then we could be done for the day. I couldn't get the door open. And then I looked and Rich wasn't there. It was the wrinkly skinned flower headman that walks on two legs. It turned his neck. I heard the crack, but he wasn't there. I wanted to find Rich even if he was dead, but they're cowards. Their faces are blank like idiots. There's nothing moving in their stupid skulls. All they wanted to do is leave. They were going to leave me too. We all hated Rich, but we didn't want this. This isn't worth it. It's just not worth it. We got a pair of scissors, a box full of stamps, and a bundle of cords to sell for nothing. It's not worth it. What does the company even want it for? The date we last saw Rich is September 7th, 1968.
So it seems that here, Rich died to a bracken. Again, something that will be commonly seen as you play the game. But it seems that this is causing Sigurd to be distressed, and he's starting to lose his mind over what the company's making him do.
Date, September 13th, 1968. For some reason, I was the one who had to call the company number to report the accident. They were too scared to do it. It was the same fake voice I remember from the interview on the phone at home and the stupid training videos. But it heard what I said, I think. Because it said they would contact the family and find a replacement of something else. Talk so fast. I learned you can hear the screams all the time in the walkie-talkie when you're at the wall of the company building. They didn't believe me. Well, now they do. It sounds just like when I heard it a couple weeks ago. They want to quit. I said I'm not a coward. I just got this job.
So similarly to previous mentions, the voice that you talk to, the company voice, just seems to be an automation. It's processing what you're saying, but there isn't actually another person on the end of the line that you're talking to. The mention that if you hold a walkie-talkie near the outside of the company building, you can hear screams seems to be exclusive to Sigurd's logs, because there are walkie-talkies in the game, but if you seem to hold them up, at least in my testing, walking around the company building, you don't hear anything. I will say there is one device you can pick up, just a piece of junk called the old phone, and whenever you pull out the old phone, you'll hear something like a woman scream for a brief second before the line cuts, but you don't have to be standing at the company building to do that. That happens anywhere. It's quite possible that this was real at Sigurd's time and isn't real now, or that Sigurd is starting to lose his mind. Both viable options.
Date, September 18th, 1968. Past weekend, it feels like Desmond and Jess woke up. We're supposed to get our 4th member of the crew in a few days. We aren't taking any risks anymore. We don't get as much, but it feels safer, and I've gotten better sleep. But it's still ass. I can still smell Rich. I swear to gosh, he smelled that bad. I was talking about how the voice on the phone sounded fake. Desmond got this weird idea. He's the wizard and all, so he thinks there's a way to use the phone call I made to the company number to find out where the voice comes from. I don't know why he would want to do that, but he seems serious. He's been using the terminal a lot.
So now Sigurd's crew is thinking about a way out, thinking about a way to survive, and Desmond seems curious to figure out what everything means, to figure out what the company's up to.
September 27th, 1968. Desmond wants me to write down what we figured out and keep my, quote, nonsense to a minimum. So I'm going to put so much of my nonsense, screw him. The new crew member is named Lucas, and he is so confused and scared all the time. What a baby. At least it doesn't smell like a monster. It's been so sunny even though it's September, and these suits don't take it well. Okay, so Desmond traced the call and found out there's a group of people somewhere else that pretends to call us from the company building. They are across the whole solar system. Why would they be so far away? Desmond says he doesn't know, but I think. What if there really is a big monster in the company building like the voice told me on the walkie-talkie? They trapped it and we feed it to keep it tame. I just wanted a stupid job.
So for one, Sigurd is coming to the same conclusions we have. There's a monster in the company building and we're just feeding it. But the mention of Desmond tracing the call and it's on the other side of the solar system is super weird. Why would a company that is just feeding this beast for no reason be set up on the other side of the solar system? And why would there not be any real people there? It's all just automation to make sure employees keep doing their job of, again, feeding junk to a monster.
September 30th, 1968. I keep having bad dreams about the company building where the company breaks out of the giant concrete wall, but I don't know if it looks like anything. I just think it's really big and fast. I can't figure out a way to know if the voices on the phone are real. Desmond says it's too far away. I asked him if he could take control of the autopilot, and he said I'm crazy and that could kill us. Yes, I'm crazy, Desmond. He says we would have to get our own private flight to go to the coordinates, and who knows what would actually be there. So what if it's nothing? I started wondering how I can't remember how we really got here. No, I just remember little things like the shuttle flight to the building where we signed our contracts. But I don't remember getting on the shuttle. I don't even remember saying bye to Dad. In my dreams, it feels like the company isn't trapped in there at all. It's just hiding. I don't know if I'm going home.
So this one is interesting. For one, Sigurd is no longer referring to it as the monster in the company building. The monster and the company are now one and the same. And also, we have the kind of bizarre mention that Sigurd is losing his memories. Sigurd can't remember saying bye to his dad. He doesn't remember how he got there. Earlier, it was clear. He talked about the phone call, taking off on the shuttle, autopiloted. Now everything seems foggy, strange. Keep that in mind as we move on to the next log.
Date, October 1st, 1968. We're out of snacks and lemonade packets again. Desmond thinks stun grenades are more beneficial. Well, if he puts off ordering my stuff for another day, I'm going to take a shit on the control lever and ask him what he thinks about his stun grenades then. Desmond, don't read this. I know I'm not the wizard, but I guess I'm the computer guy again today. Every time I go outside on the vow, they say I get pale like I'm dead. So they put me on screen duty. They think I got soft or something. Whatever. Lucas is the scared one. Good luck keeping him from losing his freaking mind. I could stroll out at night like it's my backyard. It's just that I saw Rich on a hill. He was over on the other side of the river, but that was 3 days ago. I'm not scared. It's just getting cold outside. I think they just want me to have screen duty every day. and they're all set on an excuse. I miss Dad. I hope he isn't staying on Titan. People are saying it's not going to look the same in 2 years. Jess told us they're about to go to war and everyone's waiting for it. Every time we go to sell, the company building is shaking like there's a loud furnace inside. They're too afraid to quit. We can barely sleep to meet the quota, and it gets worse every time. God, I feel like I'm being squeezed through a needle. I wish we could go back. It's better working for Dad even when I got nothing, just daily allowance. I liked when he would drive us out of town to see the waterfall and walked up those old wooden stairs. Just wanted a real job.
Now, we have a few interesting things here. The first one I want to mention is Rich. As we know, Rich is dead. He was killed by a bracken, right? But here, Sigurd mentions that he saw Rich. Now, this can be assumed to be paranoia or maybe even the ghost of a missing teammate. If nothing else, it's further evidence that Sigurd's mind is slipping. However, what is also interesting is the mention that Sigurd's dad lives on Titan and that things are about to get bad. And considering of what we see of Titan now, whenever we land there, that is an understatement. But at least at the time Sigurd's writing this, Titan seemed to be okay, and people were saying that a war was coming. Now we kind of have evidence that there are a couple wars within the Lethal Company timeline. In the 1930s, when we talk about the mines with the Man-Eater, it says that these mines were developed in post-war era. And then after that, we have all the stuff that happened around 2100, I think, with the Old Birds between the Anglin and the Bomok Empire. Although that's not explicitly described as a war, it certainly is a militaristic takeover. And sure, while that might be the one that Sigurd is referring to, saying that Titan was getting prepared for whatever happened in the 2100s, that seems kind of odd. Because think about it, we had a war that existed before the 1930s. And then in 1960, Sigurd says that he's worried about his father because a war's about to happen, but it seems that a war doesn't happen for like another 150 years. And this is the last log that we get from Sigurd, because our last entry is simply this.
Desmond, October 15th, 1968. I am encrypting these logs to keep them hidden, as I fear the system will be wiped if they are found. It's all, guys. We're supposed to think it's all just a transaction, but our real job is keeping an incredible terror fed. How long until its fullness ends and its hunger is insatiable? God knows. Maybe it has to do with all these desolate moons. Whoever reads this, I'm sorry to burden you with this. Please have a good day and night, as what else is there for us to do?
Now this makes sense. For one, Desmond is described as the tech guy, and he's the one who encrypted these logs and left the post-it note that allow us to read all of this. So it seemed that Sigurd's crew probably died somewhere back in the 1960s, and now we're here in their aftermath. Which begs the question, when are we here? Because there's mentions of 2200, 2300, 2100, 1930. What year does Lethal Company take place in? Well, whenever you boot up the terminal, you can see the current date, which on the first day that you play Lethal Company is July of 2532. Or in other words, about 563 years after Sigurd's crew. That is an absurd amount of time to be in the same spaceship doing the same job. Because this has to be the same ship that Sigurd and his crew were using, right? Because all the stuff's hidden on the terminal we use, and the post-it note was placed next to the terminal we use. Which, by the way, would mean that that post-it note has been there for 563 years. Unless, of course, it hasn't been. So as far as definitive lore goes, that's pretty much everything for the game. But I think there are enough pieces here to put together a theory. So remember how the voice in the Golden Planet entry said that they were on the Golden Planet, but then the monster ate them and they lost all their memories before the Rhine were spit out? And remember how Sigurd can't remember how he got this job or his father or the other things that seemingly are just basic fact to him? And remember how everything to do with the company seems to be automated and coming from somewhere across the solar system? And remember how aside from the bodies and the evolved, you never see another human? Not even your other teammates, not even yourself. What if the monster behind the company wall, or as Sigurd begins to refer to it, the company, has been eating people up and spitting out the rinds for centuries? What if this monster is more than just a monster? What if it is a thinking being that exists in many places across the solar system, or at least has the power to project itself? What if the monster eats people up It mashes them, grinds them in a pestle, as Sigurd describes it, before it spits out their bodies into this mechanical suit, sending them out to go to planets and bring it more food to eat. The people who are eaten and digested by it lose their memories just as Sigurd is. And there seems to be no people operating the company. The company and the monster seem to be the same thing, so it's clearly the monster that wants us to feed it. Why would it need people to do that when it can spit out the rinds, as the voice on the walkie said? It's no wonder that employees' lives are so meaningless to the company, because it can simply make more. If this thing eats planets, it has a practically infinite amount of bodies to throw out into space to bring it food. This explains why we can go to planets and there's masked entities already existing there before we get there, because who knows how many of these things the company is throwing out. As the log mentions, there's no way walls can contain something that big. It's just there because it chooses to, or it's hiding. Perhaps hiding from all of these intergalactic groups of people that have weapons like old birds. Perhaps it's hiding because it's easier to just stay in one place and have these flesh puppets bring you your dinner. It seems that Sigurd and the rest of his crew have their memories entirely destroyed. Sigurd says in 1960 he is worried about his father on Titan for the war that's about to happen, and the only definitive war that we get ended before 1930. Perhaps Sigurd took this job sometime in the late 1800s, or perhaps he was on another planet, even the Golden Planet, before he was eaten by the beast and spit out. Now he has all these implanted memories and the timelines don't make sense and he's not sure what he's doing, but all he knows is that he has to keep feeding the beast. I mean, that would explain a lot of things. It would explain why you never see another member of the company without their suit on, covering every inch of their skin. It would explain why Sigurd talks about the suit being so tight and uncomfortable and that he can never take it off. Because if it was taken off, it would reveal people for the bag of bones they really are. That would even explain little things like why Rich constantly stinks or smells like death, as he says. That would explain why things like Butler seem to have a healthy supply of human skin in spite of all the people being dead for hundreds of years or evolved into something without skin. As the company uses mashed up corpses to do its bidding and projects messages from the other side of the galaxy, these used to be people think that they have some agency. The memories of what used to be float in their minds, and they think that they have some say in their life and their survival. But if you've played the game for any amount of time, you know that eventually it all ends the same way. The quota keeps going up, and you keep dying, and you keep spawning back in exactly where you started. Another bag of bones set to feed a creature that is full of flesh. Much like how the employees of the company go through space collecting scrap of what used to be, they themselves are scraps of what they used to be. And I think there's evidence of this within the game, or at least there was evidence of this in the game. So looking at a timeline, we know that Sigurd and his crew probably died or their ship was sometime around the 1960s. Well, when the Old Birds were added to the game, if you'll remember, the Old Birds log entry shows things from 2150 and 2380. At least 400 years after Sigurd and his crew seemingly died, or at least well beyond the life expectancy than a normal person. Well, when the Old Birds were added to the game, originally at the top of the description, it included Sigurd's danger level. If you'll remember, for every creature in the game, Sigurd adds his own opinion of how dangerous a creature is to the bestiary. And at the end of the Old Birds entry, he left a comical note talking about how dangerous they are. Shortly after this was added to the game, it was immediately cut by Zeekers. Now, I understand that there is a chance that Zeekers just got the timeline wrong, and like with every other entry, added a Sigurd opinion on the beast, and then thought, well, that doesn't make sense because this happened several hundred years later, and then deleted it. But in my opinion, Zeekers did not forget the timeline of his own game. I think that was left in there on purpose, because how could Sigurd leave a note in a computer 400 years after he dies? Unless it's just another Sigurd on another trip with the company, thinking that it's his first time around. This would also explain how Sigurd is able to leave bestiary entries for every single creature we come across. Normally, one interaction with one of these creatures is enough to kill the player, but Sigurd has seemingly ran into everything. Or at least he's ran into everything across his several lives. And since the company manipulates his mind and his memories, maybe that explains why when he goes to the terminal, he isn't surprised to see that he's already left an entry for something. Maybe it just fills in the memory in his head of, oh yeah, I already did that, not realizing it was an entire lifetime or several lifetimes ago. This could also explain things like what he meant when he saw Rich. Maybe he quite literally saw another variation of Rich out on the hillside from another crew that was also being sent to the same planet to feed the company more. The company chews up people and spits out the rinds and fills them with the memories of someone who at one point thought that they were working for the company on their own volition. So then maybe Rich gets pushed into another crew, and then Rich sees Sigurd out in the distance, a version of Sigurd that remembered a version of Rich. And if you follow this idea to its natural conclusion, then I believe when the player, you, plays Lethal Company, you are playing as Sigurd's crew. Because think about it, if this has been happening for hundreds of years, and we know, considering that Sigurd edited the Old Bird entry, this was happening at least 100 years ago, then what's to say that right now we're not just another disembodiment of Sigurd's original team? With the mention of Lucas coming in, I'm sure these people can be swapped in and out, and I'm not saying that particularly any one of us might be Sigurd, but it's the same variation of people being chewed up and spit back out time and time again. And I think the biggest evidence for that is one of the highest lore points in the game that has been talked about since the game first came out. If you are at the company building and you make your way over to the left after landing, you can find a hatch in the ground. The hatch will not only lead to one of Sigurd's audio logs, but it will also lead to a giant drill hidden underneath the platform. Now this drill looks to be in an early state of construction. It has a broken wire, it has a couple of slots that look like they would fit an apparatus, the apparatus we can find in facility interiors. And there's even a spot on the wall to show hypothetically where this drill would be drilled into. And it's aiming right at the company itself. Now a lot of people have theorized that in an eventual update to the game, we can assemble the drill and put it together for some kind of end game. However, in one of Zeeker's early updates, he shows the concept art for this drill, in which the title of it is Desmond's Drill. This makes a lot of sense. Desmond is described by Sigurd as being the tech guy, the guy who knows how the computer works, the guy that figured out the transmissions coming from the other side of the galaxy. So it would make sense that he would be the one to assemble the drill. But does it make sense that Desmond by himself assembled the entire thing in secret at the company's front doorstep in the matter of time that he was alive on these missions? Or does it make sense that Desmond has been doing this for several hundred years over several variations of his life? What if Desmond has become aware? What if, because of his understanding of technology or because of the terminal where he leaves notes to himself, he, at every point of consciousness, every time he is brought back from the grave, realizes what's going on? What if that post-it note doesn't have to be on the wall for 500 years, because every time Desmond comes back to the ship, he puts a new one up for the next version of himself that comes through? And what if over time, Desmond has been building the drill piece by piece to try to finally stop the company? Zeekers has mentioned that he has an end game for Lethal Company in mind, and I think that's what this end game will be. Even if I'm completely wrong about the theory of Sigurd's crew and the bodies being reanimated and all of that, I think it will involve the drill. I think we'll put the drill together and we're going to tunnel in to see the company for what it really is. And if we are Sigurd's crew, if we are still Desmond and the rest of his company, then that means it's been Desmond doing this all along. The pieces of scrap spit out by this entity forming back together to destroy the beast that made it. The only real thing left to go over in Lethal Company is a couple of intro cutscenes that have been added in recent updates to the game. The first one that was added shows the player from a first-person perspective in some kind of factory that's under attack. The ground starts shaking, alarms start going off, the person whose view we are looking through seems panicked before he turns around, and a door materializes out of the wall with some shadowy figure standing there. The other intro cutscene that we've been given is a man floating in space, seemingly a member of the company who has been ejected from the ship, which, by the way, if you fail to meet quota at any point, you just get sucked out of the airlock and thrown into space. Makes sense, right? If the company is building these bags of flesh to go get it scrapped, and they can't do that, then what reason does it have to keep them? I mean, it's proven by the way the blob kills people, your suit's the only thing that matters, right? Because it's not like the company needs more flesh. In this cutscene, as someone is floating out in space, they're suddenly presented with a door which opens, and the cutscene ends. Now, to me, it looks like we're watching two sides of the same scene. The person sitting at the chair is confronted with this door out of space that a figure steps through, and on the other side, we have someone stepping through the door. Now, this is clearly showing that doors are appearing to different people. Is the figure that steps into the office the same guy that was floating in space? Maybe, or maybe just the door is appearing to different people around the galaxy for some reason. Maybe this door is some ethereal entity that is looking to destroy the company. Maybe it's a manifestation of the company itself. All that I know is that this is really cool. With no exaggeration, I think Lethal Company is one of the coolest settings I have seen out of video games in a really long time. Because even if I'm wrong about all of my theories, the stuff we know for a fact is that these far future civilizations were destroyed by something, and that we're now in the remnants of their colonies and their civilizations. We know that things have evolved at a rapid pace and are destroying people, and there's intergalactic wars, and there's this monster behind the company building that chews up planets. And there's so many interesting questions about what we're doing. There's so many interesting touches of like symbolism. Like, for example, the company building itself is on a planet called Gordion, which is the capital from the story of King Midas, the king that everything he touched turned to gold. And there's a mention of the golden planet. And when we're picking up scrap, we're looking for whatever has the most worth. And things like gold bars and cash registers have a high worth. But then so do things like rubber duckies and toys and objects of memory. There's just so many, there's so much room for speculation. There's so much interesting done with it. And it leaves such a perfect note of telling you things and not telling you things, and giving you just enough clues to fill in the gaps that you can jump to insane conclusions like you, the player, are also Sigurd, which is also a bag of bones and meat, and if your suit or your mask was to spill out, you would be a composition of flesh like a zombie. It's just, oh, it's so cool. I love this game so much. I'm so happy that it's successful in the way that it has been. I am so happy that games that take a chance, just guys making stuff for fun, can get to the level Lethal Company is at. It deserves the success that it has been given, and it has been given that success for good reason. In my opinion, I think the boat is effectively some kind of arc, that humanity had to leave Earth at some point millennia ago for whatever reason. War, decay, what have you. And now the boat is forced to work its way through the stars, and people from the boat drop off on planets randomly to try to colonize and start over. But at some point, humanity made the mistake of running into the company, a thing that eats planets. And that company is smart, and it can be many things at once. It can be on the other side of the galaxy, or it can set up things on the other side of the galaxy. It can control people's minds, it can make them lose their memories. And from there, humanity had a greater threat. Maybe the reason places like experimentation or Embryon were used in secret is because people were trying to develop weapons to use in secret against the company. Maybe that's now why the company is hiding, and why instead of eating entire planets, it just gets bags of flesh to go to planets and bring the food to it. Maybe all the weapons of war we see are things meant to destroy it or parts of it. Maybe we're the bad guy in all of this. Or maybe if Desmond can recognize the illusion, he can stop it once and for all. And even if I'm wrong about all of that, then there's still these intergalactic empires and these wars and technology used against each other. As mentioned, Zeker says he has an end game in mind, and I, for one, am excited to see it because I love everything he's done up until this point, and I can only imagine where it goes from here. I cannot stress this enough. If you have not already installed Lethal Company, do it right now. This is one of those rare times where a video game hits just the right note between community speculation and the developer actually putting matter to it. So get in on the story if you haven't already. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Not even to say it has to go anywhere from here. If it stays right where it's at forever, then I think it's done more than enough. Seekers is a fantastic developer, and this is a fantastic game, and I, for one, am so excited to talk about it, and I'm so excited that you all decided to listen. And above all else, I just want to say thank you for watching. I really like Lethal Company, if you couldn't tell. Like, when the game first came out, I played it with, like, Charlie and Hunter and a bunch of my friends, and we streamed it together, and it was so fun because it's terrifying at some moments and hilarious at others. But then as you dig, there's so much lore. Everything works so well off of each other. It's just, it's like a diamond in the rough, the rare occasion where you just come across something this special. And I'm glad people saw it for what it was, that the game did as well as it did, that it's as successful as it is, because as I said, it certainly deserves it. Let me know in the comments if you think I'm insane. I haven't seen anyone say the theory that the company is making you, the player, it's like zombie puppet or whatever, basically, to go out and collect scrap for it. But to me, it's the only thing I can put together out of the clues we have at this point. Now keep in mind, after this video comes out, an update may come that completely shatters all of this, and Zeekers moves the game in his own direction, which, to clarify, he is the creator. He can do with the game whatever he wants. I'm allowed to be wrong. But let me hear your theories in the comments. Let me hear if any of this makes sense. And like I said, above all else, thank you for taking the time to watch this video. Link to the game will be in the description, as I mentioned earlier. And thank you all for any support that you show it. I like to talk about art and like works of art, like games and TV and movies and stuff like that a lot. It's a whole different thing when my audience supports the creators that I talk about, and it makes me feel less terrible about covering their thing, you know, for money. But for real, thank you guys very much for all the support. It means the world. So I believe that should do it for now. So thank you guys for being so cool, and I really hope that you enjoyed this video. And above all else, I really hope that you enjoy Lethal Company. I believe that should do it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! I don't really have a joke to make. Death to all hoarding bugs. That's the joke.
Speak, friend.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill from Good Old Days Gaming, and you may be wondering, where's the next Zelda randomizer, and how come I don't only play Zelda randomizers and nothing else? And the answer is really quite simple. They get super boring. Now, I know there's people out there that can play the same game over and over and over again and not get sick of it. Those people are called speedrunners, and they're one of a kind. I am not a speedrunner, nor do I care to strive to be one at any point in my life. I'm just a casual dude. YouTube forgets about this demographic. And I realize the randomizers are constantly updated. Like now, you can hide the A button in Hyrule somewhere so you can't press A until you find the button. And maybe that's enough change, enough challenge, something fresh for somebody who's played it 100 times already. But for me, it's not enough. And quite frankly, every randomizer seed is basically the same thing. Like maybe the bow is in the left chest instead of the right chest this time. That's putting it simple, of course, but when you play about a dozen of them, there's really no difference. Now, does that mean that I hate randomizers and will never play one again? No, absolutely not. I still stand by what I've said countless times, that randomizers are some of the coolest things to come to retro gaming. Specifically, Super Metroid, A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. Those are like the best randomizers that exist. All the other randomizers, like shuffle stats and stuff, and it's just kind of like, it could be fun, but it doesn't compare to the Metroids and the Zeldas. But not every Zelda, like I did Twilight Princess recently, and that one wasn't as good, because it's just too linear of a game and I found myself missing the story, whereas Ocarina of Time and Link to the Past and Majora's Mask, you can kind of just focus on the randomized items. But my point is this, once upon a time they were the most amazing thing, and I had a lot to say about them, and I had yet to cover the games on my channel. So that's why I had stories to tell, and I was happy to be playing them, and it was a good time. But you can't repeat a good time 100 times before you start to lose something. Even as a kid, I would get bored of the big adventure games, and I would play something like Smash Bros. Or GoldenEye or Perfect Dark, and then I would get bored of those games, and I would have to find a new adventure game. And typically, I did not replay a big adventure game like Zelda for about a year after being done with it. So these randomizers, playing them every day or every week or every month or even every couple months, it's the most I've ever replayed a big game in full in my life. And it quickly becomes excessive. Now, do I regret the ones where I was grumpy for the majority of the seed? Yeah, absolutely. I wish that I could go back and change those. But that's the result of what happens when you force a guy to do the same thing over and over again. And like learning glitches and stuff, and like that's all well and good, but it's not necessary, and it's not something that I personally am striving to do. I think, I don't know, I think I'm just getting like too old or something to invest time in these games like I used to when I was a kid and a teenager. Like, I'd rather invest time in some sort of skill that can be used elsewhere too, rather than like trying to clip a wall in Zelda or something. And you've got guys that do that. Like I said, the speedrunners. You got your ZFG and your Majin Phil. You don't really need another one. And that was never who I was. So, I was just a guy playing Zelda, telling stories and talking about random life stuff. And that stays true through all the other games I do. Like, some people I've heard recently think that a lot has changed about me, and like people have left and stuff. And like, nothing has changed. Everything's still pretty much the same across the board in terms of talking about life over top of games and stuff. It's just, yeah, you can't keep doing Zelda. And you can't keep saying the same thing. Life moves on. So, yeah, I don't get the attraction really, I guess, is what I'm saying. At times, honestly, it feels like a trap to have only the Zelda randomizers be the attraction to the channel. When we've got over 200 games that we've covered with lifestyle commentary and all kinds of things. And, it's something I'm desperately trying to crawl out of. But like I said, I'm not done with them. I'll do them here and there, but certainly not all the time, because I just can't. It's not in my blood. So that is the gist of why I don't only do Zelda randomizers and don't do them all the time and stuff. And it should be noted that I'm a casual gamer and proud of it. I mean, I have some things where I've shown off some skill, like Star Fox 64, Shadows of the Empire, Perfect Dark. Those are 3 games that come to mind when I think of, like, what gameplay skill have I shown on the channel. Those are, like, the 3 games that maybe pop into my mind, but again, like, even those, I don't even compare to the best that exist for those games. Like, Zallard 1 is your Star Fox 64 guy. I forget the Perfect Dark dude's name. And I don't think anybody even plays Shadows of the Empire. Not on N64 anyway.
Run it down.
Whoa, 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 wait a minute.
Anybody else time?
Rollers?
Yeah, that's
rollers? Well played, guys. 4 edited and rolling. What the f***? Are we just gonna see her the whole time?
We're fighting, bitch!
You can't press 1 in the easiest room in the game?
There's no way you guys came here for loot.
WoW players. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Wait, you should not.
Boom!
Don't roll. Yeah, but when did you roll? When did you roll?
Wait,
you were supposed to
fucking
roll.
oh my god!
You got baited. Now you roll.
You take too long, Despian.
He does it on purpose.
I was waiting for somebody to like fucking join.
Boom! Yeah, eat my ass. You little bitch. You little pussy boy.
He went from the highest to the lowest. What the?
There's no way, bro.
Despian, you gotta speed this shit up. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, 100. Go. It's gonna be fast. So I see only 4 this time. I send it.
Oops.
Roll.
Hey.
How hard is it to type 1, guys?
I type 300 words per minute. Don't bother me.
WoW players.
I can mistype a couple times.
Roll.
Wait, I just wrote the same thing again.
48.
Ass.
No.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
We're only 4 people now.
As you need to wait. Let's do
4.
150.
200,
You
do
guys
200,
are
do
too
200, do 200.
200?
200, 200, 200. Come on.
Join. There's no
Come
way
on,
you
guys.
lose. Like, it's impossible.
Come on, boys. Come on. What are you afraid
The
of?
chances
Look,
of losing is impossible.
what are the odds that you guys actually lose?
Yeah.
What are the odds that you're that 1 out of 10?
Oh, we have been now, dude.
Hit 1, guys. Come on. All right, I tried.
That's it? Okay, Sandy. Roll. 200.
Please.
Oh,
Yeah, get
no,
literally-
it's 200. Is roll 200.
Wait, you rolled a 100 out of.
Who the fuck does 200?
Oh, rage.
no.
Oh,
Who the
rage.
fuck does you?
Come on, baby.
I win anyway, but who the fuck does 200?
Oh, man.
300. Do 300.
200.
Wait, how much was it? How much was it? How much was it?
I don't know, like
It was 113. You need to pay Bean.
Wait, I'm actually down 200 already.
I sent a 300 one.
200.
200 again. 200 again.
200 again? Okay, wait. Don't join that one. 200. Roll.
Please.
Chill, B.
There's no way Bean
No,
wins.
it's about 100.
If I win this. Oh, this is my epic bout, baby.
Why?
God.
Again?
Okay,
Thank you.
statistically
Wait.
speaking, what are the odds that you lose 3 in a row? Honestly.
With like
Fuck.
5 people.
50,
With 5 people?
You know?
That's
5 people on
that's
average.
50.
Yeah. You either
Go
lose.
again.
Tyler. You guys in a dungeon?
Yeah, we're rolling. What is it?
So we're trying to do hide and seek, and in order to make hide and seek fair, we all want a savory delight. A non-guildie just traded me some. Can I take those or no?
What do they do?
To make hide and seek fair. They transform you into a human for 30 minutes. For
He's
role
already
play.
taken it.
Huh?
So there's no actual benefit.
No, it's cosmetic.
All right,
For
fine,
hide and
bro.
seek.
Fine, take it for the community. Good job hosting events for the community. Good job.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Roll the dice. Roll. Come on, man.
That's cool. There's no way you lose, guys. It's
Not
impossible.
gonna lose.
I played this and I won 200 gold.
Yep.
Pretty sure I saw
Okay,
you
roll.
guys just steal Soft's money like last run and then.
That's not
It was
true.
actually, she lost 2 roads. Actually, unlucky.
Yeah.
Bro.
Wait, third has no.
Oh.
Let's go.
Rage person, 76 gold. Yeah, but there's no way you lose again, right? Join, 100 gold. There's no way, it's impossible. Statistically speaking, you cannot lose.
Carson.
Can you accept fast so I can
No world
bet?
drops either. What is going on? Ugh.
Okay. Let's go. Nobody else to enter. Okay, roll.
Ah.
95, 93, 90. Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, and then
Oh,
94? What the?
Okay, there's no. Okay, you know what? It's impossible to lose 3 times in a row. Like, that one is impossible.
See,
I
people
swear
lose
to God,
twice in a
it's
row, they stop
impossible.
playing. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. 99% of gamblers quit before they get they win. You need to go for it.
Is this why I got invited here? Just to get revenge?
Roll 100.
Yes, wait, he lost
Okay. Okay, but 4 times, because if you think about it, like, there's no way 4 times. Like, no way. How much did you lose?
Hey, you're rolling too fast, actually. You gotta slow down a little bit.
But we're fine. Look how much gold he made right now. Okay. Roll.
I'm safe.
No.
Oh, see?
Oh,
See?
there
Look,
it is.
it's all you.
Yeah, he's right.
You
Yeah,
win.
I'm telling you.
Free money, baby.
Yeah.
Comes back. Comes around.
100 again. Okay, roll.
Yes, just one. Just
Come
do
on.
150.
Ain't
no way.
Let's go.
But, okay, a 51 then base.
We're
So
going
50 so that
down?
base wins and gets more.
Yeah, and if I win, then I can roll in the higher ones.
Exactly.
It'd be great.
Exactly.
Base,
Yep.
you just want a bankroll, dude? I take credit.
50. Roll now.
Luigi. Yes.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, was that
Wait.
a 50?
Oh, it's
Oh,
Wait,
that's a 50.
Letus is rolled
It's,
1
it's
to
on 50. Yeah, it's a 50 roll.
Oh,
My god,
shit.
still low rolls.
Oh, fuck.
Because base tries one.
Wait, his.
See? Oh man, it's so easy. Like, you can get your epic mount so fast.
I don't need my epic mount. As long as I have epic friendships.
Oh.
Oh.
100. This is 100 because.
Bro. Dude! You're going too fast. You're going too fast. You're going
Why?
Too fast.
That doesn't make sense.
You're going too fast.
It's the same speed that we had before.
Wait, that's the wrong torrent. Man, you
You know what-
torrents
what
look
we
almost
could do?
exactly the same.
Okay, we can do one roll per wave.
I guess you have a nicer helmet.
What's this? Yes.
It's my mom's orb.
Okay, why did you just blame your mom?
So you wanna do a 200 so that you get
200?
the
I'll do
money back?
200.
Yup.
Okay. Okay, 200 then. New game. 200. Let's
So,
go,
three-person
everybody.
rolls
Is the
is
event
so
a
fucking
random
cut.
Three person is
duration?
fine.
This is fried. Alright.
It's fine. If you lose, you lose.
Ooh, that's probably me.
There's no way you lose that, Tyler.
It's
Like,
100.
no,
Is it
it's 200.
100?
It's 200.
Oh my god, the rolls are so ass.
Oh,
There's no way
God.
you lose. There's
Oh,
see?
not bad,
See?
not bad. I could have been a little bit higher. That's not good. That's not good. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yep.
Oh, you guys want to bet? Okay.
Yup.
Let's start. Okay, you know what? Let's do 4 waves. So this is the first wave. We do 50, so people can play. And then we keep increasing by 50.
Also, real quick,
Yeah, 4
guys.
people.
New theory. Boss location decides what drops. So we're gonna pull Rin back a little bit.
Okay.
Actually, maybe be a little bit careful so we don't get knocked up here. Maybe not.
Are you joining, Tyler? 50. This is a 50. Okay. Roll. Let's see. That's what I didn't want you to like to lose like that. Now you cannot play.
Do you even have any money base? Oh no, I feel so bad. This is your only gold.
Base?
Yeah, he's paying me. I don't want to take
Okay.
it though. I feel bad.
No, you have to take it.
Okay, this is the second wave, so we do 100 now.
Yeah, I like it. Oh wait, keep going up. Do it. Oh my god.
Yeah,
no way.
yeah, we keep going up.
Hell yeah. I like
Yep.
that.
Rules.
Okay, this is a 100. Roll.
Damn, that feels so bad when someone with less gold trades me.
Boom!
Oh my.
Give me that.
See, the good thing I didn't join.
Oh man. Okay, this next wave is 150.
Okay, I'll join this one so I can take some money.
Here we go.
Nice.
Can I join with 100 gold, guys, or you know?
Go for it. I think you're fine.
Now I feel like
Okay,
I have
this
to
is-
play till I lose because I stole that money from
Exactly.
base.
This is
Oh,
150.
Bro, 1 to 150, right?
150. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh
Please.
no.
150. Oh, okay. That's good. That
Yes.
has to be good. Let's
You
go.
deserve popcorn.
Alright, yeah, I paid my debts now.
Oh man. Okay, 200 next.
Bro.
Monka.
Next wave. Only
By the
2?
end of this, we're gonna be betting 350, 400 gold.
Yes, and I'm down with it. Come on, one up.
Of course you're down with it. It's probably my gold.
Oh,
Okay, only 4?
that's
That's
probably
all.
as much as we're getting.
When the gate opens, we roll.
200, right?
200, yes.
No, this one is still. Yeah, it's 200. Yes. I'll do it now. Whatever. Roll.
Oh, that's very bad, dude. That's super
No
bad.
way I low under a 42. Come on.
Come on.
Oh,
baby!
man.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes!
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, having the roll get bigger each time is definitely more exciting.
Yeah, this rule.
250 now.
I'm down. Good.
Bro, I ain't got that kind of money. Shit.
Okay,
Just don't
2
lose.
is
If
pretty
you
much
don't
a
lose, you
death.
don't have to pay.
Yeah, I'd rather just death roll you for
Yeah,
250
I don't
to be
like
honest, yeah.
Okay. We have 3. Somebody else?
I can't. I only have 122.
Come on, one up. Well, somebody has to have it. Come on.
I'll bank you on credit, sir.
Think about
if
the
you wanna play.
adrenaline. Think about
Okay,
it.
back
here.
There we go. There we go. We
Okay.
got him in.
Join PS here. We are just missing you. You have gold. You can
Come
do
on,
it.
PS Oh, Hero, okay. Yeah, I can join.
Yeah, let's go.
Holy shit.
Okay, roll 250. Oh
Nah,
man!
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Big money.
Oh, I'm feeling so bad.
Okay,
Please don't.
okay,
Oh,
okay,
man.
okay.
No! Okay. I don't give you joining anymore.
No, my doctor is calling me.
Okay.
And hey, you should have set out, bro.
Bro. Just give me everything you have. You can't pay.
You know what? 300 now.
Wait, rage person.
Let us.
Okay,
How
we
much do you
have
have, bro?
A lot.
Okay, what does that mean? How much? Like, I have 1.3K.
That's more than me. I have like 900 on both characters.
He's going to the undead GDKP, that's why.
No, I just like gambling.
Oh, you like gambling?
Yeah.
Only
I took
two guys?
I took Jerome's last 130G before he died.
I don't even have half. I don't even have half, dude.
One more?
One more. We need one more. Come
one
on.
more? Uno
Somebody.
más?
It's adrenaline. You can win. You can
Mocktail. Mocktail, you didn't do a
lose
single one.
everything I just
I
got.
don't have money. I don't need
What do you mean? You're a
adrenaline. I'm
mage.
perfectly happy.
Roll the 3 then. Here we go.
Okay.
No
roll.
way.
Oh, man, you're gonna get fucked.
Oh, come on, baby. Give me like 280.
It's your turn, Donka.
Bro.
Go!
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yes!
Okay. 350.
Shit.
There
Oh,
ain't
you
no
guys
way,
are
bro.
so cool.
Oh, you joined? Nice.
Oh, shit.
Tortilla, you're not running?
I'm due to lose, though. Me. Oh, a double world drop.
Okay, last call is for 350.
How many people are...
We have 4 people.
4 people. 350.
Yeah, 4 people. Roll. 350.
Send it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. That's danger, danger.
Oh, Rip Tyler. Oh, he's getting dick.
Rip Tyler.
Oh.
Brother, I cannot roll in the single digit. Oh.
Oh.
Show me
If
the
you roll
money.
7.
It's gonna be 211, 211.
7.
Oh my god.
No.
That's a good roll. That's a good roll.
Oh, man.
Lower than my ad revenue.
Oh, fuck. Lower than I have.
What was it, 256?
Okay. Yeah, this is 400 now.
Oh my god.
And this is the last one.
The
400.
finale. The finale.
Oh my god.
The finale, yeah.
I almost have an epic mount. There's no way. Holy shit.
Oh, man. Okay. It's the last one, guys. 400.
Damn, please.
Wait, how do we have 4 last time? I lost. Now that we have 3.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm entering, guys. Sorry about that.
Come on.
Okay.
No, you don't. Okay, here we go.
I got it.
2 in a row, losing here would be devastating, by the way. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck my life.
Yeah. 400. Go. Roll.
If I lose, I'm gonna roll.
Man, no! No!
Let's go.
Wait, you didn't enter, did you?
No, it's 400. It's 400.
No!
Yeah.
Oh my god, by the way.
I got an epic mount.
Oh,
Let's go.
man. Okay, the bets are closed until the next run.
Wait, no, Rin's up.
No? Oh, well.
We do
okay.
450 this one.
500.
450? Okay, well, we do 450. No, he's a boss, so he's double. So he's 500.
500.
500, go.
500, come on. Come on, come on.
I'm losing everything, bro.
Okay.
I'm so high right now.
Last call. 500.
Well, hold on, wait. I'm spec swapping.
two,
I'm spec swapping.
okay.
I can't find my shield.
Okay.
I have 9 gold in my bags. I don't even know what I'm betting. Can I sell my ass?
Ready?
I'm ready. Are we?
Roll. 500. Last one.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh
baby.
no.
Oh,
baby.
No.
Oh my god!
No way, dude.
He rolled a 500! He rolled a 500! You're kidding me, by the way.
Fuck.
Jesus.
Well, I got an epic
Indeed.
mount.
Now watch the main hand drop and I'm rolling 7 on it.
Wait, that means that all the gold that I gave Rage, did I lose to you twice?
Yeah. I just gave it all to PS0.
Just gave it all to you.
See the stats?
There are worse
I'm
people
still
to
up.
go to.
Okay, focus.
Bro, I'm last placed. I'm last placed.
I'm up
Fucking
68
insane.
gold, dude. I'll take it. Like the first gambler ever, I'm quitting while on my head. I'm never gambling again.
That's what they all say.
Anyways,
like
50.
after
It's not even about being full. It's about.
It's off to a bad start.
Thank you.
This is 100?
Yes. 100.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
No,
my
I
God.
said I quit while ahead.
Okay,
I'm
here
not
we go.
gambling.
Here we go.
I'm reformed.
Okay.
Okay, let's wait the next
Okay,
wave.
okay. Set the tone.
I'm giving Tonka all my gold, dude.
Okay, next wave, 150.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh man.
Can I beat like 63, please, man?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Back in the 1K club. Here we go.
Okay. Roll.
Guys, you
Fuck
need
you,
to
motherfucker! Fuck you! Fuck you!
See, Sof, you have to roll.
Low rolls. Roll.
Oh
rolls.
my
Oh
god.
man.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
no,
Oh
you
my
got.
God.
Oh, you
Only had to pay 69.
Yeah.
That's
Holy
crazy.
shit.
No
We'll take
way.
it.
I can't win, dude. I can't win.
Saved, bro. He got saved.
You got so saved. This is a 250, by the way.
Actual GM in the raid.
Hold on, wait.
It's getting big. It's getting big.
You're good.
That's
Tyler.
like.
Take your time.
Should I go all in? Should I go all in on this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Always.
Alright.
Let's go, bro. I'll take it. Fuck it.
This is all in, guys. Please let me win.
Okay, this is 250. Go.
I'm not rolling first anymore. F this.
Yeah, fuck
Oh
the first
man,
round.
that's
Oh god.
that
damn.
hurts.
Let it hold.
You
please.
might lose
One
anyway.
time.
Oof. Come on. Fuck it. I'll roll in.
Oh yes.
Oh,
Hey, there's
let's go.
Alright. I can't roll.
Oh,
I can't roll. This is scary. This is too scary. Holy.
Only 3 people? Guys,
Only 3 people. Yeah, I don't know.
come on, guys. Come on.
I'm broke. Dude.
We have a lot of rolls left. How are we supposed to play to 500?
rinsing
Is
everybody,
Hero?
bro.
But Pierce Hero does have gold, by the way.
Yeah.
I do have gold.
What are you doing,
I
man?
need to spend it on a panic button. I don't have one either.
Come on, PS.
Guys, we need one more. Come on. Come on. You're not gonna lose.
No way I
There's a
gave you
chance.
350.
Wait, is it 350?
Oh man,
I gave
that'll
him
be a
350.
no. This is 300. But he lost 350. Yes.
Yeah.
To a 500.
No, please, one person. Please.
No, nobody's joining.
Guys, please.
Uno más.
Okay, just start it. I'm just going.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with the 3.
Beg properly. These are like we beg.
Oh man.
Are you ready?
Oh,
Here it
you're
comes.
fine.
300.
Yes.
There's no way. No. You're
Yes.
so lucky, bro.
I hate this game.
Why did I win this? I need to reset my roll again.
Okay, I almost died now. 400, go. I'm behind 200, 100, go.
Okay, guys, these 3-person rolls are.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're scared, you're scared. It's fine. It's okay to be scared.
Ah!
You're terrified.
Ah!
Come on, PS4 is the last one. You need to do it. Like, you're not gonna leave 3 people there only.
No, I am.
Hero,
Every
fucking
man
join
for
the roll,
himself.
please, man.
Come on, guys. Where's the gambling spirit?
Please roll. Please no more. Please no more. Please.
Okay, he's
Nobody?
begging me.
Okay, thank you.
Nice.
Okay.
Let's go roll 400.
All right, let's roll it.
He will lose his now.
No,
No way! We did like 3!
Another
Oh, it's
300.
Well, you want another?
Again.
Okay, yeah, this is a 500. 500, yeah, 500. 500. Last one. Last one.
Gotta be 4. It has to be 4, though. I'm not 2-manning it.
I'm not gambling.
Come
Here,
on!
take this.
You just won all this gold!
And that means we start with 50. 50.
Last roll, 50.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Whatever.
Oh, nice. We're
It's low,
starting
you're fine.
Good.
3.
43. That's not bad. 100. Okay. When the gates open, I roll, because otherwise I lose the count. There. 100. What are
The
those?
rolls are kind of ass right now, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my. That's bad, dude. That's super bad.
Oh, tortilla again. You're down 345.
I actually am missing 4 gold, dude.
That's crazy.
Wait, you went and got gold from your bank? You lost it all?
Yeah.
Let me put it on the notepad. Hold on. I'll come for that 4 gold. The kneecaps are mine.
Go roll. 150.
That's a respectable roll.
Man, 3 in a row? Did we do it?
Oh my god, dude.
This is cooking me for higher rolls, though. I don't like this.
Oh man.
It's actually
Does
crazy.
anyone here have an iPhone?
It's not that bad though. It's not that
Yeah, you're fine.
270. Okay, but Tyler, you are doing really bad.
Yes.
Oh, no, not as bad. Fuck tortilla, no.
Guys,
126.
I feel like the vibes are down right now, and I gotta say it might be because of the gambling, you know?
Come on.
No, the vibes are not.
I think you guys might have a problem with the gambling.
No. I can
think the
stop what I
vibes
wanted.
Vibes are off of
Vibes
Harding.
are good. I've never been in a group where vibes are bad. I think I'm a good vibes bringer.
You have aura.
What the do you mean?
Okay.
Nice.
There
Let's
it
go roll
Now we're
250.
talking.
Yes! Oh, yes!
Oh, whoops.
No,
Okay.
okay.
Low roll.
Oh.
Yes!
Ooh, see, I wasted all my good rolls on the low shit. That's unfortunate.
How does Letta still have gold? Isn't he trading everyone hundreds of gold?
He's like winning and
No,
losing.
I also win. I took 800 off Bobka. I took like 200 off Jerome. I stay winning.
I don't trust anyone who has 800 gold save for pricks. I give everything for free. And
Exactly.
charge
And
you.
that's exactly what I
Relax.
said in the dev
Fuck
meeting. That's exactly what I said. Like,
EBT
How-
mentality.
anyways, 300.
Anyways, 300.
I ain't got the money for that.
Nobody's gonna join.
No, it is.
Okay, vibes are off.
We
Insane.
Won all the money.
Insane.
yeah. Low key, we've been doing it for like 2 hours, so people are probably actually.
No, I haven't. You know what you have to do? You need to do a shuffle. Every time that you take the gold from everybody, then you change people, put new people. in.
Yes. Yes. You're right, actually.
Tyler, we could just death roll for 300.
I don't like that.
Oh, yeah,
I
okay.
don't like the death rolls. I'm not death rolls.
I get being scared. That's fair.
Pussy,
Ah, that's-
pussy.
That's okay. I've been scared before. It happens.
So, at the end, how much gold does everyone have?
1.1k.
I'm at 600.
0.
I have 21, and they are not mine. I need to pay back like slip.
24.
Okay.
Look at that, I
So
lost
the most gold
500
is Tyler with 1.1k. And I have 600.
tortilla, bro.
How's when the real show
Holy
begins?
frick.
Good start. Good start.
Okay.
That's fine, that's fine. Lose early equals win late. That's fine.
Roll 150.
From
Oh
Rotten.
my god.
Oh, Tonka is getting destroyed.
Devastating.
Let's see, 150.
Okay, you got
Nice.
They save you.
It's fine. I'm still down like 120 to you. You're alright.
Okay, door closed. This is a 200 roll. Roll now.
Ah! Yes.
Oh,
Let's go.
Actually,
Actually,
now,
this is
now,
great.
now you can keep going. Yeah, it's
Isn't
great.
it amazing, Growl?
Yeah, this is a good idea.
Alright, I'm officially out of.
Now it's
fucking running
250 the next wave. Door is closed.
Big money. Big money.
Roll now.
250.
Come on! Dude, these rolls are ass!
Oh, girl, it's gonna get fucked.
Oh no.
Let it hold one time.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you.
Bye-bye.
Not bad, though.
Bye-bye!
Door is closed. This is a 300.
This thing sucks. 300.
Yeah, 50 every time the wave ends.
I'm literally just gonna be broke after this. I'm literally gonna
You're
roll a
gonna
2
win.
here and I'm
You're
gonna be
gonna
broke.
win.
I'm never gonna be able to gamble again because of you, Despian.
Do a high roll, by the way, guys.
We have
Fine.
lost out so many healers, priests, because they roll and
Yeah,
they,
well, because
they
you
lose.
were 5 minutes in and we're rolling 300.
It makes the wait phase go by faster.
So much
Exactly.
faster. It's so much better.
Okay, roll. 300, roll. You're gonna win this one, I
Decent,
feel
decent.
it.
No way!
Yeah. Oh,
Wait, I'm winning?
okay, oh, you guys
Roll
are
a
so
2,
lucky.
roll a 2. Come on, Despian. You deserve this.
Oh,
We're not, wait, hold on. Despian isn't even in.
No,
he doesn't.
I
Hold on.
can. I'm biased. I'm unbiased. I kind of like get at them, you know? I need to be the casino. I'm not even thinking I could. I should. Okay, 83 to rage. So that means that you are playing this next one 350.
3.
Come on, baby. Woo! Uh-oh. Growl with the big boys now. Let's
Oh,
go.
man.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Let's go, bro. Okay. Nobody else? Roll.
Boom!
No!
Come on! Come on!
Growl, no!
Hold it, Growl!
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah,
let me
you're
heal.
quite scared.
Hold on, Simply's in trouble. I'm healing.
Yeah. Good call. That's a good healer right there. Thank you.
Yeah, really good healer here.
Low roll.
Man.
Two.
No way!
It's not the worst. It's actually not the worst. It's not the worst.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
Yeah.
Could have been far worse. Yeah.
Yeah, because hero roll at 500. 400, yeah. The next one is...
You first. Oh, yes!
No! Oh, man, you got
I'm getting smoked.
Okay, I'll go next. I don't give a shit. Come on. Come on.
We're missing 2.
Come on.
Oh, man.
Another 200 Russell.
Okay, Spartan's gonna say red.
Or simply sorry.
Russell.
My fault.
Congrats, Russell.
Yeah, thanks.
2 syllables, the same
This
thing.
cannot be okay. Nice. This is a boss wave, so we increase by 100, 500. Well,
How do you guys have the gold for this?
Because
they won before.
We invite people, clean them, and then replace them.
Yeah, I see the little 30 gold that I got at the start was.
Yes.
It's like when the poker sites give you a little bit of a deposit
Exactly.
bonus.
Okay, so only 3. Come on. It's 5 guys. If you win,
They don't have 500. There's
Yeah,
no
but
way.
if I lose, then I go on
But you know,
plan
but
of the
that's a
worksheet.
loser
I don't know that I
mentality.
wanna
That's
be
a
in
loser mentality.
that kind of
You
debt.
don't have to think that you're losing because you're gonna lose if you think like that. Nobody else? Okay.
Shit.
500.
Here we go. Here we go. Who's first? Who's first? Who's first? Oh, okay, come on.
Okay, it's not bad.
Come on.
It's not bad.
Come on. Here we go.
That's
Come on.
terrible. That's so bad.
Oh!
Yes.
I should have played.
See? Do a
Should've played.
500 like roll. Look. You will, I mean, see me? See? See?
Oh
Yeah,
my
you should
god.
gamble.
Yeah,
Like,
dude,
you
what you guys
gamble. You
get?
should know.
Where's the
If
fan?
you don't risk it,
I'm over
you
here.
won't.
I would
you won't
risk
get
it,
it.
but then I'd be on a payment plan.
I can't be on
Well,
a
I
payment.
mean-
I need gold.
248. My God.
Okay, the bets are closed. Lock in. We kill the boss.
Alright,
Here he is.
By the end of this, I'll have the most gold.
You still have the most gold, I think.
I'm at 900 now.
I think Talon has the most, but not by much. I'm at 600.
I was actually up 100.
Watch Thrive. It's gonna stun you.
I got it, we're good. I got Wind Fury now. Let me pump a little bit, bro.
It's fine.
Hey,
at
you're
least we're gonna
pumping
get
in my direction.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying? Take over the team. I did like 4 runs with that Wind Fury.
Oh wow.
Man,
Oh, main hand.
no way, PS0. Oh,
Please,
no way. Please, somebody
One
needs.
time.
Somebody needs that, right?
I do,
I
yeah.
need
Okay,
it
okay,
as well.
okay.
Oh, come on, dude.
One time,
What the
please. Oh, you said you
Fuck,
kill your
guys.
character, PS0. You said you kill your character.
No, it fell striker.
No.
Oh,
I
fell
said
striker.
fell
Damn, so
striker.
close to get rid of them.
So we need, right, Lettuce?
Yeah, I need.
Okay, so
I have
so
offhand if that.
so the
yeah.
person who,
Yeah,
the
then you're
person
good.
who gets it leaves or what?
No,
I'll drop if
Yeah,
you want it. Yeah.
Can you trade it to me?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, 100 rolls.
Congrats.
Yep, GG. Comes for 1 run, gets it. You're
What I
pissed.
tell you when you invited him? I
You
told
are. You did tell me you're pissed, Lettuce. That is
I'm
unfortunate.
tilt.
I mean, beggars can be
Him
choosers,
and
bro.
invite me.
Okay, last call. This is a 300 roll.
Come on, baby.
Go.
Oh, no! Boom! Oh, man! Let's get fucking paid! Oh, yes!
Thank you, Simply. I mean, Russell.
Oh man, just say roll though.
Yes!
350? 350 roll.
Decent roll, God. Yes!
Oh, right? No!
There's no way. Thank you, Growl.
Oh, how did I lose to a 24? How much was it? 241.
What's the chance? Nah, yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that's unlucky.
Unlucky. Unlucky, bro.
Yeah, thanks for the support, guys.
Unlucky. It happens. It happens.
Hey, it happens, bro. But you can't lose 2 times in a row. I'm proof of that.
I mean, okay, you're okay.
3 times is impossible, bro. So you
And
need to
I'm
enter in
broke,
400.
I
You
remember.
it's impossible. It's impossible. You cannot just lose again. Like I never seen that happen.
Guys, 20 minutes ago when Growl joined this run, and I said, Tonka, you should tip him. He was like, no, I don't need a tip. I don't need a tip. Now he's lost all his money to you guys.
Well, it is what it, like. I mean, be better.
Yeah. Just don't.
He came in full of hope, happy to help, and now he's leaving broken shame.
Roll.
Not bad.
Oh, Duncan, you're gonna get
Yeah.
Oh, there's no way.
Okay.
See,
Oh my.
oh, bro.
We still have time for
But it's
500
fine.
though. We still
Tyler, it's fine because it's the boss roll of 500 now.
Are we splitting again?
We're splitting again, yes. We're splitting.
Alright. I'm literally gonna be 0 gold if we
Oh
lose
my
this.
god, please.
Oh,
Come on, Despian.
Combat in 10
come
seconds.
on.
Go, go, go.
I'm either
Okay, guys, let's
go,
go.
go, go.
Roll, 500. No way! No way!
Oh, Growl, thank you so much.
This is actually the darkest timeline where Tyler's the rich mafia boss. Hey, pay up, buddy.
Oh man,
Like
that's so bad.
movers.
Growl, trust you can get back up, man. I went from 200.
I have enough
Oh, bro! Bro, it's the last one!
500. Wait, we actually cleaned the boat.
That's so tough. Him and Skirt.
No!
Oh!
Fucking shitty roll!
Okay.
Please
Okay,
low,
there's no,
please
you
low,
guys are
please
so
low.
lucky.
Please, Frank. Roll low.
Oh no,
Please,
he's blowing on the dice. He's blowing on the dice.
I'm blowing him. I'm blowing him.
No! Okay, you got destroyed. But you know what? It's fine. You know why?
Wait, how is that possible to lose 3 to I hate these stupid ass 3-man.
Means you do.
Your logic is perfect. There's no way you lose the next roll of 500. Like, there's
Dude,
no
I'm,
way.
I'm back in Epic Mount territory. Is it okay if I withdraw?
On the last roll, yourself,
You
pussy.
can't do that. You can't do that. Run while you're ahead. Run while you're ahead.
Oh, look, isn't like let us. Oh, you're a man. Okay.
Oh,
Yes, you were
in
joined.
this last
Okay.
one to yoink it, you piece of shit.
Okay.
Bro, I'm down to 500 gold this run, by the way.
Bitex, you're not joining? Oh, Bitex is not here. Okay. Okay, guys, let's roll a run. Now, 500.
Not bad.
Redeemed yourself from those
Not
early
bad.
rolls.
No! Wait!
Uh-oh, simply.
No!
Oh! Okay! Okay!
God damn it.
380 gold.
Oh.
God, you got baited in.
Dude, I almost had an Epic Mount. Fuck.
Almost.
Big money,
But it's okay. You have a chance of having it next run.
Sure. Dude, this is my god run.
You were cooking, dude. You cooked me for like 400.
He cooked me for that until that last roll as well.
Dude.
Greetings, traveler. How may I aid you?
Has Fell Striker dropped at all, even in a run where you didn't win it? It's dropped every single time where, rather every other time I've won it, it's dropped. So I've seen it 2 other times, and I won it both the times I've ever seen it on 2 different Shaman tanks. Once on Hardcore, once on Era. So I've gotten Fell Striker twice as a Shaman tank. We're aiming for this character to be the 3rd Shaman tank that I first see it and get it, because this time, like, I'm like hard reserving it. The other time it was just random chance. I just wanted to get, like, I don't know, fucking eye patch or something. I just wanted to do UBRS, and it dropped. I was like, hell yeah, I'm taking that. And then the other time was on Hardcore. I think there's a video somewhere. Hardcore Shaman tank Fell Striker. Okay, yeah, and then I'm the first one. Oh no, that's Fell Striker jail. Hardcore though. Wait. Can I find it if I scroll down? Yeah, right here. Hold on. This was on Hardcore WoW. Right there. This guy, can you open the door for us? I had a couple people before me. They're like, yeah, give it to Shaman tanks. Rogues don't want it. So I asked Fro, like, Fro is like our, like, main tank in the raid. I was like, do you want Fell Striker, man? And this is what he says. You better show up to every single fucking raid ever. Of course. That's pre-abyss on Hardcore, because you can't do fucking AV. Otherwise, lobotomizer is better. Yeah, that was like the one time on Hardcore where I got Fell Striker. God damn. I don't know if there's another video of me getting Fell Striker. Hold on. Hold on. There might be the other, like, VOD. Opponent Furday. Fell Striker. If I scroll down far enough. I have, like, a video from a year ago on Era where I'm like, yeah, Fell Striker acquired. Yeah, it was 260 for my something. Like, yeah, I remember that. But do I have the actual VOD somewhere? trying to... It's a lot of VODs of my shit when I look up opponent's variety Fell Striker. But yeah. Hold on. Which one was that I saw? Yeah, right here. So I looked up opponent's variety Fell Striker, and this one right here is the other Shaman tank I played. Also a Lady Tauren. Has the AV shield, got T1 shoulders, same leg, same body, I think same feet, same helmet. We're doing a gear reveal here. PvP, the neck was PvP as well. PvP wrist here, yeah, PvP. Fell Striker. This character had the Totem of Rage, what I don't have on my current character. But I haven't done enough BRDs to like complain yet. The Totem of Rage right there. Oh. Same trinket, got the Exalted trinket there from AV. Blackstone ring, Nagel ring next. Yep. We got the same boots from Sunken Temple. Tristram leg guards. What was this that I had here? There's different. Frostwolf mail belt. Okay. And Earth Fairy gauntlets. Alright. This character had some better gear, but not as good. My current character has a better shield than this character. For sure. Alright. Oh yeah, we were gonna... Almost missed the Zeppelin. Yeah, that was the other character that had Fell Striker. That's different than the other one that was hardcore. Because the hardcore character was a male Tauren, and that character on Era and like White Mane, I think, is like I could probably log into that character just to prove it's a different character than this one, I think. Unless that was on a different account. That account might be banned, actually. Maybe, I don't know. Is it? I'm like on like my 8th, 9th, 10th maybe accounts. I've had multiple banned WoW accounts. Don't ask me why. Yeah, we're almost on our cap for this week. What is today, like Saturday? It's Saturday, right? Not Sunday. So, yeah, I'll get that done like today. I don't have to do any more AV till next week. If I wanted to, it would just be for like rep grinding. But like, I just want to get honor cap, and then getting honor cap next week should get me exalted. So I'll get like grind kill 2 birds with 1 stone by just chilling and then putting more of my time into UBRS. I mean, of course we could do UBRS, and then if I don't get the Jet ID, I could just go back to AV rep grinding. But yeah, I won't have to like primarily focus on doing AV, because I did do that for like an hour or so. How long have I been streaming? 6 hours 44 minutes. God damn, we're a veteran streamer, almost 7 hours in. What the hell? Yeah. Oh, I've got a text. Hold on. Yeah, my bro's gonna bring back some ramen. Hell fucking yeah. Goes to like visit his long distance fucking girlfriend, 6 or 5 hours drive away. That pussy must be goddamn good or something, because I've met that chick and she talks way too fucking much. It's like, can you shut up ever? Of course I didn't say that, but it was like, that's what I'm thinking in my mind. It was like, I am an introvert. You can't just paragraph after paragraph me, like, let me say something or something. I don't know. But yeah, my bro's dating that chick, so on his way back he gets to stop at this other place called Oshawa to get some ramen. That's where you, on my YouTube shorts, there's like videos of me putting like broth into like a ramen bowl, whatever. And yeah, he grabs that shit on his way back after getting his dick wet. Yeah, that's the only thing I look forward to when he goes there. I'm like, oh yeah, then he can grab ramen on his way back. Hell yeah. That's like a fucking treat for me, because like there's no like ramen shops like nearby, like in the 2-3 hour radius of like where I could drive to from where I live. Like there's no ramen shops. It's like, it's almost not worth. So bro, I've been to the ramen shop where he's got the ramen, because we both used to work down south there, and that city, Oshawa, was like in a drivable distance, like maybe like 40 minutes to an hour drive away. And yeah, we went there because our manager like knew of a good ramen shop, and he knew we all like Naruto and like anime shit, so it's like, these guys gotta try some ramen. God bless you, Monty. God bless you. That was the Montgomery. I think that's what it's short for. That was the dude that showed us the fucking Kenzo's ramen shop. It's fucking good. Like the shoyu ramen, King Shoyu. Oh, god damn. But does it ever give me the shits, chat? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the broth is really rich or something. I'm kind of hoping I don't get the ID though, just so I can finally take a break. It's like we're getting close to 7 hours. Normally I'm like a 2-3 hour stream, Andy. I don't know how it's taken this so long, like just from WoW content. What the hell? I don't know what kind of music we can listen to. Everyone hates Hassan Piker. Okay, let's hear it.
Hassan Piker is controversial for many reasons. The most prominent are his political beliefs that will not be the focus of this video. The focus instead will be on him and his many inconsistencies that often go ignored. Hassan does this by deflecting criticism of him by attacking those who give the criticism. This is all exemplified by his conversation with creator Willie Mack, who brought forward this exact criticism.
You want to debate about a video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah. If you're not this passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a bottom-feeding drama farmer.
To add to this, Hassan knows what he is doing in diminishing the image of Willie Mack. It is a strategy he is aware of and hates.
To
voluntarily and maliciously misunderstand my point so they can make YouTube videos and get ad revenue, because those clicks drive, that controversy and those clicks drive revenue in your direction and affinity from people who are looking for someone to be like, yeah, fuck this Hassan guy.
Hassan is obtuse, hypocritical, and angry, all aspects that reflect on his most intense followers. This attitude is particularly grievous when he does not understand why there is so much backlash in the things he does, like his interview of a Yemeni pirate.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick! Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hassan tries to defend this interview by stating that it was journalistic, yet it lacked critical questions that would qualify it as such. There is a dense history of moments like these that will attempt to paint a picture of who Hassan Piker was and now is, and why he is blamed for the recent Twitch apocalypse, and why he is the largest, most controversial streamer. But first, this video is sponsored by Aura. I really do not like spam calls. They've gotten so bad that I had my phone permanently on mute, which is annoying because my family members prefer to call rather than text. This is where Aura comes in. It has data broker opt-out features to make it harder for those with malicious intent to get your information like a phone number. This is only one of its features. Every adult on the account up to 5 gets $1 million in identity theft insurance with a total up to $5 million in coverage. Aura also has many other features. It's an antivirus, a VPN, and a password manager. You can get all this in one app at an affordable price. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches and brokers. And if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/JuneTheKing to try 2 weeks for free. That will be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. Sponsor over, back to the video. Born July 25th, 1991 in New Brunswick, New Jersey, Hassan did not have a typical American upbringing because the majority of his developmental years were spent in Turkey. This is because he has influential parents that resided in Turkey, but had the wealth to fly to America and give Hassan U.S. citizenship through being born on U.S. soil. Though he did develop in Turkey, Hassan describes himself as an Ameribu, slang that captures an interest with American culture in the more excessive senses. He describes himself as hedonistic, loving the material goods that can be tied to American culture and foods such as snacks that he took interest in. And to that, while Hassan's family was financially very well off, his life was not perfect. Hassan often describes himself as struggling to lose weight. Other points of conflict were with ideologies and their presentation to him when growing up in Turkey. Something he did not conflict with was the mandatory service, but his parents did.
In Turkey, there's still this concept called a pink slip, because everyone has to serve in the military. Every able-bodied male has to serve in the military, either after high school or after college. I thought it would be good. I thought it would be good for, I'd be even more fit. And my dad was like, I'll disown you. He said, I didn't spend this much money on you to fucking go and, die in a mountaintop somewhere, you fucking idiot.
Hassan's parents guided a lot of his development, including his college. It was here that he went from living in Turkey to now living and attending college in Miami, where Hassan's parents wanted him to take up a traditional, well-paying profession such as a lawyer or doctor. Hassan was more interested in the nightlife of Miami. According to an interview with Hyacinth Abadi, Hassan stated, quote, "I wanted to party my first year, and I did." He grins. "I got a 2.9 GPA," unquote. Due to his performance, his parents transferred him to Rutgers, where he graduated with honors with a degree in political science and communications. Even so, Hassan, through an interview with Complex, describes his difficulty in trying to get a job, pinning it on the recent US financial crisis and stating he lacked the proper connections to get the jobs he wanted. But he did have one very strong connection.
I just couldn't find a job, so I was like, you know what? I want to get the fuck out of New Jersey. I want to get out of here. I want to go to Los Angeles. And my uncle, at the time, had a little YouTube channel YouTube.com/network called the Young Turks Network.
Though Hassan describes the Young Turks YouTube channel as small, in late 2013, the same year of his internship, the channel had over 1 million subscribers in a time that this sort of traction on the platform was hardly reachable. Moreover, according to Social Blade, during this time it was actually not just one of the most viewed channels on YouTube with nearly 1 million views a day, it was possibly the largest left-leaning YouTube channel on the platform. And so Hassan...
Oh wow, we actually got the fucking thing. Last ID.
Hassan describes
wow.
his job as building the advertising and sales operation in the company. But what he really wanted to do was be in front of the camera. So as an additional obligation for himself, Hassan created videos. These would appear on a channel operated by the Young Turks under TYT University. As per the header of the channel, and as the name implies, this was a lifestyle channel that skewed in the direction of college life. And so the videos largely revolved around sexual topics, and not the typical discussion of politics the network was known for. Hassan's entry was his Bro Tip series. You're thinking it, he's saying it.
Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below, and if you don't, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna have sex with your dog. And once more, Bro Tip is ended, audience. I have successfully given you just the tip.
This was from a sub 2-minute video where Hassan provides his top 3 favorite cheeses. And as per the archive of the YouTube page, it was not very well received. Looking at other archived episodes, this looks to be the standard. Like this one where Hassan gives tips on how to get women in a club.
Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cockblock you because they're fat and lonely. Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below, and if you don't, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna have sex with your dog.
Following this poor reception, Hassan would open a video reading a zesty comment.
Sir Meowington says his head looks way too small for his body. If you're saying that about my head, you should see the size of my penis.
Some of the dislike of Hassan was possibly because
he didn't like that at all.
Videos.
A few things to consider when you're thinking about Lady Gaga as a top contender for Babe of the Week should be the fact that she might have a penis. The fact that Lady Gaga might have a small penis does absolutely terrify me. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
Ow!
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look, this is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date.
With TYT University rebranding at least twice over the years and the entirety of the Bro Tip series wiped from the channel, it is difficult to say how the series developed. But what is known is Hassan does not look back on this series fondly.
I had a older run where I was like way more, first of all, I was way more bro-y than I am now. I'm still pretty bro-y now, but it was way more bro-y back then. It was just trying to be funny.
Exactly.
It was hacky, it was hacky, it was bad.
Even with a not-so-great start, he continued his work at the Young Turks. He could even be seen as a guest on other similar and popular channels like BuzzFeed. It was not until 2016 that he got a big break in the form of The Breakdown, a series hosted on Facebook and on the main The Young Turks channel. In respect to the theme of this channel, Hassan discussed and explained political topics. This series appears to be far better received as Hassan had greatly improved in his delivery and did away with the more scandalous jokes. He was also a fill-in host. This is when the planned host for a video is unavailable, and so Hassan is called on as a temporary replacement. And all this was working in his favor. Starting in 2016, every 4 years, interest in content Hassan was producing would reach a new peak. This is due to the US elections driving more interest in politics. And while political pundits are not relatively new, the booming social media space allowed them to gain more influence by their own means. Of note, at least in reference to the story of Hassan, was Tommy Lauren, a political pundit who leans right and was quite popular at the time, enough so that it inspired Hassan to make videos countering hers.
this isn't about arriving at the truth or justice. For you, it's certainly not about the facts. It's just about tapping into the primal fears of your fan base so they'll go out and vote Republican.
If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Maybe you're one of the liberal types who spend the next 2 weeks defending this illegal immigrant murderer.
As Hassan describes it, these series of videos were highly popular and possibly helped in keeping a series going well into 2017 and 2018. But Hassan still wanted to do more. Not for the Young Turks this time, but for him. He tried his hand at vlogging and other forms of content creation, but more and more was favoring streaming on Twitch. Here, he would play video games while retaining and expressing his political views. He had this personal venture all while still employed at the Young Turks. This position is likely why he was able to debate Charlie Kirk live at Politicon, an event that is remembered for many reasons. One of is that this developed a new friendship with creator Hassan admired.
Some of you guys already watched it. Oh, Destiny watched your debate. He didn't like it, said Testament. Okay, well, I didn't know that. That makes me sad. I don't know if you watched the entire debate or if you watched like some parts of it or not, but I do want to talk to him about it.
Destiny was a StarCraft 2 pro player and streamer who, like Hassan, leans left, but more recently is known for engaging in debates regarding politics and other ideologies.
Basically, just real quick, somebody emailed me this a long time ago, and I'm not even sure on the efficacy of this research. It might not have been true or not. But basically, the idea was that in part of clinical treatments for helping people that are pedophiles, so you bring them in to treat them, and part of that, to help them manage their urges, you contact people that have had pornography made of them as a child, you offer them some sort of reimbursement if they consent to sharing that pornography in a clinical setting with a pedophile, and that would keep them from actually abusing like real-life children. Well, that was what the clip was about.
After Hassan viewed a clip of Destiny's reaction to some of the debate, Hassan and Destiny jumped on a Discord call.
Alright, he said, alright, Destiny said, yeah, call if you want. Alright, let's bring in a professional here, okay? Let's bring in a professional here. Sorry, shouldn't have exposed him like this. Hey, what's going on, dude?
Hey, I heard you're finally ready to join the Minecraft server, dude.
Finally ready to join the Minecraft server? What you mean?
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Within this multi-hour-long call, the two discussed debate tactics and reference to how they could have improved Hassan's performance before coming to a close.
In any case, alright, I gotta go. I have to pee so bad. I'm just gonna raid Destiny, because you guys all have expressed how much you fucking love Destiny, and a lot of you probably came here from Destiny stream anyway, so that's what I'm gonna go do right now. No, seriously, like, everyone originally was like, oh, Destiny's a suck dem, he sucks, blah, and like now, after this like 3-hour conversation, everyone's in love with you. They're like, oh my god, he sounds so great, he sounds so awesome.
Thanks, I try my hardest.
Alright, I'm rating you right now. And by the way, thank you so much for the conversation. I thought you were dodging me for a while. And
I suck at responding on Instagram. When you sent me like this message, like, hey, here's what we're gonna debate, and you sent me like 72 topics. Like,
It would be a little over a week later that Destiny traveled to LA. It was here that Destiny and Hassan streamed together on Halloween.
Dude, your fans are crazy. They're awesome. They love you. And yeah.
Yeah, they can be a little eccentric sometimes.
No. I have no problem with them. I think they're dope.
Okay.
I'm jealous of how you've cultivated such a rabid fan base.
There were many perspectives on how the pair were interacting. Virtually all of them were positive. Destiny viewed Hassan as a sort of professional political figure that was entering the Twitch scene. Hassan viewed Destiny as a veteran live streamer and admired the enthusiasm of his fanbase that he had developed over the course of 9 years. And Destiny's fanbase loved Hassan. He was very easygoing and even tried to get Destiny in on some fun.
Say, do you want to go out later, or are you into like going out and shit? You need a Halloween costume.
Listen, I am a professional streamer because I play video games inside my house all day, okay? Yeah. I'm not much for the going out type.
The night ended after Destiny dropped off Hassan at his residence, but this would hardly be the last time the two streamed together.
Destiny's actually here to help me with my PC setup and make fun of me probably for having a pre-built PC that I use. I have a pre-built PC, by the way.
What are these noises?
Oh, that's fucking my sub badges.
And I'm not gonna be like you. Okay, don't worry.
Okay. One of your Speedo McGee's your fan that gave me fucking 200 subs so far.
What a fucking loser.
What? No, dude. What are you saying? When you snap your fingers, people sub to that person that you're snapping the fingers of?
Yeah, you wanna see?
Are you gonna send me a clip?
No, we'll try it right here. All right.
Alright, guys. Who's got fucking Twitch Primes? Throw them out in the chat. If you've got an Amazon Prime account and it's connected to a Twitch Prime account, you better fucking throw some goddamn fucking subs up.
Holy shit, dude! What the
now
fuck?
I'm losing all these fucking subs.
Did you do the finger snapping on that on Io Velasquez?
No, why the fuck would I help anyone else? You're the only person I've ever done that for. You better feel special.
Oh wow, I do, dude.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
that girl is super cute, but you're cuter. Don't worry. In a different way.
If one were to tell Hassan and Destiny in these moments that in less than a year they would be at each other's throats, they probably would not believe it. This is because the process of hating each other was gradual and then sudden.
I know. The real thing that he wants to connect it back to is that he's butthurt that I've surpassed him on his own fucking platform, which he thought was his own like little kingdom. That's the real fucking reason. Okay, that's it. Yeah, you know. Let's be real. That was originally the real reason why he got mad at me too, and like wanted to sever the connection. It just backfired on him.
This was from a clip involving some editor drama Hassan had, possibly recounting the reason he believes the fallout with Destiny happened. Hassan does not get very specific with the details, and when talking about Destiny, recounts Destiny's proclivity to debate, or denounces Destiny's community or former ideologies Destiny no longer holds, while Destiny breaks down the falling out succinctly.
We went over it, and then we kind of friendship developed. We hung out in real life. I think when I came to LA, I think I slept on his couch. We played with his dog. We were like kind of friends. And as time went on, I think he was a little bit more. He was farther left than he let on. So like I was a social democrat, he was a social democrat. But back in those days, like 2018, when people said they were a social democrat, they really meant socialist, but they just didn't want to say it. So he was farther left than me, and we had a lot of deep divides in our approach to politics. One was when it was either him or the Young Turks. I think it was him. There was a shooting in a neighborhood where a very young black child gets killed by a white shooter. And they did a video about like hate crimes and how hate crimes are on the rise between races and white people are evil and blah, blah, blah. Not that, but like white people committing hate crimes against black people. And obviously, as the story goes, tale as old as time, the data comes out, it was just an errant shot. There was like gang violence, shot goes out of nowhere, hits a kid in the car. It wasn't like a hate crime, the guy was trying to kill a kid. But yeah, we basically, we bump up against a few kind of political disagreements like this.
As Destiny describes it, the true fallout came from a video Hassan made on Kamala Harris that Destiny put much effort to counter.
And it's like 7 or 8 horrible things about Kamala Harris. And I'm like, okay, I know at least 1 or 2 of these things are not fully accurate. So I'm going to do all the research. I'm going to have all the sources, and we're going to have a long conversation about it so that now when I provide criticism to him, it's not going to be like this horrible, like just me saying something flippantly or whatever. It's going to be like substantial criticism.
And when I started to go through the claims in this video about Kamala Harris, almost every single thing Hassan says in this video is either dead wrong or horribly stretched.
This VOD is nearly 3.5 hours in length. Hassan pops in at the 50-minute mark. After only 15 minutes of conversation, Hassan goes on a rant about Destiny's chat.
This is genuinely a problem where we're having a semantics argument over something that I admit is probably could have been worded better. And then that is enough for so many people to be like, oh, Hassan is a fucking incel. Like, there's people in your chat saying, like, Hassan's incel is showing. And it's so fucking annoying that you guys are supposed to be my fucking allies, that you would be so critical and so uncharitable in this circumstance just because Destiny is, like, even looking at this from a critical perspective. This is something that really frustrates me. Sorry, I'm gonna calm the fuck down. But it is genuinely infinitely fucking... Alright, whatever.
This anger that Hassan harbors is a terrible quality to have for someone in his position. With these sorts of reactions, one can derail Hassan easily, which will embolden more comments striking at his insecurities. As for the conversation, to give a very simple rundown, it is mainly about law enforcement, undocumented immigrants, and the process in California at the time on reporting those breaking the laws to ICE. Hassan in his video made it seem like the reports were without any due cause, which is where the problems begin, yet also where some agreements happen.
The echo, okay, there's a huge difference between a school just referring to children that are undocumented to ICE for no reason versus police people doing it when a person has been charged with a crime. Those two things are hugely different.
I get it a little bit more now. All right.
This conversation then moves on to police officers in school, and to Hassan saying that police should never be called upon under any circumstance.
Okay. So should people just never ever call the cops ever then?
Yeah, I suggest against that. Yes.
Okay. I mean, we just have like a totally fundamental view of this, I guess. And
Hassan walks this back rather quickly and clarifies that a higher leniency should exist in schools.
people break into your backyard and they're going through your shed, should you call the cops then, or is it just your shed, so it doesn't matter? You shouldn't call the cops.
No, if they're breaking into your, I guess if they're breaking in, it's different, yeah.
As the conversation continues, nearly into the 2-hour mark of the VOD, things get rather heated. Instead of Hassan considering Destiny's arguments, he often falls back on calling that argument reactionary or other things done to diminish the argument. This slows the conversation and a tangible frustration begins to build.
Do you understand how you're framing this? Like, lock up mothers for truancy. What about parents that were just too lazy to send their kids to school without getting a kick in the ass from the police department?
You sound like a fucking reactionary. You not hear yourself? You're like, what about those lazy parents who just didn't want to send their children? Yeah, what about the fucking homeless mom? I'm telling you, like, there are plenty.
Why do you keep going on? Okay, hold on. Okay.
Here, and your answer to this basically, and maybe I'm fucking strawmanning you, but you've been doing that the entire time this debate, so I'm just gonna say it. Maybe your point is, well, it doesn't matter if people are threatened because there are a lot of lazy mothers out there, and also it worked because it increased school admission by 20%.
Shortly after, Destiny hangs up on Hassan.
Wait, what? No, you don't let me finish a single thing. Let me know when you're done, okay? Holy shit, he can call me back. Oh my god. I can't finish a single fucking point. Holy shit. Hey, how's it going? Okay, are you calm now?
I am.
Okay, you gotta let me finish a single point. Holy shit, you talked like 4 times as much as me. Okay.
Go ahead. I know,
so you literally just said, okay.
Even with this tension, Hassan yields on Destiny's point that kids should be forced to go to school after Destiny clarifies his point once again.
Okay, you're right. I misunderstood your point.
Though Destiny does have Hassan constantly on the back foot in this debate, Hassan, not enjoying his position, even while yielding, still seeks to diminish Destiny's argument.
Nobody else is stepping up. Why wouldn't you step up and do it?
Look, can we move past it? You're right. You're so right. The DA was good to threaten mothers with truancy, and it was a successful policy. You defeated me in the marketplace of ideas once again. Please, can we move past the next point? It's like all you're doing is overwhelming me with ridiculous hypotheticals that do not exist on the fucking planet. So
every hypothetical I'm pointing is literally Sure, I understand. Okay.
As the call is reaching its conclusion, Hassan yields once again.
I am so defeated, dude. Like you've owned me into oblivion, Destiny. I'm at. It's 10:30. I still haven't eaten anything yet.
Hassan, as has been exemplified in this call, does not like being wrong. He has trouble yielding to an argument without reacting in anger afterwards.
I fucking hate this shit. Every time we have this conversation, you I know I cut you off quite frequently. I know that, right? But so do you. But for some fucking weird reason, the entire thing turns into Hassan kept talking over Destiny, and Hassan was like so fucking dumb or morally lucky. In an instance where like we literally agree, and you've done some of the most disingenuous debate tactics that I'm finally gonna start fucking calling out every single time that you do it. It is like talking to Ben Shapiro, literally.
The call ends shortly after, with Destiny providing Hassan the chance to go over the debate on his own time and pointing out what these disingenuous arguments are. The more likely case for Hassan's frustration is that being wrong or not being able to articulate a point in a fast debate setting strikes at the core of Hassan.
But my insecurities probably be like, I don't know, I feel like I don't know enough. I'm so stupid. Like I hate that. I feel like I don't communicate my ideas well enough. It's all just about like the areas that I'm interested in and how far I haven't gone yet.
Hassan, like anyone else, has pressure to succeed. He comes from a wealthy family that has high expectations, yet has failed to meet them. The only job he could find outside of college was working under his highly influential uncle that, regardless of Hassan's truth, will to some always be seen as nepotism and unearned.
And even when there was demonstrable success, because of, I guess, fears that Jank would come across as like doing nepotism, he would go extra hard on me and would just be like, all right, cool IP. We're just gonna give it to everyone else in the company now. It's the company's IP. So it definitely just like put a chip on my shoulder.
These are reasons why Hassan cannot stomach being incorrect, or why he does not take jokes well that target his intelligence, as demonstrated in the Raj Royale video podcast. For some context, Hassan was explaining a concept to a group. When Destiny comes in and finishes the point.
Yeah,
It's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of making us wait.
So we didn't have to list a fucking Hassan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes me feel
like we have the
so
cheat
goddamn
sheet right here.
Honestly, like
it's funny because like the only
it's
way
such a fucking retarded thing to say. Like, I'm sorry, but like if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying, it's on you, okay? I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Hey, yeah, Wes.
You said the R word.
He literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
You can say retard on Twitch. Zeta fucking says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then. Dude, don't fucking ask me to be on if this is the shit that you're gonna pull, Raj. Like, seriously.
What did I pull?
What?
What did I pull?
Oh, put Destiny in the chat. Fucking have Destiny on.
I didn't put Destiny in the poll. He's not in the poll. I was joking. He's not in the poll.
I know he's not in the fucking poll, dipshit. I'm saying that it's pissing me off because you're devaluing my perspective, which is ongoing.
No, that had nothing to do
fucking chat.
Hassan,
and also with the people you're talking to right now.
Hassan, that had nothing. I was just saying because Destiny came into the show late after I tried to get him on the show.
95% of your fucking Discord is like Hassan is so dumb. Hassan is so dumb.
Look, relax,
95% of the fucking chat is like Hassan is so stupid.
At this point, the podcast understands that this is a sore spot for Hassan and seek to ease the tension by relating to him and clarifying their statements were jokes. After a few minutes, Hassan explains that this sort of thing is the core of his frustrations.
On top of that, it's like someone fucking unscrewing a cap all the way to the end and then him popping it open and then everyone will be like, oh, it's great.
Look.
And Destiny is brilliant and he's definitely a more effective orator than myself. But if it's an ongoing thing over and over again where everyone's like, Hassan is so fucking dumb, Hassan is so stupid, Hassan is such a fucking commie, then I don't need to be here. I don't need to fucking bust my ass every goddamn day.
Let's get all the feelings out.
No, I'm done. I'm done. You guys are right.
No.
I was overreacting.
This podcast took place before the complete falling out of Destiny and Hassan's friendship. That was solidified late 2019, when Destiny was in a bit of hot water when debating the usage of the N-word, like using it in the context to retell a joke from a comedian in a private setting. The overall usage and arguments extended to various different creators that saw things differently, including his former podcast host, Trihex, and various other creators he discussed this matter with. Destiny broke down the drama in the lengthy Reddit post, where now 5 years in, a fair amount of links are dead and the drama around it is still dense. Hassan's role in this, as Destiny explains it, was his changing of stances on the argument depending who he is talking to.
Though I don't know why you're bringing it up.
But if someone else is doing it in the privacy of their own conversation with another person, there are specific contexts in which you could probably say the N-word.
Cool.
That's
my position, literally. Holy shit.
But because it ultimately, no matter what, no matter how you use the term,
ultimately, no matter what, no matter how you use the term, the N-word is bad.
Ultimately, it just implies that the person themselves are like a racist person.
Destiny expanded on this in a live stream, which Hassan reacted to.
Nothing I do is performative. So I'm not going to, for instance, I'll use Hassan as an example. I'm not going to talk to a black person like Trihex and say, hey, the N-word, it's always bad. What do you think black people...
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
This fit of rage will be turned into a meme, changing what Hassan is watching to fit the joke. Like when Hassan stated he will never talk to Destiny again.
I'm not talking to him again. You guys can call me a pussy all you want. There is literally no reason. What a fucking liar, dude.
Though rage was not Hassan's entire state of being, this period did have Hassan more prone to anger, especially when being compared to Destiny, as was shown in this popular video compiling some moments of Hassan getting angry.
Watching you squirm after Destiny's stream is my favorite thing to watch. Here's some money for the best content on Twitch XD.
Thanks, buddy. I have your email now, by the way, just for the record. So why don't you just stop fucking sending me donos to harass me for your daddy Destiny with literally your email involved in it? What a fucking stupid thing you just did now. You absolute idiot. I have your full name now. And this time, if I go to fucking Twitch, it's reasonable because you're literally harassing me. Do you know how many fucking donos I've gotten from Destiny's fans tonight? Do you know how many fucking Destiny fans have sent me their emails tonight?
Excuse me.
Paying money just so they can fucking shit talk?
Explaining how Hassan views himself and how he views Destiny explains the anger the dynamic holds. How he sees Destiny as inferior with his beliefs, yet more intelligent overall, is a conflict he would not move on from. And this was hardly the only conflict he was involved in 2019. A smaller of note is when he referred to Pete Buttigieg as this.
White liberal friends. Pete Buttigieg. Pete what? Chicheg? Booty check? Booty judge? Okay, it's really hard to say this dude's last name. Now, Buttigieg has been the talk of the town, especially in...
Hassan calling him Buttigieg was likely not aware that Pete Buttigieg is gay, and this comment could come off as derogatory. This can more easily be seen as a misunderstanding, especially when compared to his most controversial statements of 2019.
I can't do this. Guy has the understanding of foreign policy of like a 12-year-old. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked? America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training.
In a video game.
And enhancing their capabilities. It's happening.
Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did in a video game.
There are two large aspects to this controversy. There is first interpretation, an interpretation that Hassan supports terrorists by calling them brave. Then there is his intent that breaks down his statement in that the US funding of terrorist organizations against mutual opposition like Russia empower them enough to be able to choreograph such an attack. The comments about brave fighters is also one that references a section in a Rambo movie when it called terrorists brave.
This film was dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan. We did fund them. Yes, they were fighting the Soviet Union at the time. That's obviously important context, but, but we did have blowback when they turned on us.
That was Cenk, the owner of the Young Turks and Hassan's uncle, bringing Hassan on to explain what he meant by his statement and clarify he did not mean ill will.
So, you said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Following the original statement, Hassan was suspended on Twitch for 7 days, and he and the Young Turks were getting a sea of death threats. Entering 2020, this was one of the cited reasons why Hassan wanted to separate himself from the Young Turks. Bringing this controversial nature to the doorstep did not sit right with him, but also the Young Turks were starting to take issue with Hassan's success. On Twitch, he did virtually the most important thing you can do with content creation, and that is keeping a frequent schedule. He did this to a particularly unheard of degree. In 2020, he was live for over 3,600 hours, an even more jaw-dropping statement when looked at percentage-wise.
I was live for 42% of the year.
This Truman Show-esque dedication guaranteed a strong following, which was further tempered by those aligned with him politically. Additionally, 2020 was an election year full of unrest and perfect for Hassan to grow and grow and grow. This momentum turned Hassan from a relatively unknown streamer to one of the largest. This surge of popularity had those in direct political opposition cover him and his previous controversies.
Alex Jones!
Sean Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name, Hassan Picker. He's got some big old giant bitch tits. I'm sorry, it's a family show. Just go ahead and roll this.
Due to this surge in popularity, Hassan was also in the process of making new friends, one of which would be Ethan of the H3H3 podcast. Here, Hassan is explaining why he started streaming more.
Yeah, so this is like the only, this was like the only being in my life. I'm like far away from everyone, can't see anybody. And so I just started streaming even more than I did as a way to escape, you know, and like to have some organization in my life. So that there was something I was doing every day when I woke up, because otherwise I was like, I don't know what the fuck I would have done. I think I am, but I mean, I game too. I play variety games. Dude. So I'm not like only one game. I don't play only one game.
Hassan goes on to explain that he does dabble in gaming, which relates to his next big stream. Being at the top level of influence in this environment is powerful, yet not as utilized or understood as much as traditional media. AOC, a political figure who also excels in the space, in 2020 put out a tweet asking if there would be any Twitch streamers interested in playing Among Us. While she replied to other streamers, she did not reply to Hassan, but he was still, like several other streamers, invited to the game. This stream, not through Hassan's side, was reported as the third most viewed stream on Twitch ever. As for Hassan's new peak, the following month, with covering the elections, his stream was reported as, quote, the 6th most watched election-themed channel across Twitch and YouTube, unquote. Following this stream and the elections, there was a natural drop-off of viewership. But overall, with Hassan's persistence, he maintained a strong viewer base where he averaged roughly around 30,000 concurrent viewers a stream. The only other person on Twitch doing something similar was Destiny, who was only getting a fraction of the viewership and was virtually the only competition Hassan had. This space goes untouched by many creators, as focusing on politics can only limit one's reach, especially if it is irrelevant to the content the creator produces. Discussion of politics can also diminish the escapism some seek. These are two reasons why many are avoidant of that space. Even in the political realm that Hassan exists in, this is still very much a thing with the more specific aspects of politics, and why Hassan states that one of his biggest failures was exposing that his beliefs fall under the umbrella of socialism.
My biggest failures in my entire career was openly saying that I'm a socialist. There is way too much baggage associated with the term.
By baggage, Hassan likely means interpretation. Socialism is something that can be explained simply but expanded on infinitely. Trying to get a great understanding of the entire umbrella can be fruitless, as that will not change the interpretations of others. This is the same for virtually any political alignment. There is too much nuance, too many variables, too great of a divide. All reasons why creators may avoid openly speaking about politics like a plague.
Because all of these people fight with one another and have historically killed one another all the fucking time.
This is specifically what Hassan at one point simplified socialism as.
People routinely misunderstand something about socialism, and I'm gonna bring this up one more time. Socialism is about adequate compensation for your labor. Socialism isn't about a flat fee for every single person. Socialism isn't about the abolition of money even. That's communism, right?
Others might see socialism as a push for strict equality among things like wealth. And that's why in August of 2021, there was a controversy about Hassan buying a $2.7 million house. For any other successful streamer, this would not matter. But for Hassan, it does, because it can be seen as inconsistent with the values of a socialist. It is likely that the most flack he got was not even from people diametric of him, but people in his own community that denounced the purchase. It does not help that Hassan was also antagonistic, like with his tweet that reads, quote, socialism is when no house, unquote. This opens up the criticism that it was not just a house, it was a $2.7 million house. Tweets like these, whether correct or not, do avoid the argument about the significant purchase and whether or not done with intention and just for a joke, it misrepresents why people are angry and will only frustrate them, as Hassan knows.
Because that makes a lot of money for them to voluntarily and maliciously misunderstand my point so they can make YouTube videos and get ad revenue, because those clicks drive, that controversy and those clicks.
Another element Hassan uses in his defense is a perception that he believes people look at socialism like a poverty cult.
Yes, in America, people literally think socialism is a poverty cult. People straight up think if you're a socialist, you need to literally live this life of austerity, and every single dollar that you generate cannot go to any kind of personal consumption because that's fucked up.
This is a defense Hassan will use when addressing controversy about other purchases like a Gucci bag. It is not so much people criticizing him about needing to live in poverty, but rather him living a highly consumerist, hedonistic lifestyle. A lifestyle that can be seen as aligning with the greed that capitalism can carry. Whether fair or not, these are the reasons why Hassan is increasingly becoming disliked regardless of political alignment. Even so, Hassan does say he gives money to charity, though he does not specify how much, and does make the point that giving money to charity should not exempt someone from criticism. Tangentially, there were a few people involved in this controversy, such as Destiny when he tweeted out a 2017 picture of Hassan wearing an Ether Rich shirt alongside an article about Hassan purchasing a $2.7 million house. Ludwig, a popular creator Hassan is friends with, like Hassan did, attributed Destiny's tweet as the reason the controversy gained traction, alongside spreading Hassan's docs through spreading only a screenshot of the article that essentially doxed him.
His desk. But because of Destiny's tweet, it picked up, and for the past 3 days, 20th, 21st, 22nd, it was
Hassan is in his Discord
fucking typing out that I doxed him because I put a screenshot of like the third fucking mainstream article that was published about him buying a $3 million WeHo house, okay? I don't know how that counts as doxing. I don't know why the dipshits like Ludwig would repeat that as doxing.
It did not help that he was responding to tweets that he believed were subtweeting him. Hassan's core audience that either aligns with his perspective or just doesn't care about his controversy continued to grow. And as such, he was still doing well for himself late 2021. He even became a co-host for the newly released H3H3 Leftovers podcast. Now, finally, all the gears of the Hassan controversy machine were in place and slowly starting to turn. What would be happening from here on, as demonstrated with his purchase of a house, would be controversy about Hassan Piker. Not so much Hassan's take on a sensitive subject, even though those things go hand in hand. The difference now, likely due to his popularity, is that he would be at the center of the controversy. His next controversy took place just 2 months later when he revealed that he had sex with prostitutes in the past, specifically at a German brothel known as Artemis. To this, a Twitter user posted a snippet of the Artemis Wikipedia page, reading, quote, "On April 14, 2016, Artemis was raided by 900 police and customs officers investigating human trafficking and tax evasion. The police had obtained information that members of the Hells Angels forced some women to work in Artemis." Unquote. With more and more eyes on this tweet, Hassan addressed this on the Leftovers podcast.
Had sex with not even escorts, but also like straight. I've gone to a brothel, Artemis, in Berlin, and had sex with the workers there. Yes.
Oh.
I don't hide it. I don't give a shit. Why would I?
Hassan also provided the information that he visited the brothel in around 2010 and goes on to explain the 2016 raid further.
It's for fucking tax evasion.
Yeah,
okay?
I saw that.
And secondly, there was accusations that like there might be sex trafficking going on, but all of the people that were pointed to in that situation, they were released, and I believe the brothel is now suing the city of Berlin for damages too on top of that.
This is incorrect. The investigation, in its comparison to Al Capone, started from the ground up with claims of trafficking and abuse. The Guardian, in an article published after the raid, stated, quote, "Police charge that the 4-story brothel complex constituted a brutal and illegal system that severely exploited dependent women." That article was from 2016. This 2022 article from the Irish Times again summarizes why the investigation started and how it ended. Quote, "The 2016 investigation and raid began when a woman who worked at the brothel complained to Berlin police that she had been forced into prostitution at Artemis by her boyfriend, who had links to the Hells Angels gang. Then and now, the owners deny having any links to the gang or other organized crime groups. They insist women who work at the brothel are self-employed." Unquote. This article is mainly about Artemis winning what appears to be a defamatory case filed against the government. But even then, the story is not that cut and dry. According to the Berlin Journal, the assailant, quote, "was sentenced to 7 years in prison in Berlin on Friday. The former Frankfurt football professional and Hell Angels rocker used drugs and beatings to subdue his girlfriend, who was underage at the time of the crime, and sent to work as a prostitute." Unquote. The article details the horrific treatment of the at the time 17-year-old, but does add some clarity in that this is how the investigation started and why the trafficking was likely not systemic, even though the assailant did work as a bouncer. There are varying perspectives on this related to Hassan, with some not caring about the reports, being that Hassan visited the brothel prior to these investigations, but there was also the diminishing of the investigations, more likely as a defense of Hassan, rather than a more fair interpretation about a crime he was not even responsible for. Also in the mix were criticisms tied to his wealth and status. Then in December 2021, things moved to his newest and most recent controversy.
Wait, what? Fizz got suspended too? What is going on? Bro, what is happening right now? Is there like a fucking crazy... Is there like a crazy fucking Twitch mod right now that just like is banning every single one of my mods right now? Deactivating their accounts? What the fuck is going on?
These mods, as discovered, were banned for saying a certain word that Hassan defends the usage of.
Something I've talked about so many times too, because it's like white boys love fucking saying like cracker is the same as the N-word, cracker is the same as the N-word, right? It's really stupid. It's not like the etymology of the word is different. Like cracker means literally whip cracker. It comes from whip cracker. So the power still is in the hands of the white person in that situation, whereas the N-word is dehumanizing.
Hassan defends the usage of the word primarily because it is not as worse as others, but does not address the notion that people don't like being insulted due to their skin color. This spiraled into conversation on the usage of the word, and many streamers weighed in, with Hassan even asking some about their opinion, as streamer XQC is reacting to.
What do you think about the word cracker?
The what?
The word cracker.
What do I think about the word cracker?
2 of my mods got banned for saying cracker yesterday in a sequence of like 3 minutes.
I don't use it personally.
Oh.
I'd rather describe people with things that aren't just broad stroke derogatory terms based off the color of their skin.
Okay.
On Twitter, Hassan continued this tirade, stating that it is not a slur, and then did the same thing on Twitch.
I've been called a cracker more times than every single one of you fucking pasty little cracker bitches in my chat, okay? Let's be fucking real for a second, okay, Mr. Alabama? I've been called a cracker a fuckload more than you. Why? Because I'm extremely online, okay? So shut the fuck up. Stop crying about this fucking term, okay? Recognize that the person who's calling you a fucking cracker is literally powerless, okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. A person calling you a fucking cracker is powerless. They're doing it as someone who's been historically oppressed, blowing off steam, okay? You can say that that's infantilizing or whatever the fuck, but that's truly the reality.
Now 2 days into this controversy, Hassan would not let this go.
Just fucking ban me and get it over with if that's the case, you know what I mean?
That is from Hassan's video titled, "So I Got Banned." And so is this clip.
This idea that like I'm being racist towards whites, especially as a fucking white person, especially as someone who advocates for the rights of everyone, which also includes white people, is a fucking ridiculous thing.
Hassan on Twitter confirms that he was banned for the reason everyone thought, and was unrelenting on using that word or similar ones. All sorts of people had an opinion on this, few more extreme than the infamous creator Sam Hyde.
But Hassan, you're gonna fight me. You are going to fight me one way or another. I don't care if I have to break into that nice house of yours. You're gonna fight me, son. Turn this down. Go ahead. Find a way. Find some snarky comment. I don't want $1 million because fuck that guy. He's a Nazi. I want his money. Fuck that guy.
Sam Hyde was challenging Hassan to a fight under the condition that if Hassan won, then $1 million would be donated to a charity. An unlikely happening because, as per IDEP's video on Hassan and other sources, he is possibly a Nazi, and not someone Hassan would promote by fighting them. And so Hassan, not banned on YouTube through the H3H3 podcast, did episodes focusing on this recent controversy. One was where they filmed in a bathtub full of crackers, and the other one was where they made a tier of racial slurs and the like that are used against white people. Now entering 2022, things moved on quickly to the React drama that was going on throughout Twitch. This was pushed back to how some streamers may react to a video, rip the thumbnail of said video, and compete with it directly on sites like YouTube. In the case of Hassan, this is a bit different in that he does not enforce his copyright. He allows any viewer to rip and re-upload his content without compensation, so long as they are not abusive in trying to control his IP. Another element tied to this React drama was the chair. This is when streamers like Hassan would purposely leave videos playing to entertain their audience while they momentarily left, leaving only the chair to react to said video. This also ties into the quote-unquote meta of reacting to the series MasterChef, which unlike the average creator does have the financial backing to sue the Twitch streamers reacting to it. But eventually this was quelled when DMCAs were handed out. While this sort of thing with low effort React videos would never die down, criticism of Hassan was continuously moving, now to his leasing of a new car. But not just any new car, a pricey luxury vehicle. This is what Dexerto reported.
La 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 la, wait till I get my money right.
Hassan Piker is getting serious hate for buying a new car. The Twitch streamer has picked up a $200,000 Porsche, and people in the replies were quick to point out how this conflicts with his socialist views. But what do you think?
This reinvigorated the drama around the purchase of his house a year ago. Except many, like Dexerto, were incorrect in reporting on the story. This car was not purchased, it was leased.
And I'm not going to buy it cash.
Okay, so
You're gonna lease a custom spec car?
okay, here's the deal. So when you're talking about leases, right?
Right?
Yeah, like a Pokemon card.
Because it's not, it's electric. I would. That's the only reason why I'm not buying it. Are you getting rid of the Taycan? Yeah, it's a lease.
It does not help that Hassan confusingly referred to it in the past as buying the vehicle, and he states he made the decision to get the car for himself, for his viewers.
Bro, this is why I do this stuff, okay? And this is why I was like, I might not even buy this car in the end if it's like, you know, too much of a hassle. But like, I literally do this for that. Dude, that's the reason why I do this.
150K content?
Yeah, he spent 150 grand on a car so Austin Ox can make a 30-second video.
No, literally, yeah, so we can all have fun.
That's how good he has it, baby.
So, no, I mean, I'm not even kidding, yeah, so my community can have fun, like.
There's also the fact that Hassan streams so much, he wouldn't even be able to get utilization from the vehicle.
That's the worst part. Wait till they find out I'm probably never gonna fucking drive it. You know what I mean? Like, that is probably gonna piss motherfuckers off even more.
Controversies like these are relatively inconsequential, at least compared to his assessment that Russia would not invade Ukraine by undermining US reports that it was coming. And when it finally did come, so did all the flack caused by his overconfidence.
And I do get things wrong. Like, the greatest example of this is the invasion of Ukraine. I was incredibly confident that Russia would not invade Ukraine because of all of the reasons why that invasion is going south right now. I demonstrated a level of confidence that I should not have. When you deviate away from that and you get something wrong, people that want to be right will never let you forget that and will constantly harp on it.
Hassan makes the point that people will judge someone based on their previous poor reporting. But this is also an encouragement to not get stories wrong and to not be overconfident when there's still not the entire picture, or when sources, even from those not preferred, do make fair arguments with the facts they have uncovered. But that's okay because according to Hassan, he was immune to criticism now.
The criticism that was thrown in my face has been consistent throughout my career. I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've gotten numb to the criticism, like as a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it.
As in his B. I like his son a lot. He doesn't play a lot of games, so it cuts his versatility a little bit.
Quote, XQC probably ranked me a B-list streamer because I won't fucking have him on when a trendy political thing is happening, where he has to act like he cares to farm the last ounce of the Twitch directory before he goes back to promoting crypto gambling to teens for multiple millions. Unquote. Hassan was not very pleased with how XQC had rated him. XQC was confused at Hassan's outrage, but then reanalyzed his previous rating and made a discovery.
Bruh, he was lower last year.
Parasocial relationships on the stream.
My brother, he was lower last year.
Fellow streamer for friend. Got a big
but Destiny was under him then.
Wish me luck.
It's not even the fucking B tier thing. That's just the straw that broke the camel's back, because like it's irrelevant. Like I've fucking tier listed people all the time. I've done it before.
As per an immature upload of Hassan on Discord, quote, I'm sorry you got like a 70 million stake deal and no one could actually call you out on it. I fucking hate his fanbase too now. I unironically hate him a little now, NGL. LMAO, I saw XQC's tier list and all I can say is Miskiff makes better content. Unquote. It does seem like Hassan at least cares a little, but at minimum he does not dislike XQC like he dislikes Destiny, for example, or even Sam Hyde for that matter. It just so happens that the latter two talked on stream.
Yeah, I have to fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis. You have no idea.
Okay.
I created Hassan 2 years ago on Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind. And that goal has come to fruition largely because of Destiny, because of the help that he's given me. And also, on top of Destiny,
helping me personally, Destiny himself already doing exactly what I wanted to do.
You created him, I have to kill him.
There were at least 2 major updates on Sam Hyde's callout. One is that Hassan, through private contacts, made it clear he does not want to platform Sam Hyde, and 2 is that the amount of money went from 1 million to 2.5 million. And after Sam Hyde's most recent victory in the ring as his Irish Candyman persona, he made a callout that was impossible for Hassan to ignore.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup.
No, don't fucking hide. If you're a sub, you're not getting unbanned for that. I'm just letting you know. Look, dude, if you see a mentally ill Nazi, okay, on the internet, be like, I'm gonna kill Hassan Piker, okay, I'm gonna come to his house and murder him, and you go, oh, this is some information that he should probably watch. Like, he should watch and address this, okay? Then, honestly, just don't post.
The fight would not come, but the reminders would not stop.
I have another question. I think Sam Hyde, he called you out on like a boxing event. Are you interested in like the boxing scene? Or
I don't know why you guys are so into this shit. He's a Nazi. Like, I don't know. Like, what are you doing?
What's happening right now?
It's so whack, bro. Like, I don't understand why all you motherfuckers have to like run around with this shit.
What's going on? What's going on?
Nothing. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. Fucking asshole. Yeah, what do you mean, damn, bro? What the fuck do you mean, damn? What do you mean, damn? What the fuck do you mean, damn? Why do you do this?
I'm asking questions. I don't know.
Get the fuck out of here. Pussy.
Some of the top comments on this video read, quote, so he wants to fight a random guy over a question, but won't fight Sam Hyde? He's so tough when it's a smaller guy talking to him. Lol. Dude is throwing a full-blown tantrum over being asked a simple question. Unquote. While Hassan has stated his want to not platform Sam Hyde, his overt aggression over what appears to be a genuine question from someone who is unaware of Hassan's stances was not an excellent look. But even using a different strategy, such as silence, would hardly work in Hassan's favor, as was shown in the next public encounter.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're all against unions. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. Can we do like a quick shake on the hand? We love landlords. Look. We love landlords. We love landlords. We love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies. This is a crazy protest.
A troll that has done something similar at events such as the Game Awards, and now with Hassan at a writer's strike.
Anyway, as I was saying,
we love them a lot.
we're waiting for
We're waiting for the landlords to come.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll connect it.
This little fucking fetus, bro. I swear to God. So sick.
This is who Hassan was in 2023. A critter that can be quick to anger, but it is also that passion behind him that some seek. Yet he knows well enough, at least for the most part, when to be calm. Like his conversation with Andrew Tate, where the passive insults had Tate so uncomfortable and unable to retort that he had him removed from the show. But then again, moments like these are less serious. Even though the influence of the people he interacts with is considerable, all those interactions mean nothing in a grander scale. A grander scale like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This is a far different beast. One that even saying it is highly contentious does not do justice to how sensitive it is. One that Ethan and Hassan were foolish to think things could remain cordial while discussing the heaviest of subjects.
I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that, and I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
The following stream was only 11 days later.
Something that I need to discuss with Hassan, but I do feel like I'm probably going to pause leftovers for the time being.
Ethan infrequently delves into political conversation as his mainstay content is on internet drama. Hassan, on the other hand, mainly covers politics. and as such, he was day in and day out covering developments in the conflict.
Way that he covers this that I think is fucked up. And I understand that him and a lot of people are upset about what's happening because it is horrible. But at the same time,
But I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
by the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit!
So,
Why did you do that?
This is the kind of thing that happens when people rush to cover breaking news and do not carefully weigh in not just the facts, but the lack of them. And it was not just something Hassan was guilty of, as even major publications were incorrectly reporting on information to get the story out first. As such, Hassan walked this back and went on Piers Morgan to discuss this.
But it's interesting that you call me a propagandist, because I want to play you. This was your reaction to when the hospital got
I'm a
bombed.
propagandist.
Well, no,
For the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then, I want to
I'm
play.
saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
Okay.
Perhaps the point Hassan was trying to make was that all publications, as people do, have an inherent bias. Even machine learning has a bias dependent on the information it is fed. But conversely, Hassan has an over 10-year career in politics. He has a degree in political science and knows the difference between bias and propaganda. Bias is inherent and can be at times difficult to perceive. Propaganda, by design, distorts the truth to promote a position. It actively undermines conversation and can make sensitive issues worse. Propaganda more easily exists in political spaces as a reinforcement of bias. What happens when you try to use propagandist tactics to undermine and or defeat someone you know nothing about? This exact thing happened when Hassan debated Willie Mack. If there has to be a singular piece of evidence that contains all that makes Hassan unlikable, controversial, poisonous to himself and those around him, it would be this just over hour-long debate.
On that note, here's the Willie Mack Show. What's up, Willie Mack Show?
Hey, what's up, Hassan?
So I am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think, right? You want to turn on your camera, by the way?
Willie Mack has been covering Hassan for about a year at this point. He covered him partially as a minor point to the grander Twitch React controversy, but later made him the focus of other videos that also exposes Hassan's propagandist nature.
If you can't already tell, Hassan likes to take some polarizing stances on things, where he will talk about his opinion as if it is the only acceptable take. This gets him into some sticky situations.
The reason why I'm saying a lot of the information that's coming out of the State Department is wrong or outright false is because what I'm showing you right now is literally fucking people talking about like bombing Kiev, okay? Their take was Ukraine is going to be invaded, Kiev is going to be invaded by Russia. That is insane. That's psychotic.
So in his apology video for his arrogant and baseless predictions on Ukraine, Hassan makes more arrogant and baseless predictions on
Alright, we'll call it at that.
Was a section